Leach again, strides in, balls, he's in on the pad, appeal flag before waking up, Wilson gives him out. Naseem Shah will have to review this, he does. He trapped him on the front foot. Here we go. Pitching in line, impact in line.
And it's hitting the stumps. So you can stay with your decision, Joel.
And England have won this match in the most thrilling of circumstances. Yeah, a great day, wasn't it? If you're an England supporter, that is. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Multan, the city of saints, about 330 miles or so south of Rawalpindi. We're all set for the second test, hot on the heels of that thrilling opener last week, won by England, of course, against the setting sun. I'm not sure how that'll impact here. It's a very misty morning. That's been the case throughout our brief stay so far here in the bustling city of Multan. A complete transformation, really, from the orderly business up in Islamabad and Rawalpindi. Here it's more like authentic, real, roll your sleeves up Pakistan. Wonderful sights of people going about their everyday business as we come out here to the grounds and around our hotel and so on. Very, very strict security impacting everybody who's involved with this tour. But we'll tell you more about that over these next 5 days or so, I'm sure. We're getting ready for the start. It is, I say, very misty indeed. You can make out the shapes of the stands down there at the far end and see the players and so on who are warming up and getting ready. But detail from that range, not a lot. It's a very big stadium. We were here in 2005 when Pakistan beat England, actually, on that occasion. I'll be honest, I don't remember much about it, but it's a very big ground indeed. The boundaries, although extended and are about 85 metres in length, are still well inside the actual area itself. So looking to my right, 20 metres, maybe more than that, actually, inside that barbed wire fence. Looks like a concentration camp fence going round there, but to keep streakers off and so on. So that's all set up. So well inside of that. So it's a very big ground indeed. And we're getting ready for the toss. I have absolutely no doubt at all that the winning captain of the toss will bat first and absolutely seize the opportunity on a very dry pitch. There's cracks. It's going to spin, I think. Alex Hartley's had a look this morning. Good morning to you, Alex. Were your fingers just twitching a little bit?
They were indeed. I've seen something that I've not really seen at an international cricket ground before, of them rolling grass into the wicket sideways. So they've rolled grass cuttings. Dead grass, where the ball will pitch on either end, and rolled the wicket sideways. And then it's very, very flat in between. So they're hoping it will turn. I don't know if Ben Stokes was muling me or not when he said we want to have a bowl anyway. He said I've got very lose the toss vibes today. Doesn't matter because I'll bowl. But I think he might. Surely he's joking.
Well, they like chasing runs, but even by Ben Stokes' standards, to win the toss and put Pakistan in on that, I think would be left field.
Yes, and me.
Atif has got news, I think, of at least one change to the Pakistan lineup. Another debutant. Morning to you.
Good morning, Angus. Yeah, Pakistan are going to play the mystery spinner, Abrar Ahmed. Well, he's a leg spinner, but they refer to him as a mystery spinner. He tends to keep it quite flat, but he's had a terrific record that we reflected on during the first test in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, the first-class tournament here in Pakistan. And a lot of people were sort of aggrieved not to see him playing the first test, but they've decided after the performance of Zahid Mahmood to just give him a little break and bring the young man in. And he was receiving his cap earlier in the team huddle, very, very excited. A couple more changes as well. We're expecting Mohammad Nawaz to come into the side to offer a bit more length to that tail for Pakistan, and also Fahim Ashraf, another bowling all-rounder. So they just seem to be looking to stretch a little bit, not quite a little bit of attacking, a little bit of defensive in terms of their changes.
And Naseem Shah, we think, is struggling too, don't we? We saw a bit of that yesterday at the warm-ups. Shoulder injury, I think. So Mohammad Wasim Jr. maybe coming in there. We'll have confirmation in a minute. But anyway, those definite changes in the case of Abrar and Mohammad Nawaz, I think,
and Fahim Ashraf.
And Fahim Ashraf. So that's 3 changes, and there could be another if Naseem Shah is ruled out, so again...
All right, welcome to the toss. This is the second test match
Yes,
and a big
Sikandar
occasion,
Butt.
16 years since the last game was played out here. So, we're all set. We've got the match referee alongside me, Andy Pycroft, and of course the two captains, Babar Azam and Ben Stokes. And who's got the coin? Babar has the coin.
Tails.
Up it
Tails
goes.
is the call.
Have a tail.
Yeah, love it back.
Ben Stokes has won the toss.
So,
it took
Ben,
him 1
first of
minute
all, what are you
to
gonna
say
do?
bat
We're
first.
gonna have a bat.
Going to bat first.
1 second.
Got the
I think.
momentum on your side, of course, from the first test match. What do you make of the surface?
Yeah, I don't think we can really read into it too much. I think we'll have to wait and see sort of what it offers in the first hour of cricket. But hopefully we can go out and set the same sort of benchmark as we did in the last test match with the bat.
Same kind of tone. We don't expect anything different coming from England. Trying to get out of there and get as many as possible.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously going out and playing some exciting, positive cricket is what we're all about, and carrying on the momentum from last week. Obviously taking a lot of confidence with the win. So yeah, looking forward to getting going.
Any changes?
Just the one change which we announced yesterday, where Mark Wood comes in for the injured Liam Livingstone.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you. Cheers.
Babar, would you have done the same thing if you won the toss?
Definitely we have a batting first, but toss is not our hand, and unfortunately I've lost on the trot. But we will try to take early wickets and put pressure on them.
What do you make of this surface when you look at the pitch?
Pitch look like dry, but I think we need to bowl in good area and try to take wickets.
It's been tough for you as a captain because lots of injuries in the camp. What are the changes in the side?
We have 3 changes. Abrar is debut and Fahim is back, and Naseem is not playing because of his shoulder is not good, and he has the rest, and Nawaz is in for Azhar Ali.
Okay, well, good luck to you.
Thanks.
So the news from the centre, England have won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Yeah, a massive toss that, I think, for England to win. That is, it looks already to be an unforgiving pitch. Cracks all around it, very bare ends, and it's got all the signs there of certainly helping the spin bowlers, maybe straight away, but certainly later on. So we know the England side. I'll get Atif there just to go through Pakistan's in a second, because I think I've more or less got it. Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brooke, Stokes, Jacks, Robinson, Leach, Wood in place of Livingstone, and Anderson is the England side. And I'm just looking at his absolutely written down confirmation. Have you got what you think the 11 is there, Atif? Oh, here we go. Thank you for that. Abdullah Shafiq, Imam ul Haq, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan. So yeah, there is a change. There, Azhar Ali has been left out. So Mohammad Rizwan is down at number 4. Agha Salman, who we thought might get dropped, therefore retains his place ahead of Azhar Ali, effectively. Saur Shakil, Mohammad Nawaz, Fahim Ashraf, Zahid Mahmood and Abrar both play. And Muhammad Ali, who made his debut in the last game, is going to play his second test match. So, well, they've left out their most experienced batsman in Azhar Ali, and there's some shuffling round there, so it does mean that Agha Salman keeps his place. Thought maybe he wouldn't. Bit cool to leave out the most experienced batsman.
Yeah, there was a bit of chat about that in yesterday's press conference as well, where Babar Azam was asked about Azhar Ali, and he said, it's up in Azhar's hands what he wants to do. He's a senior player. My job is to support him, but it's in his hands. We did see him yesterday at the pitch as well, looking on it with keen interest, so you get the feeling that...
In his hands, that's a strange thing to say.
Well, I think it's not dissimilar to when Owen Morgan was at the tail end of his career, and the players were like, we're backing him no matter what, whereas there was this expectation that eventually they're going to walk away on their own accord. But I mean, just talking to him yesterday, it didn't feel like he thought he wasn't going to get selected. So yeah, and it's a very interesting way that Babar phrased it at the toss as well. Mohammad Nawaz in for Azhar Ali, and Nawaz is a sort of batting all-rounder, or he's really one of the few sort of even all-rounders equally renowned for their batting and bowling in modern cricket. So yeah, it's a
For that Pakistan side, both wrist spinners play, Zahid and Abrar. Muhammad Ali, bit of medium pace from Mohammad Wasim Jr. So in the England side, Mark Wood coming in. Not sure he's going to get out of that pitch, I must be honest, by the time he gets to bowl on it, if England bat well, of course. Go through.
Yeah, and I think because they have rolled each end and they've put grass cuttings in it, they've done that to try and get the pitch to offer a little bit more. Having spoken to a few people that have played there, they said if you were playing on this wicket in the summer, it would break up, it would turn because the cracks would then open. You know, it'd be baking in the heat all day. But Waqar Younis wasn't sure it would change all that much just because it's not really hot enough out there.
Yeah, I mean, both of the captains looked at it. They were slightly cagey about it as well, because there has been some speculation that spinner's length might come into play, sort of just 9 steps into the pitch itself. But at the same time, it's all sort of guesswork, isn't it? And various people here have told me that the pitches in Pakistan tend not to break up in the same way just because of the soil and the difference. You might sort of look at all subcontinental pitches and think, well, they'll all sort of break up over time, but in Pakistan they tend to hold together a bit more, whereas India they might crumble. So it might not be catastrophic for Pakistan to lose this toss and have to bat fourth on this surface, but it certainly wasn't the plan.
Just looking at the seam bowling, there's very little seam bowling in the Pakistan side, is there? They put all their spinners all their bowling in that spin department, or much of anyway.
Yeah, we speculated yesterday that Zahid would play alongside Abrar, but I think you've got Muhammad Ali and Fahim Ashraf there. There's a lot of pressure on those two seamers as well, because Muhammad Ali's just playing his second test match, didn't have the greatest test match the first time around. Fahim's been out of the side for a while, so for him to come back and immediately have to face up to Crawley and Duckett, who went like a rocket in the last game, it's kind of daunting.
It is, but actually maybe they both like the ball coming onto the bat anyway. If we will see a lot of spin bowling in this game, which is a good thing because we might not have a huge amount of play. But today, certainly, it's Friday today, so an extended lunch break. So that's an hour gone, and certainly looking at the light last night. As you and others paid homage to the Agnew Monument in central Multan.
Wondered how long it'd be till you brought this up.
10 minutes.
I'm going to clock every time you mention it today.
You weren't there. You bailed out. You've declined the opportunity to come and see the magnificent Agnew Monument in Multan.
I'm under the weather, Aggers. I am under the weather.
Did you like the photo I've got of Jonathan with the monument? Now, the problem is it's a very impressive, very tall monument with a big inscription on it.
It's only 15 metres high. I mean, that's not that high.
But it's hard to fit into a frame. I was quite close to you.
I mean, how tall's your monument, Alex?
I'm sure I'll have one at a cricket ground before you do, Jonathan.
Only 15 metres. It's about as high as the floodlight pylon, It's okay. It was actually, we had a lovely day yesterday. I'm sure we'll be telling you all about it during the course of the day and so on. It's lovely to have you all with us. And it's just great to be here in Multan, which I said it's just a complete... It's roll your sleeves up and get down into it as far as Pakistan, the real Pakistan, is concerned. And Islamabad's like a typical capital city, really, wherever you go in the world. A little bit sterile and a little bit broad streets and an easier pace of life. Here, it's the real thing. It's fabulous, I must say. Great, really interesting to watch people going about their daily life. The security is very tight. There was an incident yesterday where some gunfire rattled out not too far from the hotel. Actually, Simon Mann was on the roof of our hotel and was told by the chap up there to get inside quickly, but it was nothing to do with any attack on the teams or anything, but just a few people of the local mafia, I think, have been in a fallout, weren't they? Yeah, there was a fallout from a local court case that the opposition were clearly displeased with. And so they shot the judge or something? No. It was just they tried to shoot each other, the two rival parties, but they both missed, and they both decided to do it in a part of the city where most of the police and army were situated, so they were swiftly arrested and taken away. Right. So the fellow who got released is back in jail again. Oh well, they might reflect on that. But anyway, there was a rattle of gunfire, and it alerted the security, certainly. But it was absolutely nothing to do with us. And I must say again, we've just had the easiest time here. And the security is tight, and they're very keen to make sure that there are no slip-ups, and they're keen to look after us. But it just feels very welcoming indeed. The stadium is some way out of town. I don't know, 15 miles perhaps, that sort of distance, 10 miles perhaps.
Yeah.
Almost beyond Multan itself. So we'll see how many people manage to make the journey out here. There's no obvious trains or anything out here.
No, I mean the highway we saw. I mean we have the privilege of having a bit of a convoy and open roads for us, but there is a shuttle service near the nearest car park, which I'm told is 6 kilometers away. The ground itself is 16 kilometers from the city centre, which is where we're staying. But it's considered, I mean, many fans have told me this is considered the loudest for fans, Multan. So when the PSL happens and Multan hosts games, or even in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, they get a really big turnout and really noisy fans. And the stadium officials, we had a chance to meet the people who sit on the board of the Southern Punjab Cricket Association, who are the tenants of this ground. They suggested that at least 60% of the tickets had been sold in advance.
Oh, that's good.
Which is an encouraging number, and a sort of culture in Pakistan is still kind of lastminute.com.
Yeah.
So if we can sell 60% of tickets in advance, that's a very good sign. And really, it's not an indictment of Pakistani cricket. It's a show of the excitement they have for seeing the English team for the first time here.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you've made the effort to come. You might as well make a bit of noise when you get here. But it's very open. And again, lots of enclosures. They don't really call the stands, as you might in England. Here they're enclosures. So there are some familiar names, Zahir Abbas and Mushtaq Ahmed. You look around, Imran Khan's got an enclosure down there with a few people sitting in it. Hanif Muhammad, of course, one of the founders of Pakistan cricket, who is the Muhammad dynasty, of course, that followed Hanif's footsteps. Fazl Mahmood, Wasim Akram, various spellings of Wasim Akram, who we see every 3 or 4 minutes on our television sets in the hotel, flogging washing powder.
Amongst other things.
But certainly the washing powder ad comes up an awful lot. But anyway, it's just really good to be here. We've got some kites circling round overhead. It is still very misty, and I don't think it'll improve a huge amount looking at the airport weather forecast. And it was like this on our journey down. We came by road, which took in all about 8 hours. There were a couple of stops in that, but the team were to fly, and they were stuck in Islamabad for a long time because it was not possible to land here at Multan Airport, which is an international airport, but I don't think it's kitted out with all the latest gizmos to allow sort of zero visibility landings and so on. So they actually had to sit in Islamabad for a long time, waiting for the mist to clear here. But just looking at it now, we are looking slightly into the sun, which makes it worse. But there was talk before the game of there being delayed starts, but actually that's not going to happen. You've got to get on with it.
Well, if they're not going to start in this, they're not going to play all day, are they? So that's half the problem. You can see out there, we can still see the far end. It is hazy. It is, it's not clear daylight, there is a slight haze, but actually you get that quite a lot no matter where you go. You get it in India and you get it in Sri Lanka, so it's just one of those things that you've got to play through.
It's part of where the stadium is situated as well, because it's out sort of I wouldn't say in the middle of nowhere, because there's sort of farms and agriculture all around the stadium, but it's not in the midst of the city. It's a dusty highway that leads to it as well. It just kind of almost creates a sort of dust bowl out there as well, but it does clear. I mean, yesterday we did see that it was a bit improved, and down at the wicket, you can see either end. We can see either end from here as well. So I think it's something we'll get over quickly.
Yeah, they got to get on with it. I must admit, going back from here yesterday afternoon, the dust. It's like a sandstorm almost going down down that main road.
Our driver asked you to shut your window very quickly.
That's because of the sand.
There are two players at the far end of the ground playing catch with a red ball, two Pakistan players, and I can't see the ball when they're throwing it between them. The visibility is quite tough at the far end of the ground, so if you're fielding on the boundary, you're going to, for a split second or two, you are going to lose the ball, and you are going to rely on your teammates shouting your name wherever you are.
Yes, it's not. I played at Scarborough once when there was a proper sea fret that came in, and fielding at fine leg, you actually couldn't see the play. So it was one sort of a Fenner Trophy. It wasn't a first class game. It was a one-day game, and literally Roger Tolchard was our wicketkeeper, would shout, "Coming down fine leg," and so you brace up, and then you'd see the ball last minute over to your right, and you pick it up and shout, give us a clue or something, and the keeper shout, over here, and just launch it into the fret and hope that it arrived safely. It was a crazy game there at Marine Drive. So it's not as bad as that. You can at least see the respective ends. Now then, let's just go through these teams again. I think I've got Pakistan sorted out. I've got all sorts of crossings out because I can't do two things at once and talk and do this. Pakistan, they are going to be in the field, and they would dearly love to have batted first. Of course, they have left out Azhar Ali, which is Atif called that this morning, that was very much doing the rounds as a conversation, but it's a big call, isn't it, to leave him out after one test match with 2 to play, in which Pakistan's batting. Well, to be fair, you felt while Azhar was in the other day, they'd win the game.
Yeah.
Okay, he did get out, but that such is the way that he played and his experience and so on. You felt that while he was there, they could well win. So it is a bit cool to leave him out.
It is.
Imam Ul-Haq, Abdullah Shafiq, Babar Azam, Saud Shakil, Mohammad Rizwan, although that's not necessarily the batting order. They've got Rizwan actually carded here to go in at number 4. And he did play some shots the other day. He's attacking batsman. Agha Salman, Saud Shakil, Mohammad Nawaz, Fahim Ashraf, Zaid Mahmood, who was very expensive, but he did pick up 4 wickets. Muhammad Ali, and then Abrar Ahmed, who's making his debut, the young wrist spinner that many locals at least thought would play and make his debut last week. Well, he gets his chance to come in and do it here today. England batting first and full of confidence, and I would imagine, everyone would imagine, they'll come out and try and play the same way, but there is less seam bowling about this attack, so they will be trying to hit the spin. Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brook, Stokes, Jacks, Robinson, Leach, Mark Wood returns, and James Anderson. So we can go back to that conversation of yesterday, really. Ben Foakes omitted. Is it strange how, well, all sport works, but in our case this, that he'd have played last week if he'd been well. He was the only one, we think, who was actually unfit for selection, so he doesn't play. Ollie Pope steps in, fair enough. But then Pope keeps his place, focuses on the sidelines. He's perfectly fit and raring to go, and he's one of the best wicketkeepers in the world. Very fine keeper against spin. Has got a very good record batting against spin. Can't get in the side.
No, it's strange, and it's purely down to the fact that they think they'll lose more time in this game than we did in Islamabad. So the sun goes down. We came off about 4:30, 4:45. But we thought we might have some delayed starts and some early finishes, so they've kept that really attacking batting lineup. But they needed to get Mark Wood into the side. You know, he bowls absolute rockets, 90 plus miles an hour. We've seen him in the World Cup ball at 97 miles an hour. So if he's fit, you have to get him in the side somehow. And Ben Foakes, you feel sorry for him because he is the best keeper in the world. Ben Stokes has even said that himself. He said he is the best keeper in the world. But this is about winning matches for England now. They're going to do everything and anything they can to win matches, and it's all about that aggressive mindset. Yeah,
he was very, very keen yesterday in our interview with Stokes to just keep sort of bigging up Foakes, really.
Yeah.
And making the point, look, this is, well, he actually said it may just be a one-off, and that they might not do it in the next match, and maybe if England do win this game, perhaps they will bring Foakes back and so on. But it is a big call, isn't it? Especially when there's so much wicket keeping to do. I saw Pope today. It's a call. How are your hamstrings? After that, and he said, actually, it wasn't the hamstrings. It was the calf muscles that were really stiff. But to score 100 and the quickest ever by an England wicketkeeper, and then to go out and keep wicket for 250 overs, we're not used to it. That's a big challenge. But he was smiling, he's perfectly cheerful about the prospect.
He is, and I mean, the reason I suspect Ben Stokes was keen to continue bigging up Foakes is, I mean, it's what this team is about, right? So Brendan McCullum is kind of backing his players almost unconditionally, and he says, look, go out there and play the kind of cricket we want you to play. Don't worry if you get naught, don't worry if you don't get runs, don't worry if you don't get wickets, because I'm going to back you. You're not going to get dropped, I'm going to protect you, so on and so forth. So if he has to leave out the world's best wicketkeeper for tactical reasons, he needs to just keep hammering that point home that this isn't about you, this isn't about, a lack of skill or lack of, capability. This is about just horses for courses, because we might not get as many overs into this game. We need to make the most of all of our resources. Ollie Pope, okay, he's not going to be as effective as you are, but right now he's the answer to the short-term solution.
Get 5 bowlers in the side.
Yeah.
Mark Wood. It's interesting, Alex. I mean, you and I go out most mornings, And there's one person who's always there, and he's always very chatty. He says good day, and he's wandering around the pitch and so on. And that's the coach.
Yes.
But I wonder what he does.
Well, he said that yesterday at training, actually. I was just chatting to them in the middle with him. It must have been 10, 15 minutes. And he went, "Oh, I should probably go and do something." He said, although I'm not quite sure what that something is.
He seems to be a master delegator.
I said, go and make yourself look busy at least. Go and throw some balls or something. I did see him later on doing something with the players. But he seems to be very just chilled and just lets the coaches, have a, take over. When we were having a chat today, out in the middle, he was obviously doing nothing. Collingwood was having a hit. I said, what's going on?
Yeah. A proper bat.
Yeah, he's hitting a few balls and he sounded like he was hitting them really well, and Baz just said, "Oh, he's hitting them well. Wonder if he can play."
It is a very, very strange.
Which team for?
It's a brilliant atmosphere. It really is very, very relaxed. At least that's the impression. I suspect underneath, you've got international sportsmen who are actually working extremely hard, and the coaching staff, albeit delegated by the head coach, are again working those players really hard, because you have to do it, don't you? You can't take your foot off the gas when you're playing at this level. But certainly the impression that you get from the coach and from the captain yesterday is that it's just very relaxed. They're enjoying themselves, and it's only a game.
And that's what it's about. It's about working hard for those 2-3 hours that you're at training, and being able to switch off when you go away. And yes, they're stuck in the hotel, but they're all friends. They all get on really well. And I think what the head coach has done is just reinforce that enjoyment into this side. Remind them why they started playing cricket. And every single person starts to play cricket and falls in love with cricket. And then when you end up playing for your country, it then becomes your job. And sometimes you can forget about that enjoyment.
Yeah.
And I think what Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have done is say, hang on a minute, enjoy it for what it is. You're playing international cricket. You're going to get out. Why don't you have some fun before you get out?
The messages that they give are not new. Just go out and play a natural game. All the sort of stuff that Victor and I heard hundreds of years ago. You heard it, but you didn't really believe it. And the difference with this is that actually you do believe it, and you trust it, and you trust what they're saying.
And what's quite telling is you've got players who've been in the side for such a long time. So a player like Joe Root comes out to a press conference in Pakistan and says, "This is the most fun I've had playing Test cricket for England." That's remarkable when you think about the amount of cricket he's played. You've got players like Jimmy Anderson, who at the end of the last Test match says, "This is the most emotional a win has felt." Like, they're so invested in Brendan McCullum, in Ben Stokes, in their leadership. They've sort of renewed, they've got this renewed vigour with which they approach cricket, and it's quite intoxicating as a fan just to watch them play this kind of cricket.
And we were chatting to Azhar Ali yesterday, weren't we? And I said to him, can you see everyone playing like this? And he sort of shook his head, didn't he? And he said, well, no, it's not as simple as that.
It's not that easy.
Not everyone can go out and play like this.
But they can if you have your mindset right. And it is, yes, it's a skill thing. And England have got a remarkable team. They've got so many batters with so much skill, but so have Pakistan. Babar Azam plays T20 cricket as well as Test match cricket. He is capable of, batting a little bit quicker. It's all about mindset and belief and self-belief, and your teammates believing. If you fail, that's okay as well, because you are going to fail.
A lot of excitement out there. Is it the arrival of the umpires, I wonder? It is misty. And interestingly, just to give an indication at home, here we are. It's not quite 10 o'clock in the morning, but the shadow of the floodlight pylon at the far end is already halfway across the ground now. So we're approaching noon. But that's how low the sun is. And it'll get perhaps a little bit higher than that as it goes round to midday and then down again. But, if you imagine at home, what part of the year and so on it would take for a shadow like that to form. You are talking winter, aren't you? The sun is so low.
Yeah, it is the sort of the weather of the environment can be quite a challenge, but the atmosphere here does sort of negate it a little bit. I mean, right now we don't have that many fans. The stands are quite sparsely populated, but there's a roofing. I mean, they're called enclosures because they kind of enclose the fans. You've got all this roofing that echoes their noise back throughout the stadium, and it creates this really sort of Coliseum-esque atmosphere. It's a really beautiful cricket ground. It's only been here since the start of the century, so 2001. and it's only hosted. This will be the 6th Test match ever here in Multan, and a source of great pride for people here in southern Punjab who love their cricket. They've got one of the most exciting franchise teams in the Pakistan Super League as well. They'll be very, very keen to turn out in big numbers to watch Test cricket. You can see some cars parked. Just a wonderful shot of a drone camera that showed us all these cars parked outside the stadium. So I think they're on their way.
Well, I hope they can get in. That's obviously an issue. The security is stifling here, and with approach roads blocked off by farmers with tractors and trailers yesterday. Obviously, I suspect paid to do so rather than go and plough the fields. But that's what they're employing as a roadblock. Elaborately decorated tractors as well. It's interesting because a lot of the metal work that you'd normally associate with a Massey Ferguson was missing. So you look at a bare engine, and yet the front was very elaborately decorated, much as the lorries are here, all sorts of hanging off jangly bits and bright paintwork and so on. They're quite brutal looking machines, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistani truck art is like an institution here. It's one of the most popular souvenirs. I was saying to you yesterday.
Yeah.
If you want to pick up a little souvenir, one of those little trucks, a little model of a little truck with the Pakistani truck art, makes a nice gift when you're headed back home. But they are beautiful. So
truck in a snowstorm. That's what I need.
I don't know about the snowstorm. What you might have to do is fashion a snow globe and put one in there. But yeah, they're very gorgeous to look at. Lovely, sort of vibrant machines, as you say.
Well, I sent a photograph of one of those tractors off to my farmer friends back at home and said, you could do with one of these, There's a fair amount of jealousy, actually, a fair amount of envy amongst the farmers there in rural Leicestershire. They fancied one of those. Down there in the mist, there's some milling around going on. Pakistan's fielders have appeared. I think the umpires should be on their way by now. I'm not quite sure where they're going to pop out from. I assume from that main entrance. They're coming down the steps. Here they come, and I mean, that really is misty. And I know that they're Messrs Erasmus and Darbs. I was talking to them this morning, but without that knowledge, I suppose you might get Murray Erasmus striding out now, but you probably wouldn't get Aline Dar, who's got a sun hat on. And out they come. They're going over the boundary edge. A shake of their hands, and Aline Dar slaps Murray Erasmus on the back. Two old friends, these two. They've stood in a lot of cricket together. And out they come. But they are a long way away. As I mentioned, we're actually some way back from the boundary edge ourselves. We're on the first floor, so a perfect height, really. Just looking over the sight screen at this end. And out they come. It is very misty morning. Pakistan gathering on the boundary edge. Lost the toss. They would have given anything to have won the toss here. They've packed their side with spinners. They've got only 2 seamers. And that is a team that were just desperate to bat. Well, Ben Stokes has won the toss again, and it took him approximately a nanosecond to announce he was going to bat first. It's a cracked pitch, very dry. It's a grass on the square, and again, the outfield, we would call it lush. I mean, if you talk about lush by English lushness, then you're considering really you're talking about a bit damp and thick and so on, but it's not like that. But it's very fine grass, but it's the sort of grass that again you think that a cricket ball will go flying over on its way to the boundary. So we're all set up then. You've got all the facts and figures and numbers and the personnel who are playing. I see Zach Crawley walking out looking very purposeful. The drone cam again, it just illustrates the mist that there is hanging over the southern Punjab at the moment. Alex, some final thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann is going to get us off the mark here with the commentary.
Yeah, Pakistan only got the 2 seamers, and that's purely because they think this wicket is going to spin. They've rolled grass or dead grass into the wicket ends, and it looks very flat in the middle of the wicket. And Mark Wood might get a few balls to carry through really nicely, but does look like it'll break up. Waqar Younis doesn't think it'll change all that much, as we're not in the height of summer and the sun's not going to break the pitch up. But for me, it looks like one of those pitches that will start doing a bit.
Good morning to you, Alex, and goodbye. I think we're going to double change here. A ball from Alex Hartley later. So we're about to get underway. It's going to be Fahim Ashraf to bowl the first ball of the match. He's practicing his run-up at the moment. Brought into the side today. One thing about Azhar Ali, not in Pakistan side, of course, he did have that finger injury. So it may be that he is out because of injury. It may be that he's been dropped. Of course, he did bat on the final day, and he batted okay, but he might have had an injection in. Of course, he's got a field, so if he has got a badly damaged finger, then that might be a reason why Azar's out of the side. It might not be that he's been dropped, but Fahim Ashraf is in. One of 3 changes for Pakistan today. Nawaz in as well, slow left arm, and Abrar for his debut. So it looks a sort of better balanced Pakistan batting lineup, but we have to wait for that because England have won the toss and they are batting first. And here is Fahim Ashraf to bowl the first ball of the match into Crawley with 2 slips and a gully, and Crawley plays that firmly away on the offside out to Saud Shakil, fielding at extra cover. He lobs the ball into Rizwan, and there is no run. We were told that 60% of the tickets have been sold for the first day. I think it's fair to say that 60% not turned up so far, but it does take a while to get here. Jonathan mentioning at the start of the game that it is a bit out of the city, this stadium, and shuttle buses bring people here, so perhaps people are still coming through the security. Here is Fahim, right arm over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Crawley. It's outside the off stump. There is no stroke, and it goes through low to Mohammad Rizwan. The England supporters are here, and I know that because they came in our convoy this morning. We were sort of ushered out of the breakfast room to say, come on, the people waiting for you for the 8:15 departure. They were already on their buses. I can see some flags at the far end of the ground by the dressing rooms, and you can hear Jerusalem being sung in the background. 150 plus England supporters are here, and Khalid, our fixer, is looking after most of them, I think. Good morning to Vic Marks.
Good morning, one and all.
Here's Fahim Ashraf bowling to Crawley. Crawley gets the ball outside the off stump and he lets it go through, and it goes through low again to wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan. So early indications are not much pace or bounce in the pitch, which doesn't necessarily surprise us, often the way in Pakistan. But the pitch is more of a mosaic in this game, and so there is the expectation that there might be some spin in it, more spin than we saw in the last game, as Jerusalem comes to an end and the 150 applaud. Fahim Ashraf, green number 41 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us past umpire Alim Dar, bowls to Crawley, and Crawley forces that away towards backward point. Good diving save there, and there is no run. There's a good shot from Crawley, looking for the first boundary of the match. Imam away to his left, got there and stopped it, and he gets a low 5 from his colleague in the gully, and there is no run.
I guess after Rawalpindi, there's not such an attacking field, even for the first over. When we had last time 3 slips, gully, forward short leg, 14 runs off the first over, 2 slips in the gully here, nothing more than that.
Fahim, lively medium fast bowler, bowls to Crawley's on the front foot, playing towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's not express pace by any means. He's very much, I mean, he's not really an opening bowler, but it looks like that sort of attack from Pakistan where 2 seamers take the shine off the ball and then get going with the spinners. Pakistan, I mean, the enticing prospect of 2 leg spinners and the slow left arm of Mohammad Nawaz to provide a bit of steadiness, really. And that's what he does in short form cricket. Fahim turns beneath us. We could have the lesser spotted maiden here from Pakistan. Fahim Ashraf bowls, and he goes past the outside edge of Crawley's bat there, pushing at it through to Mohammad Rizwan, and the game does indeed start in unconventional fashion as far as England are concerned. A maiden over.
Well, this team under Stokes and McCullum, they always surprise you, and they've surprised us with a maiden.
Let's see if they can do another 89 in the rest of the day. It took until the 39th over of the first test for Pakistan to bowl a maiden at this stage in Rawalpindi. England were 14 for naught after Zach Crawley had hit Naseem Shah for 3 boundaries.
And 18 for naught after 7 balls, because Ben Ducking got off the mark first ball with a boundary as well.
Well, he got out first ball the second innings too. 100 and a golden duck. He's just taking guard there.
What do you reckon, Victor? Would you prefer 2 50s or 100 and a golden duck?
I think I'd go for the latter.
Yeah. Hundreds. People remember hundreds. One of Jeffrey's maxims. People remember hundreds. So Ben Duckett.
I'd take either.
Well, you've done it.
Oh, yes,
you've done a couple of 50s in the match.
Yeah, I've done the
Pakistan.
50s.
Yeah.
I prefer that.
Right, here is Muhammad Ali, who had a rather chastening time of it and nearly saved the game for Pakistan in Rawalpindi. Really determined effort with the bat. Not out from 26 balls. Right, he's back in action again with the ball from the far end of the ground. Bowls to Duckett, and Duckett plays quietly into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no runs. That's 7 balls and 0 for 0 after 18 for no wicket after 7 balls in the last game. The field for Muhammad Ali as he walks back to his mark, similar to that of Fahim Ashraf. 2 slips and a gully, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, and then a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. So what you might consider to be extremely conventional field, really. We've got 2 scoreboards on this ground, the electronic one away to our right-hand side, and more conventional one away to our left. 6 floodlight pylons. We might need them later, in fact I'm sure we will. And here is Ali going into bowl. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, and England underway. He's glancing that down towards fine leg. This might well go for 4, it does. No chance for Abrar Ahmed running round the fine leg boundary, then went very quickly off the bat. It went down fine, and England are underway. And I think I hear, is that 4 more to the England? Well, the first 4 to the England in this Test match, but no doubt there'll be many more.
You almost outnumber the opposition, the Pakistan home supporters at the moment. Certainly do in volume, anyway.
Well,
there's a nice little tickle that one.
There's a gaggle of spectators actually making their way into the ground away to our left-hand side as if they've just got off the bus outside the ground, the shuttle bus. Ali bowls to Duckett, and Duckett cuts that towards backward point where it's well stopped. They go for a quick single. Imam going away to his left-hand side parries it, and that was almost like a one-day single, that. Keen to take it. Imam, he probably saved 3 runs there, diving away to his left, because that was wide from Muhammad Ali, short and wide outside the off stump, chopped away, and good save, but not gathered in cleanly by Imam. 1 to Duckett, he goes to 5, and England to 5 in this first over. As a former spinner yourself, Victor, no doubt you're intrigued by the prospect of Pakistan playing 2 leg spinners and slow left armer as well. They've actually got 5 spinning options if you count 2 occasional ones from the previous game.
Yeah.
Both sides have got 7 bowling options. And here is Ali into bowl to Zach Crawley. He's with him now, and Crawley gets a very wide delivery, which he might have been tempted to throw the bat at, but perhaps not early on, although you never know with England. He just ignored it and allowed it to go through to Mohammad Rizwan. So I think there might be some bowlers in that England dressing room, perhaps Anderson and Robinson, who are grateful for, in theory, a day with their feet up. You never quite know how things are going to pan out after that intense last day in Rawalpindi. England flying down from Rawalpindi to Multan, although their flight was held up by 3 or 4 hours by fog, mist. Ali bowls on the pads of Crawley, tries to turn it away, strikes him on the pad, and it's dropped short of mid-wicket, and they run through for another run this time. Murray Erasmus in action, signalling a leg bye. So England to 6 for no wicket, and Crawley yet to score. We took the scenic route down, took us about 8 hours. It was a rather convoluted start to the day when it was bizarre really, because we had to be escorted out of Rawalpindi in an escort, but a police escort, and it was like, we'll get you off our territory and then you're someone else's
and then you're on your own for a while.
So they took us about 15 kilometres outside the city and said cheerio, and off we went. But here is Ali bowling to Duckett. Duckett covers up, plays that towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's the end of the second over. England 6 for no wicket, and that was all the whole entourage. That was, it looked like supporters and other sort of broadcasters and technicians and all that sort of thing on
a lot of people, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we had to wait a long time. It almost felt at one point it was going to take us longer sort of waiting for everyone to get into the convoy than to actually get to Multan. But actually that wasn't the case, because it was quite a long day, but we saw some magnificent countryside going through the sort of hill land down, sort of out of Rawalpindi, which is quite, and Islamabad, which is quite high up. It reminded me, actually, I know this might sound strange, it reminded me a little bit of the scenery you see in California, north of Los Angeles.
Can't help you there.
No, those who've been that sort of neck of the woods, yeah, it was spectacular. And then down into the plains and on to Multan. 6 for no wicket. Here's Fahim Ashraf going into bowl to Crawley, and Crawley plays that forcefully again into the offside, but straight to Shakil at extra cover, and there's no run.
It eventually reminded me of Lincolnshire.
Well, yeah, eventually.
Been there?
Yeah, I have been there. Eventually, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very flat, very fertile.
Orange grows on the left.
Yeah, orange and
at one
olive
point.
trees. Olive grows as well.
And then into Multan. A very dry field here, it's all quite dusty. There was a helicopter that landed in the field opposite where our hotel is, and a huge dust storm that came up as it landed. Fahim bowls to Crawley. Crawley still looking to get off the mark. He's away now. That's a beautiful shot off the back foot, creaming that through the offside between cover and backward point. That is a fine stroke. England into double figures. 10 for no wicket and Crawley to 4.
Well, that's a rerun of Rawalpindi. A beautiful shot, a back foot drive with the bat almost perfectly vertical. And the ball sped away. It is a big outfield here. And the outfield is fast.
It is a big ground. And here is Fahim Ashraf to bowl again. Crawley's forward to a ball on off stump, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. They changed the pitch for this match.
Yeah.
They were going to play on quite a green surface, or with a green tinge in it. It's been changed, and they pushed the boundaries out.
Well, that's the interesting bit. That I think one David Gower, the sleuth, ascertained that they'd lengthened the boundary by 5 metres approximately, which gave us another indication that A, they think they'll use a lot of spin, Pakistan, and B, these English chaps seem to hit it a long way.
Ashraf bowls, and Crawley nudges that into the onside. Bit of bottom hand there towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 10 for no wicket. Good morning to you all, those who early risers or people who are still in bed listening under the blankets and the duvets. I just saw on the TMS Twitter site question went out who's with us. I can see there's someone from Stirling who's with us. Just trying to actually find it here, on my phone here. Anyway, those who are with us, well done, and we'll try to keep you entertained. Well, England will, I'm sure. Fahim bowls. Crawley plays that back down the pitch, and Fahim bends down to pick up, and there is no run. I understand it's pretty chilly in the UK at the moment. It's not the warmest here in the mornings, but I'm not sure it's down to 1 degree or minus whatever.
No.
Yeah, here we are. Stephen Cresswell, he's in frozen Cheshire, so he's hiding in the bathroom, trying not to wake the wife. Not sure what's going on there domestically, but it's good to have you with us. Who else is with us? Here is Fahim bowling, turned away by Crawley, possibly off the pad. It's gone down towards fine leg. Yeah, Helen, currently 1 degree here in Stirling, several layers under the duvet, cat snuggles, and a cup of tea in hand while tuned into the radio. And lots of other people, I think, listening to us in similar fashion. And some will be no doubt up and about as well. When is it? 5:10 in the morning. That's the end of the over. 11 for no wicket, England. Crawley has 4, and Duckett has 5. And fair to say, there's a leg by that one, that last ball. It's fair to say there's not much, doesn't like to be too much in it for the seamers so far.
No, we're not expecting it. The pitch is sort of a light beigey brown with no grass on it. There's grass on the square, but not on the pitch.
Ali bowls to Crawley. Crawley plays that solidly in defence. So a more circumspect start from England in this game. Perhaps Pakistan have not bowled as inaccurately as they did early on in that last game, and they haven't attacked as much. That's the other thing as well. Yeah. And Crawley was driving a few down the ground with no one at home at mid-off.
Well, they set off Rawalpindi with Nazim Shah, quick bowler, 3 slips, gully, first over, just over pitched, and Crawley just popped him through mid-off. Well, there is a mid-off now, and it's a bit of protection.
Ali, right arm over to Crawley, bowls another solid defensive shot. You heard that in our effects microphone. Back to the bowler who picks up, and there's no run.
It's fair to say Fahim Ashraf is not your classic idea of a Pakistan opening bowler. This is the first time he's opened for Pakistan in tests. He's in his 15th match, 24 wickets, averaged 34 before, so kind of useful figures for a 5th bowler. But his recent first-class form with the ball has been unimpressive.
Yes, Ali turns at that far end, the mist actually, at that far end of the ground. They're quite a long way from the action. Ali bowls and Crawley's forward, this time playing towards mid-on, and again picks out the fielder. It's picked up by Fahim Ashraf, and there's no run.
In the last year, he's played 12 red ball matches, taken 17 wickets at an average of 57 and gone at 3.5 and over, including an unsuccessful 3-match stint with Sussex in which he only managed 2 wickets. And going back to December 2020, so the last 2 years, he's averaging 50 in 22 previous games, so not quite in the Waqar Younis, Wasim Akram, Imran Khan, Shaheen Shah Afridi category.
So he's there to do a steady job and bat as well. So he's got 2 roles in this Pakistan lineup. Ali bowls. Crawley turns that off his hip down towards fine air. They'll look for 2 here. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for the second. They are. The throw is on its way on the bounce to Mohammad Rizwan. Crawley fairly early on there saw the possibility of 2, just to the left of the fine leg fielder. So 2 to Crawley, goes ahead of Duckett, and England to 13 for no wicket in the 4th over. So seeing the far end of the ground, it's very hard to pick out the spectators from where we are sitting. So, but that's probably what, I don't know, 140 metres away, perhaps possibly even more. So it just gives you an indication. But in the middle, you know, the vision would be absolutely fine. Here is Ali bowling to Crawley. Crawley drives down the ground. The bowler there got something on that. In fact, he probably needed to as well, otherwise that would have gone for 4 back past the stumps. He deflected it up to Ashraf, to Fahim Ashraf, fielding at mid-on, and there's no runs. It's a bit like those football matches where the referee stands in the centre circle and says, I can see both goals.
Off we go.
Whereas spectators are standing behind the goal, can't necessarily see the far end. I've been to a game, I remember way back when, a game like that, where all you could hear at the other end was the roar of the crowd.
Were you commentating?
No, I was watching.
Yeah, just as well.
It was a match in the old First Division between Bristol City and Leeds. It did actually get called off at half-time because the fog descended even more. But you could hear the crowd roaring. You just didn't know what had happened. 13 for no wicket. End of the 4th over. Crawley drives nicely into the offside. It's almost deflected wide of the mid-off fielder by the extra cover fielder, but recovery work done at mid-off. And Crawley gets a single. 14 for no wicket, England, after 4 overs. And it's just been steady progress against fast medium bowling so far. Nothing in the pitch, nothing obvious in the pitch for the pace bowlers. And England have not got off to a lightning start. They've had a look, and the bowling's been steady and quite tight, actually.
Yep, but I'm just wondering when Babar tosses the ball to one of his spinners, and which one's he going to choose? The mystery leg spinner. They always call leg spinners mysterious, I think, until you see him bowl. We're looking forward to seeing Abrar Ahmed, who is the young one who Andy wanted in the team last match. He's bespectacled. When last, 2 bespectacled spinners on each side, I wonder.
Here's Fahim going in to bowl a new over to Crawley. Crawley drives, plenty of bottom hand in that. Came off the shot a bit. Hit it up towards mid-on and there's no run. The bottom hand took over. Zach Crawley there. Hit it straight to the fielder. 14 for no wicket. You have just switched on a Friday morning. England making the 1 change. You knew that from yesterday, with Mark Wood in the side, and Pakistan making 3 changes today, with Azhar Ali out, Naseem out and Rauf out. So it could well be that all 3 changes were forced by injury. We don't know with the Azhar. Is Fahim Ashraf bowling to Crawley. Crawley again with plenty of bottom hand, shovels that up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, we saw that Azhar could bat perfectly well. He played quite well, actually, on the final day. But we don't know about his capacity to field, and starting a match with a badly damaged finger is tricky. But it would be unusual for him to be dropped. He is the senior citizen in that team.
Well, most of the batters had quite a good game. Salman shaped well, and Shakil shaped well as well. So they want to sort of change the balance to the side. I mean, Azhar perhaps is vulnerable, I don't know, but if he had a finger injury, then very vulnerable. Silly mid-off in now. Fahim bowls. Crawley comes down the pitch and eases it towards mid-on with plenty of bottom hand. That was a guided stroke, clipped away, but again picking out mid-on. Private game going on at the moment. So Mohammad Nawaz in, Fahim Ashraf in, and Abrar Ahmed in. So Pakistan reshaping their bowling lineup.
I mean, for me, Mohammad Nawaz sadly at the moment, is the bloke that bowled that over in the first T20 match.
Incredible,
India and Pakistan.
Incredible game. One of the great T20 matches when he bowled that full toss that was hit for 6 and judged to be over waist height and opened the way for India to win. He bowls outside the off stump. Was that a slower delivery? It certainly grubbed along the ground on its way through to the wicket keeper. That must have been a slower ball from Fahim Ashram. He must have rolled his fingers over that.
Well, if it was the off cutter, I'm not sure it was actually, but it certainly kept low. It was wide of off stump.
Well,
and it bounced 2 or 3 times before it got to the keeper. I think it was an off cutter, and it did grip actually.
It turned.
So there is encouragement, I think, for Azhar Babar to think early about a spinner. I think I would get one on pretty quickly.
I don't think it'd be too long. Here goes Fahim, bowling to Crawley, drives down the ground, fine shot through mid-on, chases on. It's going to be an unsuccessful one for Abrar, and it's gone away for 4. It's 18 for no wicket, and a fine stroke from Crawley takes him to 11.
Yeah, it's a heavily packed offside field, 6-3 offside field. It doesn't worry Crawley a little bit. He just gets that bottom hand into action and just manoeuvres it a little to the onside, because there's nothing to be gained on the offside. There's too many fielders. But he seems to be able to do that at the moment. He's in such good form that he can take that slight risk of using that bottom hand.
Last ball of the over. Fahim bowls to Crawley. Crawley blocks it. It goes out towards mid-on. It's intercepted before it gets there. So a steady start from England. Solid. Not much in it for the seamers, but an indication in that delivery from Fahim there might well be something for the spinners, because he rolled his finger over it and it sort of spun in, and then obviously with the quicker bowler taking the pace off it, grubbed through to the keeper. Right, more from Victor, and then it will be Atif Nawaz to pick up the commentary for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, it won't be long before we get a spinner, and if it is Abrar in particular, it'll be fascinating, because I'm sure he'll be nervous, but he's got a terrific record, and he's got the confidence of youth, perhaps. He's also going to be up against a couple of batsmen who will be minded to go at him, to unnerve him early on, so all sorts of possibilities if Babar turns to Abrar first.
There are indeed. Good morning, Victor.
Morning, Atiq.
Good morning, everybody. Here's Muhammad Ali now, back of a length, defended by Duckett, back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, very excited to see Abrar in action today. The big story for me, though, Victor, is the omission of Azhar Ali from Pakistan's 11 today. He's been a huge player, the most experienced batter in this lineup, of course, but they've opted to leave him out. I have had confirmation it wasn't related to the injury. He did bat for a few hours when he came back from injury, but you sort of feel for Azhar a little bit based on what he's achieved for that Pakistan team, and we'll come back to that thought as Muhammad Ali into his run-up, and he comes to Ben Duckett, back of a length again. Duckett defends to mid-on once more. I mean, he got less than 12 months as captain of the national team when he supplanted Sarfraz Ahmed back in 2019, and he started his tenure with 2 series wins as Pakistan captain, but his personal form sort of dipped a bit, and it was heavily sort of scrutinised by the Pakistani press to the point where he ended up dropping the captaincy and even had to sit it out for 1 series in between.
Not on injury grounds then?
Not on injury grounds, no. Here's Muhammad Ali in once again. This is full, defended on the front foot. And he's got an outstanding record, and you think again, in that previous match, he was really the key to Pakistan getting over the line. Like, he was kind of the batter who looked most likely to get them close to the 300 plus total that they required. And yet he's been left out here. It did raise a few eyebrows when it was being talked about this morning.
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to rejig the balance of their side, it was hard. You do it by a process of elimination. You can't leave Shafiq or Imam out. They both got hundreds.
Yes. There's Muhammad Ali with a slip in place, and he comes back, a little bit of a grunt from him as well as Duckett defends on the front foot for no run.
They can't leave Babar out. He's captain and best player. They can't leave Rizwan out because he's keeper and great player.
Yes.
And then it was a question, we've got Salman and Shakil, both of whom impressed with the bat. Salman in particular offers a bit of off spin. So you sort of get there by process of elimination. It partly surprises me because this often happens that the selectors or the source doesn't hide behind the fact that it would be quite difficult for Azar if he got a bad knock on his finger to field. He might be able to bat easy enough. They might have hid behind that, but you're saying they didn't hide behind that.
Muhammad Ali, and again, that ball's been turned into the leg side, but fielded, well fielded by Zaid Mahmood, just in front to square leg. There's a few cheers from around the ground. There's even a few dolls being played around the ground. It's lovely to hear the dolls being played here. Didn't have any of those in Rawalpindi, but it's an instrument that feels more at home in Multan as well, I have to say.
So tell us about this instrument.
The dol is a huge drum type thing that you wear often around your neck.
Right.
And it's a massive thing, and you kind of hit the sides of it with these two sticks.
Yep.
It's very, very sort of rhythmic, but also I imagine you build your trapezius muscles quite well carrying that around your neck.
Well, I can tell you I've heard them, but I haven't seen them yet because the stands are a long way away and it's misty.
The big question, Vic, is if you've actually played them. Here's Ali, this is short, this has been carved away nicely. Good stop at backward point. Diving effort from Imam Ul-Haq. If that went past him, that had 4 written all over it, but he does make the save. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden from Muhammad Ali, his first of the morning. 18 for no loss England after 6. Yes, it's quite a nice rhythmical instrument, and you often see it at weddings.
Right.
You'll see a lot of people sort of come in at weddings and play the dolls, and people might have a little Bhangra dance to them as well, which is a North Indian folk dance shared here in the Punjab region of Pakistan. It's gorgeous, lovely instrument.
So it is a drumming sound.
It is
I'm
indeed,
hearing.
yes.
Okay.
It is indeed. There's a few of them out in the stands, and they'll continue to build. It has a reputation, as we said earlier, of the loudest ground in Pakistan. So,
all right. Well, at this point in the game, we're loving them.
Yes.
I just reserve judgment what we think on the 5th afternoon.
Don't worry, you won't get as many of them in Karachi, I suspect. Well, Fahim Ashraf's going to continue for the time being as the Pakistani bowlers look to take the shine off the ball. But yeah, we'll come back on that point about Azhar Ali momentarily. As Crawley stands up tall to Ashraf, who strikes him on the pad. They'd run through for a leg bye, taking the score to 19 for without loss for England. Yeah, Azhar he's played 96 test matches. He's sort of 4 shy of his 100th, which of course is a huge accolade, a huge honour for any test player. And one wonders if he'll get a chance once more. He's 37 years of age as well.
Yeah. Well, he'd obviously like to get to 100, but I think probably, I'm guessing now, but what he'd like even more, because he's played so much of his cricket, home cricket, in the UAE, he probably just relishes the notion of playing in his home country.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done that very often.
As Fahim Ashraf, and this is short, Duckett's played it away nicely. That's going to run away to the backward point boundary. Terrific shot from Duckett. Didn't move his feet too much, just manoeuvred his position to guide it behind backward point. England 23 without loss.
Yeah, he likes that area. He doesn't move much, but given width, it's not the sort of surface where you shoulder arms, particularly these two don't.
No.
And he just pats it away behind square on the offside.
It was all wrists, that one, wasn't it? It was all in the wrists. He's got wonderful wrists, as Ben Duckett. Great sweeper of the ball. So impressive in that 7-match series. 7-match T20 series on the other side of the World Cup. Here's Ashraf from round the wicket now, as that ball's defended from Duckett back to the bowler for no run.
So Azhar Ali, you can see how they got there. Process of elimination, really. If they want to have plenty of bowling. It doesn't have to be the end. It always feels like the end. I mean, you've got to pick the best side for that match. That's what they're telling poor old Ben Foakes, who, that's an interesting decision too, I think. They're desperate to get that extra bowler in. But on a turning track, the keeper becomes ever more important. It's a real tricky one.
The balances of selection. Here's Ashraf again, staying around the wicket. Angling across Duckett, who guides that ball nicely. He's running away towards the square leg boundary. There is a fielder in pursuit. He's running after the ball, and he will get there. It's Zaid Mahmood. He's made very good ground, but the batters do get back for 2. Just a comfortable little jogged 2 from Crawley and Duckett on that occasion. Just bedding in. Hasn't been that rollicking start we saw from them. I do beg your pardon. They did run through for 3. As it's going to be Crawley on strike. It was Duckett who played that shot. But yeah, there hasn't been that rollicking start that we saw in Rawalpindi.
Well, no, but by pre-Rawalpindi standards, 26 for no wicket off 7 at the first morning of a Test match is not too shabby.
No, it's dull, Victor. It's dull. I expect more now. This England team has raised their expectations.
Didn't you enjoy the first over maiden? I mean, wasn't that lovely?
A lovely throwback to Test cricket. Here's Ashraf again. This is full, thick inside edge this time from Crawley. Goes down to fine leg. And the batters walk through for a single. Fahim Ashraf, tons of experience for him. He's also come into the side today. And I think it's just a measure in just trying to be a bit more controlled, Pakistan.
Yeah, well, it could be a completely different game if the pitch does turn. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of talk about it turning, and it probably will, but you never know how much and when. Yes. But we'll find out.
We will indeed. Ashraf at the top of his run. England 27 for no loss. As there's a slip, a gully, a backward point, all in place. Ashraf, and this is full, has been driven nicely, only as far as mid-off, and that is the end of the over. So England remain on 27 for no loss after 7 overs. Crawley off 12 off 28 deliveries. Duckett on 12 of 14. As I say, good morning and welcome back, Alex Hartley, to the mic.
Good morning.
It's slow going, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, what's going on with this England team?
What is 3.86 runs per over? What is that, honestly?
Why are they going back to proper Test cricket? They're just getting used to the pace of the pitch, aren't they? It's slightly different to what we had in Rawalpindi. It's not as flat. I hate using the word flat. I've been given a lot of stick over the last week or so because I've said it so many times. But, you know, that pitch didn't offer much at all.
It wasn't your favourite. There's a photo that you and I posted on Twitter where we were messing about on the motorways and on route to Multan. And many people commented that it looks like a better surface than the one that the game was played on in Rawalpindi. Right, here we go. Muhammad Ali to continue for his 4th over. He's also got a slip and a gully in place as he comes back over length, driven nicely by Crawley, wide of the fielder at mid-off, and that's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It's an outstanding shot from Crawley, just hitting through the line and picking his spot through the covers. The tall players are off again, 31 for no loss.
Wow, that's a great shot from Zach Crawley, isn't it? Just up on his toes, punching the ball through the covers. Doesn't move his feet all that much, but no need to. He holds the pose as it races through that inner ring for 4.
Just controlled. It was quite emphatic, but also controlled, that shot. He's a tall, imposing man as well, Zach Crawley. I'm sure Muhammad Ali doesn't have the best memories of bowling to him and their short rivalry, if we can call it that. There's Ali now into Crawley, who tries to flick this through the mid-wicket, just pushes it back to that fielder standing beside the non-striker on the onside. No run.
They've got that fielder there because Zach Crawley hit so many down the ground early on in his innings in Rawalpindi in that first Test match, so they've got that silly mid-on to stop that ball going back down the ground for 4.
Just gives the umpire a bit more company, doesn't it? The umpire, the non-striker, and that fielder's having a good old chat. There's Muhammad Ali at the top of his run. Crawley standing tall, awaiting them back. He looks like a gladiator right now. Here's Muhammad Ali into Crawley, back of a length, and Crawley firmly behind that in defence. Back to that fielder again. He's chatting away to the non-striker, no run. We've been talking about the selection a little bit this morning, Alex, about Azhar Ali not being picked, but one man who has been picked is Abrar, who we were looking forward to seeing in the first Test. We're quite surprised that he didn't feature in Rawalpindi, where he took all those wickets. But it's nice to see another bespectacled cricketer, isn't it? It's nice to see cricketers who wear glasses making more of an appearance. There's a couple in this Pakistan team. Imam ul Haq wears glasses as well. You saw a cricketer on social media this morning wearing an unusual pair of glasses as well. I'll get you to reveal that after this delivery. Here's Muhammad Ali into Crawley, who works that into the onside, and they'll take a single. 32 for no loss.
Stuart Broad's doing a bit of TV work and he's got a pair of glasses on. Looks a bit like Draco Malfoy from Harry Potter.
I thought he looked a bit like actual Daniel Radcliffe from Harry Potter.
Well, he looks like you'd leave a nightclub and somebody would be like, "How are you? You good? What have you been up to? You had a nice evening? You fancy going for another drink?" That's what he looks like.
There's a touch touch of Stephen Merchant about him as well, isn't there, with the glasses? I wonder who takes that as a compliment and who doesn't.
It's a compliment.
It is, right? It's a very funny man. Here's Muhammad Ali, full, and Duckett's worked that away through mid-wicket. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It's a quick outfield, and Fahim Ashraf does give chase valiantly, but that ball was always going to win the race. 4 more to Duckett. He's on to 16. He's actually going at a very good rate, 16 off 15. As England 36 for no loss.
Yeah, playing in glasses in conditions like this, they can often fog up. Even if you've got sunglasses on or normal glasses, you have to keep pulling them away from your face and letting them defog before you put them back on. There was many a times I had to play in glasses before I got my eyes lasered. Beth Langston, who used to play for England, bowled seam in her glasses before she went to contact lenses.
I can't remember a time without seeing you wearing, well, sunglasses when you're bowling. There we go. Muhammad Ali into Duckett. This is full and just defended to mid-off for no run. So the score remains 36 for no loss after 8 overs.
Do always wear sunglasses, even if it's cloudy, even if it's a night game. I've got very sensitive eyes. So always got my sunglasses on.
It was very stylish as well. It looks good.
Well, you know, I'm also a trendsetter, but
Yes,
that's not
mate.
the reason.
Well, of course you are. Of course you are, mate. Right. Favourite cricketers who wore glasses. I've got to tell you my favourite story, which is it's an unlikely one as well. It was here in Pakistan, in Lahore, several years ago, back in the turn of the century, as we're going to get a change in bowling. Yes, indeed, we're going to get a change in bowling. I'll tell you about this bowler in just a second, as it is the debutant, Abrar Ahmed, who's going to come in and bowl. Very, very exciting. It was Darren Gough back in the year 2000 in Lahore, who, because of the sort of flies and the bugs that were in the air, ran into bowl quick with sunglasses on. It was quite the sight. Darren Gough back in the day. But here we go. Really excited to see Abrar Ahmed here. Alex, I mean, so much hype about this young man. He's got a terrific record in first-class cricket. And most importantly, he wears spectacles.
That most importantly.
Yeah.
But no, it's exciting, isn't it? On debut, bowling his leg spin. So it's going to be one of those where England are going to have to get used to the conditions and see if it is going to turn at all. Pakistan seem to think it is. England seem to think it'll turn as well.
9th over of the day, 9th over of the match, and we're seeing spin introduced. He's got a slip in place and a forward short leg at the moment. They're still having a chat, trying to get his field right. There's a lot of hype about him. He's leg spinner technically, but we keep referring to him as a mystery spinner here. Keeps it very flat and very straight at the stumps. A lot of his wickets coming by way of bowled and LBW. Here he is for his first ball in Test cricket. Lots of flight on that one. Driven hard by Zach Crawley and half stopped to extra cover. The batters will be able to get back for 2. He'll get another go at Zach Crawley. Let's have a look at his first delivery. Yeah, just a bit of flight. That's what you like to see. First ball in Test cricket. Give it some air.
And turn as well.
Yeah.
Very first ball that we've seen. It has pitched and turned away from the right-hander.
Abrar just stretching his arms as he comes in. Very compact run up. A bit more flight this time. And Crawley getting forward, pushing into extra cover and just noticing. It didn't seem necessary in the first Test match. Just noticing that gap between bat and pad when Crawley pushes forward. I wonder if Abrar's eyeing that up as we speak. And he comes again. Doesn't waste too much time. It's a sweep shot up in the air for a split second. The short leg fielder thought he was in business. It was wide of him, a long way wide of him in truth, but promising moment there, just a bit of flight, a little bit of grip. As you're saying, Alex, it just moves away ever so slightly. He's got a wide range of speeds that he bowls at, but it's always sort of in that 80 range, 80 kilometers per hour. And he comes again, more flight. This is full as the ball's driven back to him. There is no run. Quite confident start from the young man, isn't it?
It's been a good start. I think as a spinner, if your first ball spins, it does give you so much confidence.
Abrar in again. Bowled him! What a delivery from Abrar. That one didn't turn. It went straight in. And Crawley played all over it as he walks off. Abrar has his first wicket in Test cricket. The first wicket of this innings has fallen. What a start from Pakistan's mystery spinner debutant. He's getting hugs, he's getting pats on the head. He got his first cap earlier, and now 40 minutes later, he's taken his first Test wicket. England 38 for 1.
Well, it's a brilliant delivery. He's set him up. It's the googly. It's turned back in towards the right-hander. The ball is turning away, he's gone for the googly, he's beaten Zach Crawley, it's hit the top of off stump, and that is well bowled.
Yeah, it's very well bowled. We were just saying about the gap between bat and pad, and Abrar was very quick to exploit it. Crawley goes for 19 of 37 deliveries, and what a start from Abrar, and right now the selectors are probably thinking, why didn't we bring him in Rawalpindi? But that's a promising start for what could be a very, well, it looks like already a very promising career for the young man.
Well, it makes you question, why was he not playing that first game for Pakistan? Yes, the pitch didn't spin much, but the mystery spinner has got his first wicket in Test cricket.
He just gave it so much air, didn't he? He really allowed the ball to try and exploit that sort of spinner's length that we talk about. In fact, maybe going a bit fuller than the spinner's length.
Yeah, and it turned back in towards Zach Crawley, and it took him by surprise. You know, the ball spinning away in the previous 4 deliveries, and then that one turning back in towards him. And the ball is turning already.
It is, it's turning very, very well. 1 delivery to come in this over. There's Dolls playing in the Multan Stadium, but there's also Shehnais going with it. A Shehnai is sort of like a wind instrument that, again, is quite popular at weddings. It's a welcome to the crease for Ollie Pope, England's wicketkeeper in this game. Abrar just blowing into his hand. Still got that slip and the forward short leg. And he comes now to Ollie Pope. Lots of flight, reverse sweep, first ball from Ollie Pope, and he has nailed it. It's run away to the fine leg boundary for 4, well, the deep third boundary for 4, but my goodness, what an over, and what an audacious shot to play on your first delivery. Alex, I'm going to let you pontificate on that shot and make way for Jonathan Agnew. 42 for 1 England after 9. What a shot that was.
It's a great shot from Ollie Pope, and somebody who's playing with so much confidence. You know, this England team, they all sweep, they all reverse sweep. The ball's turning away. Although it doesn't look like a risk-free shot, it is a risk-free shot, and Ollie Pope straight onto it.
And that's how I got off the mark last week, wasn't it? With a reverse sweep for 4. So he's away. He did say today that he was going to try and beat his fastest 100 ever by an England wicketkeeper last week. So we'll see. He's made a good start. But well bowled by Abrar. Take a Test wicket in your first over is no mean feat. I think it was the Karen ball, actually. I think it flicked it off his middle finger and certainly deceived Crawley anyway, who was bowled for 19. A promising start from him, but he's gone 42 for 1. Muhammad Ali's on his way to bowl the left-handed Duckett. Through the mist he comes. Duckett flicks that away to mid-wicket, and it's fielded there in the leg side. And there is no run, fielded by Zahid. Let's have a look at this. He's just flicked it out. Just went straight on, really, but it's defeated Crawley there, all ends up.
Does grip in the surface as well.
Yeah, but there's definitely some turnout there, you're right. And it's from the word go as well. A big wicket that. Crawley's in such imperious form. 42 for 1. His 19 came from 37 balls, so nothing like the rate of last week. It's not the same sort of pitch, though, as Ali bowls, and Duckett drives him straight into the stumps. And Pope is lying there flat out. He's got his bat down, I think, just in time. There was no question of Ali having got his fingers to that. But Pope had to dive back into his ground at the non-striker's end, just in case. 42 for 1. A very small but quite belligerent crowd in here at the moment. So they'll have enjoyed that early wicket at least, but very different conditions these. It's a huge toss for England to have won this morning. It's a question of whether they can take advantage of it. The pitch is cracked, it's very dry. It looks inevitable, a little turn, and turn quite sharply, I think, by the end of the game. Ali again, through the gloom, comes in, bowls, Duckett on the front foot, pushes that full-length ball into the covers, and there is no run. Christopher Rogers, morning all, lying in bed with a dodgy tummy, listening to TMS. I'm glad to have something to distract me from my travails, and looking forward to England batting. I'm disappointed the Agnew Monument's only 15 metres high. Surely they should have properly reflected the worldwide stature of the great name. Thank you, Chris. Well, you're obviously not feeling too bad over there in Wales. 15 metres is all right, isn't it? Have a bit of a monument. Yeah, I mean, it's medium-sized.
Chris, you don't need to stroke Agaz's ego anymore.
You're catching on quickly. In comes Ali, bowls, and Duckett again comfortably forward. Plays back up the pitch, and there is no run. Actually, one of the nicest... Well, there were several nice aspects of yesterday afternoon. I know you were slightly indisposed yesterday, Alex, but... was the cricket ground that adjoins the Agnew Monument, as it were. You get a very good view from the top of the Agnew Monument over this cricket field, on which there was one test match played back in the day. It's one of those, Andy Zaltzman, if you are a badge collector, I'm not sure that you are, but there are people out there who want to tick off every test ground that they've ever visited. Well, there's another one here in Multan, which has staged just one test match. That was back not that long ago, in my terms, anyway, against the West Indies. In comes Ali again. Past umpire Erasmus, bowls short, pulled away out into the leg side. Was in the air for a little while. Fielder goes rushing round, picks up, and they'll come back for a couple as Ali there just lost his length a little and bowled a bit too short. 44 for 1. But it was an infamous game. There was a name that sent terror through 1980s tail enders. His name was Sylvester Clarke. Barbados, Surrey, particularly, and the West Indies. He played only a handful of tests because, of course, he was up against some of the great fast bowlers. This man was ferocious and aggressive and very hostile and loved beating up lower order batsmen. In comes Ali. Bowls, and Duckett drives him hard, and he fields that, or he parries it away with his right hand for mid-off to pick up. The end of the over, 44 for 1 from 10 overs. England winning the toss and batting first. Wood for Livingston, couple of changes to Pakistan. Notably, they've left out Azhar Ali. England have won a very good toss on a misty morning, and they're 44 for 1. So Sylvester Clarke, to be fair to him, playing in the one and only test match ever staged on this other ground, was being pelted by oranges and other, I think, fairly sort of soft fruit. Nothing anything particularly malicious. Certainly not the brick that he picked up. And why there was a brick on the outfield near him, I don't know. But he picked up the brick, hurled it into the crowd. The person he hit had to have emergency surgery on his head.
I'm not surprised.
And Sylvester was banned for a number of games. But that was the ground in which that happened. So there were people who remember that. Abra's on his way, having taken a wicket in his first over, and Pope drives to mid-off. He was quite deep there, but not deep enough to allow a single. So that was, yes, it's an infamous ground. Looking at Abra's grip here, which is very unusual, actually, for the ball that he bowled Crawley with. In he goes again, bowls very full, turned away into the leg side, going for that quick single, the throw. Actually, the fielder decides not to in the end. You see the finger going to flick off the seam, the middle finger, almost contorted. Well, they call him a mystery spinner, and that's a mystery ball. If you're a batsman facing that, we're looking at a sort of a frozen picture of it here. His hand really distorted with that middle finger. He flicks the ball off. And they bowls, and that's flogged away over mid-wicket. Duckett putting that away as he pitched an orthodox leg spinner outside the off stump, and a slog sweep there from the left-hander with the spin. Takes England to 49 for 1. Of course, Ravi Ashwin bowled that carom ball. It comes from a funny part of the hand and skids on. It's a bit like a flipper, but a flipper comes from underneath the hand. This comes out of the front. Abra again. Oh, he's done it again. And that seems to have gone a long way. Looking over here in the mist at Upper Dar signals 4. It's seen a bit more elevation about that one. 50 up for England, 53 for 1. And we're in the 11th over, so they're going at a good rate.
I really like this from Ben Duckett, put the debutant under pressure. We saw England do that in the previous test match. And we're going to have a change of field here now, Pakistan, because England are trying to put him under pressure. They know that the ball's going to spin both ways. He has got the capability to bowl these variations, the mystery spinner.
It's quite hard to read from here through the mist, but that looked like a googly to me. But he's certainly got all the variations. There's a short leg crouching. As Bra moves in bowls, that's a leg spinner, and that's swept hard again out towards a deep square leg boundary. There's a fielder there, way out in the deep, and so it's 1 run, 54 for 1 in the 11th on a misty day. We talked about the floodlight shadow. It has retreated a bit. It's now halfway really from the boundary towards the pitch. It's looking at the variations here that he bowled, it just ran on, didn't it? That was the clever bit about that ball to Crawley. That's turned away into the leg side. Thinking about the second, no, he's sent back here. And I think wisely too, the throw comes whistling in from deep square leg. And Pope again on his hands and knees there to make sure he's not run out. He's on 6, Duckett 27 from 25 balls. So it's a skidding ball, isn't it, that one? It flicks out.
Abra's made a very promising start to his first-class career. That was his 77th wicket, just his 15th match. And over the last year, well, his 8 first-class matches from November 21 up until the start of this game, he'd taken 60 wickets at an average of 19. Something I mentioned in the previous game, although he wasn't playing, that basically half of his first-class wickets have been bowled or LBW, so he's a bowler who attacks the stumps with those variations. A lot of pressure on him. I mentioned Fahim Ashraf as really a 5th bowling option. Mohamed Nawaz, less than 2 wickets per game in his first-class career, so really 3 frontline bowlers, 2 of whom got absolutely pasted around a week ago, so there's a lot of pressure on this debutant spinner.
Yes, there is. In a pitch that's very flat at the moment. It's offering us a little bit for the spinner, but it's still very early days. Ali's going to continue. He's starting his 6th over. Coming in past Erasmus, bowls, it's full and clipped away through the leg side by Pope. Head beautifully over the ball, allowing him to play rather across the line. Big boundary out there. They'll think about the 3rd, but don't take it. It's a long, long way out there. It really is. Enormous boundaries. As they were saying earlier, a change of pitch. There are a couple of strips out there, quite a lot of green grass on them. So word has it, the groundsman was quite keen to use.
Yeah, it was Pakistan that wanted the change in the pitch because they haven't got the seam bowling attack that they would have had. They actually beat South Africa on a green pitch not so long ago, and they wanted pretty similar conditions, but then their squad, their fitness levels didn't allow that to happen.
Still 2 slips and a gully. Ali's on his way, bowls to Pope, who defends, pushing out towards mid-on, going for that quick single. The throw misses the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Pope probably was just within his safety area. 58 for 1 in the 12th. Sun trying to break through, so that shadow's just retreated a little bit as the sun gets fractionally higher in the sky here, but it's winter. And so the fact that the shadow is across the field at all demonstrates how low the sun is. Coming up towards 11 o'clock on this Friday morning, so there'll be an extended lunch break today to allow for Friday prayers. And I suspect we won't get through anywhere near to the 5:30, which is the cut-off point this evening. The light will have its say before that. 58 for 1. Ali to the left-handed Duckett, short, pulled away, well in front of square. It's gone through, well, straight mid-wicket. That merciless shot as again Ali dropped a bit short. Simply can't do that on this pitch. It's offering nothing for the quick bowlers at all. Duckett short, compact. He's bowled that length to a batsman of his stature. You're asking for trouble. The great cutters, great pullers, short batsmen, they're used to the ball being a little bit short of a length and rising around hip high and a bit higher. Let's put it away. 31 from 26 balls for Ben Duckett. 62 for 1. Ali again, past umpire Erasmus, bowls short, and again he pulls. That's a deep backward square leg. 1 run taken. You were out, I would say, on the town. You were invited out last night.
Yes.
Alex, weren't you, to one of the local businessmen's houses, who I think the invitation said there's going to be a bonfire, didn't it? You had to go and sit beside.
Yeah, and I reckon I've touched the most expensive plate I've ever had in my hand last night. So we got these plates, they were like gold round the edges, and I thought,
was it real gold?
I am in somewhere you don't necessarily get in Burnley very often.
No. And
it was a palace in the garden.
Did you put your pot noodle on it, or did you just did you go for the local fare?
I guess I've got a bit of heartbreak. Because I'm a bit ill, I've not been able to eat the local food.
Right.
I've run out of pot noodles.
Well, I'd love to get you an emergency flight. Well, actually, Dan Norcross is coming. He could bring you a fresh supply. But Atif's convinced you can buy them here, you know. Might be slightly different flavours. Here's Ali bowling, short, turned away out towards long leg. They'll take one. That's nicely fielded down there to our left, actually. Come back for the second. But, that is Abrar fielding to our left here. The bespectacled Abrar, who's taken a wicket in his first over in Test cricket. Oh, that's quite a sad moment.
It is all well and good that I can get them out here, but we're not allowed out. So,
well, the security men, who have been quite forceful up to now, are actually yesterday when we went to, there's a monument here called the Agnew Monument. When we went to that yesterday, they lost a lot of that rather aggressive look about them. I mean, they obviously were revering this structure like everybody else was. In comes Ali, bowls, and that's played away into the leg side, and there's no run. But they actually suddenly became much more friendly and quite relaxed, and it's all gun-toting. But actually, I think we've made progress. So they may let you out.
If I offer them a pot noodle, I'm sure they wouldn't be able to resist.
Be a winner.
47 runs from the last 6 overs and the wicket of Crawley. And before that dot ball of the last ball of Muhammad Ali's over, England had scored off 10 balls in a row, 3 fours, a couple of twos, and 5 singles.
Now we've got someone scuttling from the field down there. Maybe he's just brought a helmet on, actually. It's one of the support. It's actually so misty that you can hardly see that he's wearing, on closer inspection, one of those very light green day-glow vests. Abrar's on his way. It's his third over, and it was a big reverse sweep attempt there from Duckett, but he missed that. It was a very slow ball, heavily flighted, and Duckett was through that reverse sweep. He set himself up for it, but it was so slow. He was through that well before. Again, just a little suggestion, a bit of grip there. Abrar moves in again, bowls, and an orthodox sweep this time. Duckett sends the ball out to deep square leg. They have got a fielder out for the reverse sweep, sort of deep square third man, so they're aware of what Duckett does. Sweeps both sides of the pitch. 66 for 1. Pope on 11. Another big game ahead of him here, keeping wicket as well, of course. Abrar moves it. Bowles him. He lets that just turn slowly away, harmlessly outside the off stump. Just watching that one. The replay of it definitely turned. And a bit of bounce. And we're on the first morning of the game. Abrar again. Bowles on the leg stump. Tucked away out to mid-wicket. A roly-poly save. There's no run. Gripping a ball.
I am, because the way Abrar holds the ball is different to what we've seen before.
And he goes again, bowls, and a careful defensive stroke from Pope. It's played into the offside. This might not make great radio, but we'll see.
No, it won't, but I've got the ball in my hand so that I can do it and try and explain it. So, as a spinner, you have your fingers spread across the seam of the ball.
Abrar again, bowls, and Pope defends that from the crease. There's no run, and it's 66 for 1 after 13 overs.
And you have your index finger on one side, and a lot of spinners try and spread the fingers as much as you can, and your middle finger is then on the other side of the seam. But Abrar is actually putting his middle finger down the back of the ball, and the third finger next to your little one is actually on the seam as well, which he's then able to spin the ball if he wants to. He's able to rag the ball off his middle finger as the conventional leg spinner, but then he's also able to flick the ball out and bowl that cannonball as well, but also then he's able to bowl the googly. So having that middle finger, and he just adjusts where his middle finger is on the seam every so often, and it's never in the same place at the same time, and it's making him so hard to read.
Clever, isn't it? Very clever. Because the batsman's not getting a clear view, really. I mean, he sees a lot of the shiny side of the ball. But that finger, I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone quite do that.
So we've just seen him there put his index finger and his third finger really close together, and the middle finger right at the back of the ball.
Now, there's a shot into the leg side from Duckett. They'll take one. So comes it on the bounce.
Hammered that into the short leg fielder who's struggling.
Is he all right?
He is struggling.
It almost ricocheted off, but
I think it's an ankle.
It was drilled into his leg. He's down at the moment. I think the physio will come out and have a look at this. They've got shin pads and everything else, but I'm afraid it's Imam there with a helmet on. Another look at that. It was lengthish, but hit. It has, I think, just missed the protection. Actually, I think it might just have hit the protection actually round the side of the ankle.
But just right on the ankle bone. We always used to say as players, when you had a short leg in, sweep the ball, hit the short leg fielder. But when you do it, you feel so guilty because obviously you don't want to hurt anybody.
Danger now, of course, you can get caught. More so because they've changed the law about the helmet. So initially it was that, I think it's just hit the padding. But anyway, it'll still hurt. The physio's coming out. Initially it was if the ball hit your helmet, you couldn't be out. But they've changed that because you've got to encourage people to wear a helmet. So they have changed that now. From Baltimore, Maryland, hello, Jeff. Staying up late on the east coast of the US to watch the match and match up your commentary to my video feed. Well, good luck with that, Jeff. And lovely to have you with us. Here from Multan, where we've got Imam down on the ground having some treatment. I suspect they'll take drinks, actually, because the umpire's having a conversation about this. Well, thank you for the demonstration, Alex. That was enlightening.
Yeah, I hope it made sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it does, because it is very unusual, and he's doing all these things with his wrist, but with this middle finger, somehow almost sort of caught, bent behind, well, down on the shiny side of the ball. You wonder if he just picked up a ball one day as a kid, and that just felt like the natural way to do it, and he's done it ever since, because there's always that temptation of a coach to say, no, you don't do it like that. You've got to follow the MCC coaching manual. And this part of the world is renowned, of course, for cricketers who just do it differently. And that seems to be the case. Simon Mann is due to come in here. I think they didn't take a drink there. I thought they might have done. But he'll come in and pick up the commentary. 67 for 1. In the 14th over, I think Imam has been restored. I think it did just hit the protective covering there, that shin pad that is on his leg. So I think he's okay, although he has retreated from that position, and who can blame him? 67 for 1 then. We're in the 14th, and Simon Mann will take over the commentary.
Yeah, they might well have taken a drinks break. I think the England batters had a drink. The game was held up after an hour's play, so they could have brought the drinks onto the field. So presumably what will happen now is they'll bowl a couple of balls to complete this over, and then they will have a drinks break. Well, it's been another engrossing morning's cricket. Pope on 11, Duckett on 34, Crawley out for 19. Here is Mahmood, the leg break bowler, bowling to Pope. And Pope off the back foot, plays that away towards short extra cover, and there is no run. Pakistan have a slip and a short leg fielder in on this bright but misty day. I know that sounds a contradiction. The sun beaming down, but there's some mist out there. And Pope is forward and beaten. Taken by the wicket-keeper, and there is more in it for the spinners in this test match. Look alongside me now.
He's bowled 2 balls. He's a more conventional leg spinner, Zahid, and he's bowled 2 crackers. The first one, Pope had time to adjust, but it spun. That one beat the outside edge.
67 for 1. Bigger test this for England. 2 leg break bowlers and the ball offering more for the spinners, and there's another beauty. That one pitched on middle stump, turned and bounced, and it was taken by wicket-keeper Mohammad Rizwan. I say picked on middle, actually picked about leg stump.
Yeah, that spun a long way.
Yeah, that really went. So something for England to think about here. We've seen Duckett try and take on Abrar, smacked him for 2 fours over deep mid-wicket. Pope reverse swept his first ball for 4, and now Barber has decided, right, there's a bit happening out there, we need an extra close catcher, so he's got a slip and a gully, or 2 slips if you like, a short leg, and there's no backward point. Extra cover is coming in where the gully fielder was, and here is a reverse sweep. It's a big shot for LBW. It could be out. It is. Umpire Rasmus thinks about it, and Pope has been given out LBW on the reverse to Zaid Mahmood, and our England 2 down here. Pope thinking about the review. I think he's gone for it, but umpire Rasmus thought about it.
A player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
Here we go. Here's the front on. Pitch is on. Oh,
yes, it appears that the ball has hit the glove. Can you give me that front on again, please?
The only thing that makes
And
me
slow.
wonder if it hit the glove is that he took a long time to review it.
Yeah.
We're going to reset. Hold on. Stand by, guys.
Looks there might be some glove in that, as umpire Wilson suggested, but has it hit the pad first?
Slow. Yes, the ball has hit the glove before hitting the pad. I'll be going back on the field to Murray. Murray, you have to reverse your decision to not out. Your on-screen signal now.
Right, it's definitely at the glove, not out, so a reprieve for Pope, a correct reprieve as well. And England are 67 for 1. The players going back to their positions after seeing the first replay there. Umpire Wilson taking it through, though, just being absolutely thorough and making sure that the ball did hit the glove first. And here's Mahmood, another reverse sweep from Pope, and this time he's made decent contact. There is a fielder out there at deep backward point. He becomes fine leg, really, runs round away to his left-hand side, and they come back for 2 runs. So big shout, given out on the reverse, tries it next ball, makes very good contact, but picked up inside the rope on the boundary. So 69 for 1, another all-action hour here. Pope on 13, Duckett on 34, but all-action first hour, but a very different game.
Yeah, there was a lot of spin in that, more than we saw from Abrar bowling this end. He's a more conventional, he probably spins it harder actually because he's a more conventional leg spinner. He couldn't get it off the straight at Rawalpindi, but this is a different kettle of fish. He beat the bat 3 times, which prompted Pope to go reverse sweep. Strange that he didn't review that straight away if it hit his glove. I don't know, I understand that. But nonetheless, he's still there, but it's interesting.
Right, here is Abrar, a full toss, low full toss to Duckett, who swats it away out towards deep forward square leg. There are 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Duckett has tried to sweep or reverse sweep just about everything from Abrar. Picked out the deep mid wicket field or deep forward square leg fielder there, takes a single, takes him to 35. England to 70 for 1. I think they must have taken the drinks break while that injury was being sorted out. Abrar bowls to Pope, and Pope comes forward and pushes that away into the offside for a single, forward of square. Pope goes to 14, and England to 71 for 1. It just feels, we're going to get plenty of spin in this test match. When I say spin, I mean on the pitch, and actually spin bowlers bowling a lot. Here's the left-handed Duckett waiting for Abrar. Reverse sweep, sets himself. Oh, goodness me, didn't make decent contact with that. It might have been a Q-ender into the onside there.
Yeah.
There is a man at deep backward point for Duckett, sort of for the reverse sweep. So he's at deep backward point who becomes deep backward square leg, if you see what I mean, when he turns round. Duckett not making a precise contact with that one. He tries again, bowls, he drags it this time. There's a shout of catch it. The ball goes bobbling out to deep backward square leg. It beats the fielder. Beats the fielder. It spins past him. Does he recover in time? He might have done. He's gone over the rope. The ball's inside the rope. He hurls it in, and they come back for 3 runs. But there's always the danger on the sweep shot against the leg break bowler. You have to watch the bounce, and fielder out there in the mist of time on the far side of the crowd. You can barely see him. Let's see, did he keep that back inside the rope? We're watching the replay now. It was actually a brilliant recovery. He's leapt forward, knocked it back, dived over the rope, and saved a single for his team. Alim Dar acknowledges that. Very good piece of fielding. 74 for 1, and Duckett goes to 38. Pope back on strike on 14. Abrar's in his 4th over, bowls to Pope, tosses that right up. Pope drives for 4, through wide mid-on. There's just too much flight on that, so he could get to the pitch of the ball, hit it on the half volley, and manoeuvre it wide of mid-on. So there's a great contest out there because the ball is spinning. England on the attack. They're trying to unsettle the youngster playing this first test match. He got a wicket with his 5th ball. He's now gone for 27, and he's got 1 ball left in his 4th over, and England have advanced to 78 for 1, and Pope moves to 18. And here is Abrar again, bowls to Pope, who plays an unconventional shot. I'm not quite sure what he was attempting there. Initially, perhaps he was trying to hit it inside out and then adjusted, and then played the sweep shot out to deep backward square leg. Abrar's not seen anything like this. He's got
scratching his head.
Hands on his head, ruffling his hair, thinking, what on earth's going on here? They don't normally play like this in Pakistan, but it gives him a chance, and there is something there for him. So this is going to be a fascinating day, folks. It really is. Pope 19, Duckett 38 after the end of 15 overs. England, who won the toss and batted first, to 79 for 1.
Well, they're not blocking many. And on the evidence so far, actually, Zahid Mahmood, who has carted all around, as I say, Rawalpindi, is the one who's actually getting it to turn more and more quickly in that first over. Let's see if he can do it again to Pope.
Going now to bowl to Ollie Pope, reverse sweep, and he makes a reasonable contact with that. It goes down towards the boundary again. Pope is hustling back for the second. The throw's on its way on the bounce to Rizwan, and they are through for 2. It's all-action cricket. England not prepared to be bowled at by these 2 leg spinners who are getting turned. They're taking it on. There's a high degree of risk. A lot of reverse sweeping, conventional sweeping happening, and you just feel at the moment everybody's in the game. Be alert in the field, the bowlers, the batters bristling. 81 for 1, Pope on 21. Mahmood bowls, and Pope pushes that through extra cover. There's going to be 2 more here. Fielder chasing it back from extra cover 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and they go through for 2 more. Pope to 23, and England move up to 83 for 1. I mean, that one turned as well, but Pope was riding it. He was riding the leg break, pushing at it. And high degree of skill needed. And this is the first day, the ball turning like this on the first day, albeit that leg break bowlers generally get a bit more spin than finger spinners. Change in the field from Baba. He's taken that gully fielder out and put him to a sort of deep gully actually now, or deepish second slip, or deep third slip. Mahmood bowls, tossed up, Pope drives, goes for a runner, tight single into the onside. If the mid-wicket fielder had gone round and picked it up, he didn't quite. Pope judged that well. There's positive running. So not just in terms of attacking batting for England, but also in terms of running between the wickets. England up to 84 for 1. This is only the 16th over of the morning. Pope to 24. Duckett's on 38. Crawley the man out for 19. Now Mahmood moving in round the wicket with left-handed Duckett, who inevitably sweeps and makes good contact. Goes running out towards deep backward square leg. Pakistan have that covered off. It's Muhammad Ali out there, and 1 more run to the total, 85 for 1. So Mahmood in his 2nd over. He's gone for 9 so far, but it's like Abrar has got the ball to spin. Barber's having a chat about the field with his bowler, and Rizwan involved as well behind the stumps. And now here is Mahmood going into bowl to Pope. It's full, it's wide, it's driven to the left of cover, and another single. What they are doing with Mahmood here in this over is milking him, manoeuvring the ball around. Very big ground this. It's not so easy to smash it for 4s and 6s on this ground. I imagine the 6 count will be a bit lower, even with England's approach. 86 for 1. Last ball coming up of Mahmood's over.
He's changing his angle. He's going to come over the wicket. Might bring the LBW into play if he can hit that pad.
To bowl to Duckett, who sweeps, and there's a shout for, half a shout for LBW. Might have been some glove in that as well, or possibly some bat. It rolled back up the pitch, and that's the end of the over. So it's a shot a ball on the sweep from Duckett, just about. 86 for 1.
Well, the sweep has become the forward defensive of the 1960s, 70s and 80s, where you would see a lot of that. But the go-to shot is the sweep, and you can understand why, especially actually when it's turning. The length to sweep is a length ball, so that's why it so exasperates spin bowlers, that they can bowl what is traditionally the good length, and it's right for sweeping. If it's a half volley, you can get very tangled up, as Joe Root did down in Rawalpindi, when you're sweeping. But if you can trust the bowler to bowl a length, it's about the right length. There's obviously an element of risk. The top edge, you might miss it. We had a big LBW shout, just got away with it because he punched it in the end. It is a fascinating response and a real challenge for the spinners whilst they keep going.
Brilliant cricket. Here is Abrar bowling to Pope. Pope is back, forcing that up towards deep mid-off. 1 more run. 87 for 1.
Just at the moment, I would say, even though he's unusual, Zahid is getting the ball to turn more and more quickly, which will surprise Andy.
That's Zoltan.
He hasn't got a wicket, though.
Written him off after the last game.
Yeah, he did.
But they've given him another game. 2 leg break bowlers to Pakistan. And here is Abrar, 24 years of age. Into bowl to Duckett, who sweeps and makes very good contact again. It goes out towards deep square legs. A big boundary out there. You almost feel you could run 2. I think they were thinking about it there, but they decided on 1. Matt Holler says, good evening from California. The reference Simon made to the countryside on the way to Multan struck a chord with me because I'm currently listening from San Francisco after a drive to the beautiful Californian countryside. Abrar bowls. Pope comes down the pitch and drives towards mid-on, runs with a shot, picked up by Mahmood. They go through for another single. Score ticks over to 89 for 1. Pope to 27. It's 9 p.m. here. I'll soon be drifting off to sleep with the sound of Test Match Special in my ears before getting up early tomorrow for the next leg of my trip, the flight to Denver. I was just saying earlier, those of you who weren't with us, that the drive down from Islamabad to Multan, that early part of it reminded me of the countryside north of Los Angeles. Absolutely stunning. Reverse sweep from Duckett. Good contact. Where's that ball gone? It's gone for 4. He's hit that through, well, what started off as extra cover and ended up as deep mid-wicket.
It was more of a reverse sort of slog sweep. I mean, he did hit that incredibly hard. And the fielder out there backwards squarely had no chance because he went to sort of deep mid-wicket. And just juggling, looks quizzical. Abrar, what's going on? They haven't played like this in my first-class career so far. He hasn't bowled badly. He's got a wicket, critical wicket. But he has gone for 35 now and he's in his 5th.
Change of field. Fielder gone in where he just hit that, and Duckett plays a conventional shot for the first time for quite a long time. Pushes it away into the offside, and Abrar goes across to pick up. Duckett's gone to 44 with that thrilling boundary off the previous delivery. And England to 93 for 1. They won the toss. They batted first this morning, almost inevitably. Abrar bowls. Duckett, normal service resume, reverse sweep, and he's nailed that one for 4 as well. In front of square, he's manoeuvred that wide of the fielder at short extra cover and deep backward point, who becomes mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. He really hit that hard right out of the middle of the bat. It's gone away to the boundary. Duckett's on to 48 and England to 97 for 1. And at just past 11:15, the drinks are coming onto the field, and that's because lunch today is at 12:30. It is, right. So we've got 2.5 hour first session today.
Well, it's fascinating cricket. We've got 2 wrist spinners, very contrasting wrist spinners. And I'm not sure we talk about Abrar as a wrist spinner. It comes sometimes at the front of the hand. Very contrasting. Abrar's bowling about 75 Ks. That's very slow by Test match standards. Quite often it's a good idea to bowl slowly when they're sweeping you all the time, but Duckett is middling him and he's frustrating him by playing this reverse sweep with great vigour, usually hitting the ball in front of square. It's a real puzzle. It's fascinating cricket and a fascinating response. They're trying to unnerve Abrar. Hasn't bowled many bad balls. Figures 5, 1 for 39. Interesting, Zahid Mahmood, a more conventional, quicker leg spinner. Actually has bowled some serious deliveries that, if played conventionally, forward prop by Pope, missed 3. So he reverted to the reverse sweep, got away with an LBW, a big LBW shout given out. But then it transpires in this bizarre game we're now playing that he punched it. And then he started contacting the ball with his reverse sweeps. So a typically bold response from the England batsman. They want to unnerve Abrar, who doesn't look actually unnerved, but he does look a bit puzzled by what's going on. And it's a big challenge for him, but also for Babar to try and find a field that works. I mean, the one oddity I'm looking at is when Zahid especially is bowling to the right hand, he's still got that conventional mid-wicket saving one. I think they're not looking to hit him there at the moment. Pope's not looking to hit him in that direction because it's turning. So at the moment you feel you want to protect the reverse sweep and block out the offside, because he's switching so often, Pope, and then hitting the wrong way round on what was his offside. Anyway, it is fascinating cricket. And England have the initiative at the moment. Wickets could fall any minute the way they're playing. It's high risk, but it's high quality too. High reward as well.
It's 97 for 1 at the drinks break. We've had 17 overs. I should just say, as it lunches at 12:30, that's 7:30 UK time. So in an hour and 10 minutes, who knows what's going to happen between now and then. I mean, it's just been unbelievable cricket in a way this morning.
Well, it's rather boring when the seamers are on. We had Maiden to start with, but they've caught up since then.
The 50 partnership came up in the second single of that over, off just 7.3 overs, now up to 59 off 8.1. The last 3 overs, 5 scoring shots in each of the last 3, also in the 11th and 12th overs. So 5 of the last 7 overs, there's only been 1 dot ball. So that's part of the challenge, not just the boundaries, stopping the flow of runs.
So 97 for 1 player is about to resume after the drinks break, and here is Atif Nawaz to pick up the commentary.
Thank you, Simon. It's going to be Zaid Mahmood to continue. Just since that breakthrough that Pakistan got, England have continued to pile on the runs at a very good rate. Stood a slip and a forward short leg as Mahmood in. Reverse sweep from Ollie Pope. Well connected. There's a fielder at deep backward square. He's going to get nowhere near it. The ball ran away to the boundary. The runs keep flowing for England. The 100 comes up for England as well. The first ball of the 18th over, 101 for 1. They're not slowing down, Victor. Just under a run a ball.
No, that's a terrific contact. There's a boundary fielder down there. They almost want 2 men behind one another, I think. The reverse sweep, when Pope plays it, goes behind square. That's where he hit that one. Will he play it every ball?
In comes Mahmood. This is a bit fuller, dancing down the track as Pope and driving that down to long off for a single. It's a remarkable pace that England have got to their 100, and we thought they might be a little bit more controlled today than they were in Rawalpindi, but they've just found a different route. They're still going at 5.88 and over. It's going to be a long session. It could be a very long session for Pakistan's bowlers here.
Even though the ball is turning, understandably, really, they've just been reduced to having 1 slip. They're just trying to protect, or maybe get a catch from the conventional sweep that Duckett plays against the leg spinner. They've got protection there.
That's Mahmood in. There's another sweep shot. That's fine, and nearly a catch from the fielder at slip, who actually ran across. It was Babar Azam. He ran across to where a leg slip would be and nearly got to it, as the batters managed to get back for 2. That's Duckett's half century as well.
It's amazing innings.
It really is. He gets there are 40 deliveries, his second half century in Test cricket. He takes in the applause. I beg your pardon, his third half century in Test cricket. Waiting for my graphic to update here.
Yes.
Please, Andy.
50 balls. That's his third 50-plus score. He has 100 amongst those. Took him, and he scored 8 boundaries.
Well, here's another big shot from Duckett. That's gone a long way up in the air, and that's gone over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Well, he's only going to accelerate. Ben Duckett, 56 or 41 now. What a shot that was. A bit of flight from Mahmood and dispatched by Ben Duckett. 110 for 1 England.
It's a long way out there. These boundaries are about 80 yards long. They were especially lengthened, but not long enough for Duckett on that shot. I think they're just shuffling the field. They don't quite know where to go. There's 3 men on the leg side boundary. The least likely to get the ball is the one at long on, I think.
Mahmood, expensive already again, and he comes. This is short. It's been hammered through the covers this time, and that's going to run away to the boundary as well. There is a fielder running after it. He's not going to get near it. Saud Shakil was always going to finish a distant second to the ball. Duckett is really marching on, making Zaid Mahmood, these probably features in Zaid Mahmood's nightmares at the moment. He's gone for 27 from 2.5 overs right now. And he's just looking at Duckett, and as Duckett runs through for the single, he just covered his face as well, Zaid Mahmood. He's having a miserable time out there. And he's just looking back at that chance where Babar Azam saw that shot coming and ran across. Before the ball was even delivered, he started running across from the conventional first slip to leg slip.
Well, he was watching the batsman when he saw what Duckett was going to try to do, got himself into position for the little fine sweep, paddle sweep. And he made good ground, but it wasn't a chance. It would have been an amazing dismissal.
17 runs off this over so far. Aside Mahmood in, back of a length and just punch to mid-wicket. They'll run through for a single. 18 off that over from Zahid Mahmood. Well, he's gone for 9 and over so far, 28 of his first 3. England 115 for 1 after 18 overs, with Pope on 32 and Duckett on 61 and Andy Zaltzman.
I don't know what point we start our regular Gilbert Jessup watch. So 76 balls was the fastest 100, so Duckett needs 39 off 32.
So he's on course, we can say that much, should we?
Yeah, which seems to be almost every innings an England top order player plays at the moment.
He's been quite exceptional, Ben Duckett. We talked about him impressing in the white ball series against Pakistan. And at that point we thought he's going to be a heck of a prospect for England, particularly with the 50-over World Cup in India next year. And it's a long stretch in India, isn't there? There's test matches after that as well. Duckett's going to be busy in an England shirt, one imagines. Here's Abrar to continue. Another reverse sweep. There's a big appeal for LBW, and that's been given. Umpire Aleem Dar raises his finger. Ben Duckett is considering whether or not to review. He shakes his head as Pope asks if he got any bat on it, but he's going for the review anyway. That was quicker and faster and fuller from Abrar. It seemed like it struck the batter
TV
close to his toe.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
That's the voice of TV umpire Joel Wilson. Where's your instinct, Vic?
Out, I think.
Probably not glove on it.
Very close to the glove. I'll need ultra edge to determine whether he's gloved that before it hit the pad. Can you give me ultra edge?
He's just done him in pace there a little bit this
Well,
time.
and length. It's length that does it. You can sweep length balls. Hard to sweep a half volley because you get all tangled up. And that was a half volley.
Duckett's looking on at the big screen here in Multan.
Still be waiting on ultra edge, boys. Standing by.
Loading up the ultra edge. All the players, Pakistani players, huddled up. Here we have ultra edge.
Slow.
Ooh.
Did he take it back one frame?
Oh, he could have got glove on it.
Take it back one frame and forward. Forward. Yeah, it's hit the glove just before hitting the pad. So I'll be going back to Aleem on field. Aleem, it's hit the glove just before hitting the pad.
Well, the umpire's going to have to overturn his decision for the second time today. Both umpires have had
I'll check again.
Oh, actually.
Can you bring back ultra edge?
Somebody's asked Joel Wilson to have a look at one more angle before deeming it out. Now we're taking a look at it. There is a spike on ultra edge.
Ground, but the ball is also glove. It's also on the glove as well.
Yeah, there's a spike.
Ball is on the glove before it gets to the bat.
I feel like they need to
go
give
back one frame.
I feel like they need to give the umpire another angle here.
Back to ultra edge.
Well, the ultra edge is just repeating the same thing over and over again.
On the left,
I think
on the right-hand side.
What they're trying to check
I
is
have glove before
you get a noise when the bat hits the ground.
Pad, even though the bat is on the ground. So I'm satisfied that there's glove involved, Aleem. Back on field to Aleem.
Umpire Joel Wilson hasn't been
Aleem,
shown.
I'm satisfied that there's glove before pad. And I'll ask you to reverse the decision. You're on screen now.
He hasn't actually looked at any other angles. I mean, as you say, Vic, it looks like the spike could have come from the bat making contact with the ground, but they've decided not to take a look at that. It has been overturned. Second reprieve for England this morning.
I think they've got a cunning planning, and they're using incredibly large batting gloves. Is there a limit on the size of a batting glove?
Well, Abrar thought he might have had the breakthrough, but Duckett survives and he can continue his rampage. England 115 for 1 after 18.1 overs. Here's Abrar, back of a length this time. Duckett just works in front of square leg for no run. Abrar back to his run. Made a very impressive start in that first over, Abrar, but since then the batters have targeted him with a spectrum of sweep shots and reverse sweeps and just tried to negate that threat. Barber at first slip. Here's Abrar again. Bit of flight on this one as Duckett waits on it nicely, plays it just in front of mid-wicket, but no run. A couple of dots in sequence. Umpire Aleem Dar still seems a little bit aggrieved about the decision. I think he just wanted to see one more angle. As Abrar in down the leg side this time. It's been lapped up in the air by Duckett into a vacant fine leg region. The fielder from a squarish area, comes in, but excellent running from the England batters. They managed to get through for 2. So if they don't pound the ball to the boundary, they run them up very quickly in the middle. 117 for 1 now.
I thought I might be asking a question he can't answer.
Please.
But I want to know the percentage of runs from sweep shots. Can you do that? He can do it.
He can do it. There's nothing
Good, I'm
Andy Olsen
pleased.
can't do.
I am pleased.
Here's Abrar. Bit of flight as that ball's punched back to the bowler just ever so slightly high. It drops just in front of him. A moment of alarm for Duckett, perhaps. England flying at the moment, over 6 runs and over. Abrar deep in concentration, and he comes again. Big sweep shot. There's a big appeal for LBW again. This time, umpire Aleem Dar just shakes his head. Perhaps just pitching outside the line, or at the very least, just turning away. They're having a little think about it here, Pakistan. Babar Azam's got his hands on his waist. And there's a timer for the DRS just ticking away. They're all having a chat.
They're going to go for it.
With 2 seconds on the clock, Babar Azam has opted to go for the review. It's been review city this morning.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
I get the feeling everybody's going to be very, very familiar with Joel Wilson's voice by the end of the day. Oh, that looks very straight, you know.
It doesn't appear to be any glove there. Let me take us to ultra edge, please.
It doesn't look like he's hit the glove.
Going on to ultra edge to see if there's any glove before.
But Joel's going to have a look.
He's a big boxing fan, is Joel Wilson. He's got his eyes on the glove. Simon Mann at the back of the box says it might be going over the top. We're going to have to wait for ultra edge to load up as well. Takes a bit of time here in Multan, but they're starting to create a few moments here, Pakistan.
I mean, who'd be an umpire in this match when the ball turns?
Standing by for ultra edge.
There's no
ultra
respite.
Edge coming now.
All right, let's have a look. We've got ultra edge.
Slow. Flat line, slow, past the glove. Go back one frame. I got a little murmur there. And forward, no, that murmur is coming from another source because there's a gap. Keep going.
No glove.
Right, there's no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready.
Well,
it's got a chance.
There's a little murmur there. I thought
ball tracker coming up now, Aleem. Ooh. Ball pitching in line. Impact is in line.
And hitting.
The wicket's hitting. So you'll have to reverse your original decision of not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Well,
on screen signal now.
Abrar Ahmed on debut has a 2nd wicket, and this time he's got the prize wicket of Ben Duckett, who was on a bit of a tear here in Multan. In 63 of 48 deliveries, he's dismissed off his 49th delivery. An excellent review there from Babar Azam with just 2 seconds to go, choosing to go for that review. Abrar has a 2nd wicket in this session. Pakistan have a 2nd wicket, and England 117 for 2 after 19 overs.
And Gilbert Joseph can rest quietly for a few more minutes. I don't know whether that pleases Andy or not, but see, you don't know what a good score is. It is spinning.
Well, it depends if you're going to anticipate how Jacks and Leach are going to exploit.
Well, we don't know what a finger spinner will do. We've seen the wrist spinners, and even though he's gone for a stack of runs, Zahid Mahmood in particular has got the ball to spin off the pitch. And you look, the other difference between here and Rawalpindi is already, if you look, and we're very low down, so you haven't got a best view, but you look at the footmarks already from a few overs of seam, and they are very visible. At Rawalpindi, nothing on the 4th day. So it's a different sort of pitch. We know that much. It's a different sort of game, but it's equally exciting.
And absolutely, Joe Root makes his way out to the middle amongst all the Dawls and the Shehnais. You can hear a little bit of Hey Jude in the background as England's former captain comes to the crease for his 126th Test match on exactly 10,600 runs. Always find it pleasing when you find a round number in someone's stats. He's on strike now as in comes Zahid Mahmood. Starts with a fuller ball, which is driven quite nicely by Ollie Pope, and he picks out the fielder at short extra cover for no run. Lots of noise and encouragement now from the Pakistani close fielders. It's a good delivery from Abrar. He was put under the cosh a little bit. Here's Mahmood again. This is short and filthy, and Ollie Pope tried to get in position, gets an under edge as the ball trickles to Babar Azam at first slip, and Rizwan has a little laugh with Ollie Pope. He says, "Where is it?" Everybody's looking for the ball. He said, "Where is it gone?"
Well, he's under-edged it. And it looked like it was going to go through his legs, and it didn't. It went into the offside somewhere.
Rizwan just says, "Where is it? You might want to have it. Take a run. It's gone to square leg." Here's Zaid Mahmood. Lots of flight on this one. Driven wide of the fielder at short extra cover, and that's running away towards the boundary. And indeed, it's going to get to the boundary. Terrific shot from Ollie Pope. England not allowing those wickets to slow them down at all. 121 for 2 now, with Pope on 36 off 31.
It's a lovely shot from Ollie Pope. The ball just starting to misbehave as well. We're so early into this test match, in the 20th over.
Cat and mouse battle here in Multan. Terrific atmosphere at the ground, it has to be said. It's not even half full yet. Zaid Mahmood, then again, lots of flight on this. Ollie Pope just watchfully pushing that back to the bowler. There is no run. Mahmood very quickly gets back to his mark, but always just does that thing where he throws the ball from his left to his right hand vigorously 3 or 4 times, building up a bit of momentum. In he comes again, more flight, driven once more by Pope. Out to deep extra cover. This time they'll just take a single. Mahmood just pulling his run rate in a little bit. He was going at 9s before this over. Now he's going to have a chance to have one delivery at the new batter, Joe Root. Babar not really changing his field, just a slip and a forward short leg in place for England's number 66. It's the number at the back of his shirt anyway. Big football fan, I imagine.
Or he likes that road in America.
Route 66. Have you ever been down Route 66?
I have.
Yeah.
I have.
It's a good drive, isn't it? Very scenic.
Very beautiful.
Not unlike our drive from Rawalpindi to Multan. We'll talk about that in a minute. Here's Mahmood. Oh, and he just pulls away as something's distracting Joe Root behind his eye line. Lovely drive from Islamabad to Multan. Quite
BBC iPlayer.
It's about a woman who went missing a long time ago, in 1974.
The odds are we won't find answers. Based on the novel by J.K. Rowling. All I want from you is straight answers.
The day she disappeared, she said she wanted to talk about something urgent.
Strike. Troubled blood.
I don't care if it's been half a century or half an hour. That man has to pay for what he did to her.
If anyone asks, I'll say you should be here till you rot. Starts Sunday night on BBC iPlayer.
Going in a bit high there.
Well, look, I think it's worth just visiting. We were at a service station in an area called Carnival. So Carnival was the name of the area, sort of halfway between Islamabad and Lahore, actually. We hadn't quite got to halfway in our journey. And we were delighted to see all these wonderful sort of English and American brands, and as well as the local brands, of course, as well. Lovely little gift shop, stocked up on crisps and... Abrar to continue. This is short and turns in sharply, but Ollie Pope waits on it well. Doesn't quite middle it as it goes out to deep extra cover. They're going to run through for 2. Running has been brilliant from England as the score moves on to 124 for 2. And yeah, I thought it was a very nice service station. We pulled in, very pleasant, lots of space, pleasant space.
Very green.
Yeah, green ice cream, fresh juices. Abrar again. It's short, and Pope just punches it out. Yeah.
Well, you actually got me some crisps because, you know, I had no money, so I did the classic, can somebody buy me something, please? So, yeah, I had some masala crisps, which were a delight, but nothing else, really.
Masala crisps are always good. My apologies for our line dropping out there momentarily. We've been talking about Pakistan.
And a very good morning to you. This is Kevin Howells with you, hopefully for not too long this morning. Obviously, one or two problems with the line, which dropped for a while and then keeps fading in and out, so I'm sure you're well aware. So we will try and get a more permanent and strong line back in the meantime. Tell you England 126 for 2. Pope and Root are the current not-out pair, with Abrar, who was bowling, making a very impressive Test debut here with his couple of wickets so far. A reminder about the playing hours, by the way, because it's a Friday, it's a day of prayer. Therefore, they will carry on for a little bit longer in this first session. That's what we're expecting anyway. And then they'll take an hour's break. And the most important news, apart from the playing hours, is the fact we've now got the line, and fingers crossed it stays for a little while.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, it is the challenges of broadcasting abroad, so we do apologise for the line dropping out, but you haven't missed too much, just a few plays, defensive shots into the offside, and Joe Root got off the mark in that over as well. England 126 for 2 after 21 overs. Andy Zaltzman.
Just a little more on Ben Duckett's innings. The partnership between him and Pope ended at 79 from just 10.1 overs. Duckett reached his 50 from 40 balls. The joint 5th fastest by an England opener. Zach Crawley had the 3rd fastest in the Rawalpindi Test, the 2nd fastest in the final innings of the domestic summer against South Africa. Crawley had another entry in the top 10, now 10th in the 2nd innings at Rawalpindi, so it's been fireworks at the top of the order.
It has indeed. I'm going to make way for Jonathan Agnew.
Really interesting cricket this. 126 for 2, and Root turns that away into the leg side. Long chase to the fielder, running around to his left out on that deep square leg boundary. He swoops in now, picks up. Root calmly picks up 2 more. It's been a bit of a mixture today. Some terrific, almost frenetic batting from Duckett, who fell at the 2nd attempt. We've had 2 overturned decisions for out and an overturned decision for not out. So it's been a busy morning for Joel Wilson up there in the 3rd umpire's box, and that's turned away into the leg side. Just brushes through the short leg fieldsman's hands there, and there is no run. Imam's still in there. He got a nasty blow earlier on the ankle and is crouching quite deep at short leg as this next one's pushed away by Root. They pick up 1 down to 3rd man. 128 for 2 in the 22nd over. England winning a really good toss here. This pitch is going to spin. It's turning slowly already. Pakistan would have loved to have batted first, but England trying to get to an imposing first innings total on this, as this is defended, kept a little bit low. That Pope, who's made 40, plays off the back foot, and Mahmood, who got a caning last week, is really expensive here now. He's in his 5th over. He's gone for 36 already, and he comes again from that far end. Bowles turned away. More runs here as Pope finds the gap out towards deep mid wicket, and just like Rawalpindi last week, the ball just continues to run and run and run. Fielder out there stops it with his boot, and they'll come back for 3. Pope running up towards that far end, and Root settles over his bat again. 1 more ball to go in the over. 132 for 2. Root on 4. Small crowd, but enthusiastic, I would describe them. But lots and lots of empty seats. It's not an easy place to get to out here. As the last ball of the over is driven to long off for a single, that means that Root will keep the strike. 133 for 2.
In this session, England have swept 46% of the balls that they've faced from spin, which is a record for the highest sweep shot percentage in a session where at least 5 overs of spin have been bowled since records begun in 2006. That was CricViz that have put that out.
They have swept a lot of them. I mean, Duckett, particularly.
Duckett in particular.
Orthodox and reverse, really keeping the bowlers guessing as to what they're going to do. Pope off the mark, actually, again for the 2nd match. With a reverse sweep. It's a brave way of getting off the mark, but it doesn't seem to bother him too much. Abrar's going to continue. Quite a scholarly looking fellow. Abrar is tall. He's got owlish glasses, and he's going to bowl from our end, making his Test debut. Got a wicket in his 1st over, which is, well, it's quite something that gets you away, doesn't it? A huge Pakistan flag is unfurled at the far end. Just make it out through the mist. As Root settles over his bat with a slip and a short leg, and he flicks that away there with plenty of wrist. And the ball rolls away for a single to deep backward square leg. I suspect our old friend Muhammad Ali out there. And they take 1, so 134 for 2 on this extended morning session because of Friday prayers that come along at 7:30 your time, last for an hour. Brar again bowls and almost skims through. At least Rizwan, the keeper, there you heard him oohing and ahhing, but Pope clipped the ball out to mid-wicket. Very enthusiastic crowd. I mean, it's only, I don't know, a couple of thousand maybe here. It feels that anyway as a flatter one. Flicked away past mid-wicket. A long chase for him again. The ball just keeps running out towards the boundary. Skimming across the outfield there. It's fielded by Fahim Ashraf. He's in the team here for the first time. Sends the ball rolling into the wicketkeeper. 136 for 2. Pope 45 from 42 balls. He'll be keeping wicket.
And it was going so well. And it's back.
Picking up on Atif's point about the gorgeous service stations. I mean, I'm just trying to put that in some sort of context, really. And goes the next one from Abrar. It's turned away out towards leg side. I mean, would you describe Strensham services as gorgeous? I suppose that's the question.
Where?
You stop at Strensham?
No.
Oh, okay.
Tell you what my favourite one is. Gloucester.
Oh, that's very good.
That is a gorgeous service station.
That is a gorgeous. It's got a nice, farmers market and all sorts there, hasn't it? Yes. We're in the Strensham category. There's the next one, a reverse sweep, and they don't get a run. Didn't quite get hold of that. Picked up at backward point, 138 for 2. Strensham lurks just around the Worcester area of the M5.
They probably don't stop there on purpose.
I try and avoid it. But you're right about Gloucester. But no, I mean, at least it was an interesting journey, wasn't it?
It was.
We had the guitar. See, we had the. Although we were written off by our producer as the Saga bus, quite unkindly actually, we had the most fun on ours. We had the guitar. We had almost sing along. We had Andy with his stats, which kept us intrigued on the whole way down. We had the fun. We had the fun bus, actually.
I tell you what, there's nothing more I would have liked to have listened to for 7 hours than Andy's stats.
Yeah, no, this is what you need. And after about 5 hours on the road, nothing could cheer you up more than Andy just recounting some of the less familiar stats of that game. We've got Nawaz coming on from the far end, bowling his slow left arm. We'll just stop a couple of times.
Well, a handful.
Yeah. Did you have a coffee in the first one?
I've not had a single coffee since I got to Pakistan.
Okay, that was interesting. Sort of a lot of whisking going on and transferring from what sort of pans you normally think cook an omelette in. But that was quite fun. 138 for 2 then. So here's Nawaz bowling from round the wicket. And Root plays the first ball into the offside. It trickles away. And there's no run. But fascinating scenery. And what struck me was that it was very rural, some of it, wasn't it? I mean, very rural indeed. And yet solar panels will be actually quite a regular sight. And I think sort of generate power for wells and so on, to get the water up. A lot of solar panels are sitting there in open land. It's Nawaz again bowling his left arm, spinning on the back foot. Root picks up a single. That's picked up that point. And what did we not see? One of on 330 miles of motorway.
Agnew monuments?
No, you saw them when you arrived, obviously.
What did we not see one of?
A single one. If you were to drive 330 miles on the motorway back home, Alex, how many would you see?
Ford Focus.
Didn't see any of those. This is played off the front foot towards backward point, and there's no run. That wasn't the answer I was looking for, but it was correct. Cones. Not a single cone, not a single sign up saying variable speed cameras ahead. There was not a single roadwork.
It was bliss, wasn't it?
330 miles of tarmac, absolutely there. People drove in random directions up that tarmac. It didn't matter. There was not a single bollard. Fantastic. Nawaz, that's a reverse sweep. His misfield, a backward point. I think that's our old friend Ali, who scuttles after it and picks it up. Actually, it's not Ali, to be fair to him. That was Zaid Mahmood, who misfielded there, a backward point. 141 for 2. Not a cone, not a bollard, not a variable speed camera.
If you'd like to see the views that we saw, the BBC did put out an Instagram of a little snippet of what we saw. We put some videos together throughout and gave you a behind the scenes of what
I
we
heard
saw.
you slept most of the journey, so that's a good effort. Did you take it?
Yes, I did all the content. Content Queen Hartley.
Okay. Oh, well, I haven't seen that. 141 for 2. And now as round the wicket, moves in, bowls a reverse sweep from Pope. Ball comes flying away between wicketkeeper and slip. Now, what's it off? That's the question. Has it come off bat or glove, or is it off the pad? A fielder there puts a late spurt in, but umpire Erasmus almost loses balance there as he signals 4-leg byes. And the score goes up, therefore, to 145 for 2. The best bit was arriving into Multan, because our driver, I mean, let's face it, you drive on a motorway for 7 hours. It's a bit dull, isn't it?
Yes.
It livened up coming into Multan after dark. And then you're back into the donkey carts and all the madness and the tuk-tuks going the wrong way up the road and all of that. And it sort of lifted him a bit, I think. Here's Pope on the back foot playing out to cover. And there's no run, 145 for 2. I think he thought, right, I'll show you what I can do here. You know, I've just sat there and just boringly driven down the middle lane for 7 hours. Just hang on. And he took them on.
And now I'm going to weave in and out the fruit stalls.
He took them on.
Yeah.
Which was great.
I love the as you're driving down the streets and you've got all the fruit stalls literally in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
And people weaving in and out to try and get their fruit for the week and their vegetables. We've seen some fascinating sights.
The winner so far, and I'm so glad Tim Peach got a photo, because it must have been a different bus that just got it at the right time. I'm just going to say, I mean, I come from a country town, all right, Melton Mowbray. It's got a famous market Tuesdays. Town just comes to a bit of a standstill at that time, and the lorries come in, cattle, sheep, and so on, for sale and so on to trade. There's an appeal flag before wicket, but umpire Dar says no. He's unmoved there as Roots hit on the back foot. They're having a conversation about a review, and well, to be fair, Abrar's he's not shy in coming forward. He's going to try and convince Bubba, his captain, they should review this. Oh, they're going for it. They're going for it, and very slowly and without a great deal of conviction, umpire Dar waves that signal towards Joel Wilson.
Party director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot, and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
Right, let's move on to front on, Joel. Here we go. Looking at it, and it does spin a long way. Hits up on the flat of the pad.
Any bat involved. Can you give me Ultra Edge just to confirm that?
I want to see if there's a little ruffle of dust there as well. It looked like there might have been as that ball landed. We might not see it from this one.
Ultra Edge.
We seem to stand by quite a long time for Ultra Edge, I'm afraid.
I think this is out.
Well, it did spin a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked out as soon as it hit him on the back pad.
Did it go through the top?
Standing by still for Ultra Edge, Ali.
It's a very dry pitch. Roots looking anxious. He's on 8. Still waiting for Ultra Edge. It does take a long, long time, this. Still waiting. They're having a chat down there. The Pakistanis look...
still waiting, Alim. Sorry about that.
A bit confident. Alim Dar's got his arms folded and is looking away to the left. There's a screen over there. And we still await Ultra Edge, which I don't think is going to actually show that this hit the bat. I think it spun too much for that, actually. Spun past the edge of the bat into the glove. Roots leaning on his bat, waiting.
Simon, still there?
That's our friend Simon Wheeler.
Okay,
who'll be knowing
that.
Simon.
We're still standing by for Ultra Edge.
Come on, let's get this organised. I worked with Simon years ago. All the television coverage from the West Indies back in those early days. Oh, still waiting. Where is Ultra Edge?
Well, it's miles away from the bat,
Well,
surely.
I think it was. I don't think we saw anything. So, our favourite picture so far
Yes.
of this market scene, although it wasn't a market scene. This chap was actually in conversation
Outrage
with
coming
a friend.
now, Alim.
Here's the outrage. He's missed it by a foot.
Take it back, take it back, take it back, take back the outrage. Take it back, 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 and
one hop this
forward
time.
from here. Yeah.
He's missed it by
there's
6
a gap
inches.
between the bat and the ball. No bat involved.
It didn't need outrage for that.
I'm seeing.
Right.
When you're ready, ball tracker, please.
Here we go. It does look quite straight from this angle. You can see the off stump. It's hit the flap of the pad. Now we wait for this.
Ball tracker coming up just now, Alim. So says Simon.
It's coming up. I don't know, you're leaning all the...
Ball tracker coming up now.
Here we go, right. It's landed
Ball
on.
pitching in line, impact in line, and the wickets
hitting.
Alim, wickets
You were
hitting.
right,
So you have
Alex.
to reverse your original decision of not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Can you put Alim back on screen, please?
There we go. Alim Dar gives it out. It's the fourth, I think, overturned decision today that we've had. And it dispatches Joe Root. It's a Bra's third wicket. It was on the back foot, it spun. And I'm really looking forward to seeing a replay. I just thought I saw a little puff of dust as that ball landed on the pitch. On the first morning, it's very dry. It's a very good toss for England to have won. But they have lost Root for 8. And they're 145 for 3 now in the 25th over with 35 minutes to go until lunch. All these reviews and no one's lost one yet, which is quite remarkable. And we're going to have Harry Brook coming out at number 5. So we'll await the replay. I'll put everyone out of their misery is what my favourite photograph site has been so far on the road. Now, I don't know if you keep pet goats in this part of the world, but this one was meticulously behaved as it lay just draped happily over the crossbar of Fellow's motorbike. And it's just lying there as the driver of this motorbike is just talking to a mate. He's just cradling his goat in a fairly sort of... It's as if you had a Labrador that was just lying there. And it's not a small goat either. It's quite a big brown and white one. And so there he is. He's driven to this meeting point with his goat, lying over the central part. I think it's probably where the fuel tank is on your Hero Honda bike. There is a goat lying over it, legs one end, obviously front legs the other, ears just hanging down. It's a wonderful sight.
We had a good one today as well on the way to the ground of a dad and 2 young sons and somebody on the back holding a chicken.
Oh.
And the chicken was also like the goat, just
relaxed.
Just relaxed and just...
There may be pets, you see. It may be that this, because it's just the very relaxed way this goat was lying there. I think it's not the first time it's done it. Put it that way. I think it's probably, probably goes for a drive quite regularly. 145 for 3. We're in the 25th over of the innings. Brook has arrived. And a Bra who's taken 3 wickets on the first morning of Test cricket tosses up his first ball. Brook is forward. Scored that brilliant 150 last week. Looking at that again, trouble is you can't, because they've showed the replay there with the technologies, you can't see if there's a puff of dust or not. But it looked as if there was. Bra again. Bowles forced away, finding the gap. Yes, he has done. And so Cover has to chase after that. A sprawling save. Brooks off the mark with a single. It's fielded away to our left in the offside. So it's 146 for 3. And again, the game moving along quickly.
Yeah, that run rate just for the first time dropped below 6 and over.
This is pushed away past Cover's left hand for a single. You see, there's an argument, albeit probably these days an ancient argument. So the longer you bat in the first innings, the more worn the pitch becomes for those who follow. But I don't think that's going to... I think that's another one of the rule book that's just been tossed out of the window by Stokes and McCullum. You'd be looking to bat and bat and bat and to wear that pitch. 147 for 3. And that's short and flogged away into the leg side. And a ball boy fields that rather neatly, actually, down to our right there in a brown tracksuit. Hit that hard, didn't he? No messing. And Brook goes to 5. 150 is up. 151 for 3. It would be lunch round about now normally, but we've got another half an hour to go. And Abrar making his Test debut, bowls again, played carefully by Brook into the offside, and it's the end of that over. 151 for 3, 25 overs gone. And it does make sense to bat long and to try and wear the pitch, so it's obviously more worn for the team batting second, but that's just not the way. It's not going to happen here, is it? They're going to get as much as they can, as quickly as they can.
Well, they're just going to, like, this team just go at 6 and over, don't
Yep.
they? They very rarely drop below it. They might creep up to 7 and over. But their aggressive manner that they play, it does bring opportunities. And Abrar is now justifying his selection in this team. But also, the question is there, why did he not play that
Yep.
first game? With the mystery that he does bowl. Yes, there was no spin in that first Test match.
Mohammad Nawaz is continuing from the far end, his left arm spin. In he goes, bowls with quite a low arm, Pope on the back foot looking for a single to long off, but Nawaz is able to cut that off. This bowl, I mean, he's taken 3 for 56 on his first morning of Test cricket from 9 overs. And of course England are pushing on, not least because of the time that will be lost in this match again, so it does make sense to rattle along as quickly as you can. Nawaz again bowls, Pope down the pitch, takes a little skip and plays that into his right hand. 151 for 3 in the 26th over. Pope twiddles his bat, is over it now. And Nawaz waits for something or other, not sure what it is. So Pope stands up, gives his bat another twiddle. And Nawaz strides in again, left arm round the wicket, tosses that up. Pope wants a single, he does, mid-on's quite deep there. No, you see everything on the road out here. It's about 10 miles out of the city. Pope reaches another 50 from 52 balls after that rattling century up at Rawalpindi. He said he's going to beat the rate for that. He still might do. 52 balls for half a century on a very different pitch. I think that's the point, I think, to make to people just tuning in. This is a pitch that's going to spin. Cracked, very dry. It's not that sheet of marble that was rolled out last week. This is different. It's going to take some survival, I think, towards the end of this game. Nawaz bowls, and Brook this time plays back at him. Camels. A nice little herd of camels yesterday on their way somewhere. Bullock cart, I thought, observing lane discipline very well on the inside track of a roundabout. There's Nawaz bowling. Again, played studiously into the offside by Brook. Can't take your eye off anything for a minute, but then today, everything's shut. Every shop shut, every fuel station closed, nobody allowed on the side of the road at all, no traffic. Everything's shut down. Nawaz again bowls. And Brook once again defends. It's the end of the over at 152 for 3. We've got half an hour to go till lunch on this first day. Fascinating cricket so far. And more from Alex and from Andy, and then Simon Mann will come in here.
Ollie Pope 12th century, 52 balls, 4 fours. It's his 13th score of 50 or more in Test cricket. 3 centuries amongst those, in a good run of form since the second Test of the English summer. Now 6 50-plus scores, averaging 51. His average had dropped down to 28 before, 27 in fact, before that sequence, and only 4 boundaries. But I think 27 scoring shots out of his 52 deliveries.
Well, just under half an hour to go until the lunch interval here. It's been another thrilling morning's cricket. Abrar with 3 wickets to his name, bowls. That's a bit short. It's clubbed away by Pope, square with the wicket on the offside. Swept up in the deep. And Pope goes through for his 51st run. And England to 153 for 3. They've scored at 6 and over just about. Pakistan have picked up 3 wickets, and it's a very different game on this surface with the ball spinning. Abrar moves in now to bowl to Harry Brook. And Brook is back, standing up in defence, plays it back up the offside of the pitch, and Abrar bends down to pick up, and there is no run. The crowd watching on keenly has built up since the start of the day's play, but there's still lots of empty seats. We were promised a bigger crowd than this, but could be another enthralling game. Abrar went into bowl there and then just lost his footing, it seemed to me, and pulled out of it. He's bowling with a slip and a short leg, and then 4 on the offside inside the circle, 2 on the onside, and a deep backward square leg. He bowls there to Brook, who guides it away off the back foot towards backward point. And there is no run. He's taken 3 for 57, so he's had a bit of tap as well. But he's picked up wickets for Pakistan. 3 for 57 in his 10th over. Abrar goes in again, tosses that one up. Brook dead bats it. Could have been tempted to belt that over the top because there was some flight there, but he blocked it away into the offside, and there is no run. Different test this for Harry Brook. And the umpire just holding on a second. Are we waiting for a no-ball adjudication? Alim Dar's blocking the way. It looks as though he's got his finger in his ear as if to say, being notified of a no-ball. He's happy now. He settles over the stumps. And Abrar moves away from us and bowls to Brook. And tossed right up. And Brook swats it away on the drive, but straight to extra cover. And there's no run. Ball whipped in to wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan. 153 for 3. Just switching on a chilly Friday morning in the UK. Abrar with 3 wickets to his name, bowls to Brook, who's back there and defending, playing that up the offside of the pitch. And there is no run. I don't think it was a maiden, it was a run off the first ball, wasn't there? But Brook playing defensively to 5 balls in that over, just getting himself in. 153 for 3. We've had 27 overs, 2.5 hour first session. It's Friday here, so we'll have an hour for lunch. And Waqar Younis, former Pakistan captain and coach, is alongside me. Well, it's been another session full of interest, Waqar.
Yeah, good morning, Simon, and good morning, listeners. It's been a pretty even-steven morning for both teams. Yes, the runs have come pretty quickly to begin with, and then Pakistan pulling it back with Abrar picking up 2 wickets. The mystery which we all been talking about, he brought onto the table, and he's doing it quite nicely.
Here is Mohammad Nawaz bowling to Pope, who shovels it through the leg side with plenty of bottom hand. Some of the pace of it might have been taken by Shahid Shakil at mid-wicket. It goes out towards the boundary. Pope comes back for 2 runs, 155 for 3. They've taken the other leg spinner out of the attack for now. Brought on Mohammad Nawaz.
He's been a little expensive. I think a lot to do with Duckett at the crease when he was bowling, and those sweeps and reverse sweeps didn't really allow him to sort of get into his groove.
Here is Nawaz, walks in and bowls to Pope, who plays it firmly back down the pitch. It's only half stopped by the bowler, deflected up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 155 for 3. Pope 53 not out. He was given out this morning, but the ball hit his glove rather than his pad, so that was overturned. One of a number of decisions that have been overturned. Both teams have got 3 reviews left. They've reviewed well today. Nawaz tosses that one right up, and Pope hits it firmly into the onside, beats the dive at mid-wicket. It's going out towards the boundary. The chase is on. The ball's going to win. Well, that was an inviting delivery from Mohammad Nawaz, and Pope was onto it, whipping it away. Takes him to 57, and England to 159 for 3. Some of the pace actually was taken off it by the diving Shakil, but he could not prevent it going past him.
The problem Nawaz facing right now, because he's played way too much white ball cricket, and it is very difficult to come and bowl in a test match when you're so used to bowling quickly and bowling.
Here he is again, bowls to Pope, he's down the pitch, hitting it towards mid-on, he's off with the stroke, and he goes through for a single.
Yeah, he's just firing it in. He's not really getting into his rhythm or getting the line right, and that has been the problem with most of the Pakistani bowlers. Yes, the England batsmen, they're very aggressive. They're not allowing him to do that. Any loose delivery ball, they're punished.
Bowls to Brook. Brook is forward, playing defensively towards short extra cover. And there's no running. Yeah, he basically he bowls darts, doesn't he? Really, sort of darts it in. You've seen him bowl in one-day cricket. You'll know what we mean by that. He's really trying to tuck the batter up and just not go for runs in T20. He was the one that bowled that over, the final over in that amazing game against India in the T20 World Cup. He bowls now, and down the pitch goes Brook. Hits us out through extra cover, advancing down the pitch there. It's swept up in the deep. Pakistan have two fielders out, long off and deep cover, and they both ran towards the ball, and the deep cover fielder got there first. So aggression from Brook. The first time we've seen that down the pitch, and skewing that away over extra cover. Mishit, but
I don't think he was in control of that shot. He wanted to go more onside and a little bit of spin. It's taken the outer part of the bat and gone over that extra cover. A lot of encouragement for the spinners on this surface. We saw there are a couple of other pitches were prepared this morning on the right of the pitch, which we were looking at, and decided to go with the pitch will have more spin in it, and that's purely because Pakistan missed out on Shaheen, Haris, Naseem Shah, Hassan Ali not bowling that well, so they don't have that.
Here's Abrar with a new over, bowls, turned away by Pope through forward square leg for one. They'll come back for a second. Pope really is ticking the board over. He goes to 60, and England up to 164 for 3.
You have to really run hard on this ground because the boundaries have been pushed back. It's more or less 80-yard boundary. It's a big boundary, so you'll see that the batsmen have to really work hard. They have to really run hard, 2s and 3s.
Pope waits, Abrar bowls to him. Pope comes down the pitch there and then blocks it when he gets there. Goes rolling out towards extra cover. It's a really big service, and I understand they pushed the boundaries back.
Yeah,
the word went out, get those boundaries back another 5 metres. It's a really big playing surface. There's actually even more room. It could have gone back. Abrar moles to Pope. Pope plays it towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. 164 for 3. Out today, Crawley 19, Duckett 63, and Root 11. All to the new leg break bowler for Pakistan, Abrar Ahmed, is bowling now to Pope. Pope sweeps, reverse sweeps, and he's caught at backward point, ended up at backward square leg. His head goes back, he punches his bat as he walks off, and it's a 4th wicket for Abrar Ahmed on his debut. He's taken 4 for 59, and England have lost 4 before lunch. Pope is on his way for 60. And England 164 for 4. Pope is furious with himself. He went for the reverse sweep and miscued it straight to backward point, taking it from middle stump, just lobbed up in the air. It was a straightforward catch, and Abrar Ahmed has brought Pakistan right back into this match. England were 117 for 1, now 164 for 4 as Shafiq takes a straightforward catch.
Look, Pope started off with playing a very same shot, reverse sweep, and got a couple of runs off it, but this time around the ball bounced a little bit more, and Abrar, I feel that he's settled into his spell quite nicely, and that one bounced a bit. I think that the bounce really did the job. Was getting plenty of spin. Is getting a googly also going for him. A dream start for a youngster who's only 24, played a handful game, and has really surprised everyone. Why didn't he play the previous match and given opportunity in this match? Yes, there is a lot more spin available in this pitch than the Pindi ground, Pindi pitch. So he's making the most of it. What a wonderful spell he's into it. A little bit expensive. He's going run a ball, more or less run a ball, 59 of 10.4, but he's picked a wicket. He's a wicket taker, so you don't mind him being a little expensive.
Here's Stokes' first ball. Abrar bowls to it. It's tossed right up. Stokes comes leaning forward, head right over it, plays it to extra cover, and there is no run. Now, how is Stokes going to play against the young leg spinner? He's been out to 2 very aggressive shots in this series so far. Surprise, surprise. Looking for the declaration in his last innings. Abrar injured, Stokes down the pitch and then defends it back to the bowler. And there is no run. He picks up aggressively to send it into the wicketkeeper.
That's the confidence, isn't it? It's all about, this game is all about confidence. And picked up 4 wickets, so his tail's up. So he's going to really keep coming at the batsman. Pakistan would love to pick up one more wicket. Still got about 17, maybe 18 minutes to go, maybe 3 to 4 overs. Both spinners are bowling, so they got to sort of rush in a little bit, try to put these batsmen under pressure. They're just moving slowly, which I don't think is the right way to go. They can pick up another wicket. Things are not easy out there for the England batsmen. They have scored quickly, fair enough, but they have lost wickets, don't forget.
Yeah, aggression, but also the odd error as well. Here is Nawaz bowling to Brook. Brook turns that carefully into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it's 38 for the first wicket, and Duckett was sweeping and reverse sweeping. Eventually LBW to Abrar for 63. Root was LBW to Abrar for 8. Crawley was bowled by Abrar for 19. That was the first wicket to go. Here's Mohammad Nawaz with slow left arm, bowls, and Brook plays a controlled defensive shot back up the offside of the pitch.
I think Nawaz's job should be very, very simple. Don't over try things and try to bowl dot deliveries, build that pressure, because England batsmen, we've seen that if they don't get runs quickly, they just get itchy.
Nawaz bowls full on the pads of Brook. Brook turns it away towards mid-wicket, picked up by Shakil.
Because Abrar is bowling really well, you don't really have to be ultra aggressive. Just make sure that you bowl good areas and make sure that the batsmen play more defensively than aggressive.
A long off in for Nawaz bowling to Brook with that short outside the off stump. It's not a very good delivery. It's chopped away down towards the boundaries. A sprawling save down there. They've come back for the second run. Too short from Mohammad Nawaz. Clattered away by Brook. I think from Brook there, you'd probably be disappointed not to get 4, but there is a fielder out there. It's a very big boundary.
Would have been 4 in Pindi for sure, because that extra 10-15 yards made a big difference.
166 for 4. Nawaz with a slip and a short leg. Bowls to Brook. He's down the pitch and then stabbing forward in defence. Perhaps not quite there for the attacking shot. Goes off a thickish outside edge towards.
England's in places where, batsmen play those chip shots. Because they're playing aggressively, so you don't really need too many people around the bat. So put man at maybe driving on both sides of the pitch, which I don't see at the moment. There's man and cover, which is closer.
Nawaz bowls, Brook goes back and plays that towards mid-on. There's no run. It's the end of the over. There was a short extra cover in rather than the short extra cover. End of the over, 166 for 4. Results?
Yeah, interesting little stat on Abrar Ahmed taking the first 4 wickets in England's, so the top 4 batters in England's innings, with England batting first. The last bowler to do that, to dismiss the England top 4 on his own in the opening innings of a test, Shane Warne in the Oval Test of 2005. The bowler before that, Anil Kumble, before him Saqlain Mushtaq, before him Glenn McGrath twice. So he's joined a list of pretty tidy bowlers there, Michael.
There.
Well, he's got a chance of Pfeiffer before lunch here on his debut. This extended first session. He's going to be bowling to the England captain, Ben Stokes. He bowls in his glasses. Number 40 on the back of his white shirt, into bowl to Stokes now. Stokes is back to a leg break, one that turns into the left-hander, and he plays that away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But the modern days, the teams, they look at the footage quite a bit and they just go through the actions. And
Abrar to Stokes is down the pitch, blocking that, using his feet. Rizwan comes behind the stumps, tries to brush it back towards the stumps.
And I'm sure English team, they must have seen Abrar many a times, on the videos and all the data available. But there's one thing, looking at it and facing is a different ball game altogether.
Goes in now to bowl to the England captain. He's right back, playing in defence into the offside. Picked up by Fahim Ashraf wearing the sun hat at extra cover. And it's a very pleasant day for watching cricket and for playing it. Perfect conditions, really. It's just the light we're battling with here. Stokes goes the reverse sweep to get off the mark, and he's picked out the man at deep backward point. Hit that like a whip crack.
What is this with the sweep and reverse? I mean, I've not seen even the subcontinent players playing, this shot with such control. Yes, they've lost wickets on reverse sweep, but they have produced a lot of runs with that shot. And they must have practiced a lot.
Yeah, practice, yeah, definitely. 167 for 4. Brook on strike. And he hits that high in the air. He could well be caught at mid-off. He should be if the fielder could just catch it out of the sun. He comes forward and takes it. He's got 5. 5 before lunch on his test debut. He bends down and kisses the ground. And now he's mobbed by his colleagues. Brook is on his way, trying to hit that over the top. A miscue. And it lobbed into the air at mid-off. Just needed the fielder there to judge it because he was looking up into the sun. He actually had his hand up, just shielding his eyes from the sun. And Abrar, would you believe it? The other leg spinner who's picked ahead of him went for 300 in the first test match. He gets picked for his debut and he takes 5 before lunch. England 167 for 5.
That aggressive approach from England did work to begin with. They did put Pakistan under immense pressure the first couple of wickets, and then Pakistani bowlers, they just settled in really well, especially in Abrar. He's made very, very life difficult for the batsmen out there, and picking up his first 5-wicket haul in his very first game. So there's plenty more to come for him in the future because he's a fine cricketer. He's got talent and he's got something about him which really made batsmen struggle against him. So picking up 5 wickets before lunch, I think it's a great, great achievement.
Yeah, just the breakdown of the wickets, 3 to aggressive shots and 2 to defensive shots. If you were wondering back home how England have played this morning, they tried to be positive. 3 to aggressive strokes. So Ben Stokes and Will Jacks together, England's last 2 recognised batters out there now, with no Ben Foakes in the side and no Liam Livingstone. He is gone home injured. So plenty to do for these two. 167 for 5. England were 117 for 1 and 145 for 2.
Yeah, that aggressive approach on this surface where the spinners are getting a lot more than what they were getting in Pindi, it is maybe a little difficult. It's not going to be easy to just hit out those big boundaries. What Brooks tried to do is just try to put him under pressure, tries to play over the top and miscued it. And brilliantly taken by Nawaz, who was under pressure for a long period when he was under the ball. The sun was really coming straight into his eyes.
Here is Abrar to bowl to Jacks, tossed up. Jacks is forward, turning that up along the ground into the hands of the short-legged fielder. So Abrar's got, rather strange figures, really. He's bowled 12 overs and taken 5 for 60. He's gone at 5 and over, but he's got 5.
Yeah, that's the mystery about this young player. When you don't pick him on a surface which offers a lot to the spinners, then you can play all those funky sweeps and reverse sweeps, but there's every chance that if you don't know which way the ball's going to spin, that you are going to lose wickets at time. I think Duckett was the key on this pitch. He's managed everyone really, really well, both the spinners, even all 3 spinners. But since then, it's been a struggle for the coming batsmen. Run rate still 5.39, but Pakistan just kept on picking wickets. So that's a good thing for Pakistan. 5 wickets before lunch. It's a massive game.
Yeah, they're right in this match. They were outplayed at Rawalpindi. Zoltz, you had something for us?
Well, just to update that stat I gave a minute ago, he's now got England's top 5 out. And there's only 7 bowlers in Test history who've dismissed England's top 5 when bowling first in the first innings of a Test. England played over 1,000 matches in this format.
Right, some problems behind the bowler's arm. We're happy now. And here is Mohamed Nawaz to bowl to Ben Stokes. And Stokes guides it away on the banks towards Imam, who's fielding under the helmet at short leg. So 2 games going on at the moment. Abrar with his leg breaks, England trying to take him on, trying to sort him out. And then a rather more passive game at the other end with Nawaz darting the ball in. 167 for 5, a few minutes to go until lunch. Nawaz bowls, Stokes goes back, gives himself some room, hits it very crisply off the back foot. And straight to Shakil at extra cover, wearing a short sleeve sweater. Some of the Pakistan fielders have short sleeves on, some have taken them off. And here is Nawaz next to umpire Erasmus. Goes in left arm over the wicket to bowl to Stokes, who's struck in the back shout for LBW. He's forward there, Stokes, possibly outside the line. Umpire Erasmus says not out. We've seen quite a few decisions overturned this morning. What are Pakistan going to do here? Are they going to review this? They've still got all their reviews left. Barber normally waits to the last moment. They're talking about it. Still talking. They go for it. Waqas shakes his head.
I don't think that has hit him in the line of the stumps.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
This is Joel Wilson, TV umpire. Right, we're getting our first look now, front on.
Got an inside edge also, I think.
Well,
doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Just let me check ultra edge to make sure, please.
It looks as though Stokes has got his pad outside the line. That's what I think the umpire thought, anyway. And they've seen it on the big screen, actually, and they've moved away.
Slow. Yes. Take it back one frame. Take it back. And forward. Yeah, bat and pad very close together. The ball making contact at the same time, it appears. One frame, take it back one frame and forward. Slowly, slow. Yeah, I cannot discern whether there's bat first or pad first. So I'm going back to Murray on field. Going back to Murray. Murray, stay with your original decision, your on-screen signal now.
There we go. You heard it clearly from umpire Wilson. The other thing as well is the pad was outside the line of off stump. So even if he'd not hit it, I'm pretty sure that would have been outside the line. 167.45. 5 minutes to go until lunch. Nawaz moves in and bowls to Stokes. Reverse sweep from Stokes, and he hits that in front of square. They've gone for one. They're coming back for the second. They might well get three here. So England continuing to sweep and reverse sweep. And the score goes to 170.45. We're just seeing the technology on that previous delivery. And yeah, the impact clearly outside. Stokes stretching right forward, making sure he got that pad outside the line of off stump. So it didn't have a lot going for
I
him.
don't think Babar was that confident. And he even said it. You could tell from the body language to Nawaz that this is definitely hitting. This was a waste of review, I feel. It was a good review, a couple of good reviews taken by Babar and Abrar, but that one was a poor one.
Now Jacks faces his first ball from Nawaz. He's forward, thickish outside edge as he props forward there, runs down towards short third, and there is no run. Yeah, I think all the reviews have been successful until that one.
Yeah.
Four successful reviews until that one.
Umpires had a poor morning.
Yeah. 170 for 5. The game has not had a poor morning there. It's been absolutely thrilling cricket again. Nawaz forward goes Jacks, plays that quietly towards short extra cover, and there's no run. That's the last ball of Nawaz's over. He's bowled 5 overs and taken 0 for 18. It's 170 for 5. It's been helter-skelter cricket again today. We've had 32 overs. 170 for 5 as we move towards the last over, I think, before lunch.
Yeah,
about 3 minutes to go.
We're all hungry, aren't we?
Just quickly, that list that Abrar has joined of bowlers who've dismissed England's top 5 and bowling first in the first innings of a test. Shane Warne in that game at the Oval, Saqlain Mushtaq, Glenn McGrath, another Pakistan great, Abdul Qadir, Alf Valentine, fine spinner for West Indies after the war, and Bill O'Reilly, one of the great pre-war leg spinners. So, yeah, great list for that for a debutant to join.
Well, fantastic. He's looking for one more. It might be time for... They might squeeze one more over in. 3 minutes to go. Depends how England play this, I suppose. Abrar bowls round the wicket to Stokes, who's forward, playing towards extra cover. Just a hint of a single there, but Fahim Ashraf rushing in closes that off. During the lunch interval, we're going to Adelaide for commentary on the second day of the second test between Australia and West Indies. Australia in a strong position in that game. Abrar around the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who sweeps. Now that was there for the sweep shot. It was on his pads. There's no one back, a deep back with square leg, and that's gone for 4. Emphatic shot from Ben Stokes, but that was a gift from Abrar. There was no threat to the stumps there. It was drifting down the leg side, and Stokes put it away.
Stokes is going to play in his own way. He's not going to really get bogged down or not going to be bothered about what Abrar bowling, or still 2 minutes or 3 minutes to lunch. He's going to play his way.
Abrar bowls to Stokes. You're too right, he is. He's hitting this out towards the long on boundary. Nawaz is running back. It's gone over his head. It's not gone for 4. Nawaz picks it up inside the boundary, and sends in the return, and they come back for 2 runs. Well, you're right, potentially last over before lunch, and Stokes is trying to hit Abrar for 6 over long on.
Gone those days when 3 minutes or 4 minutes left, even 10 minutes before lunch, people used to put the shutters down and batters used to just block.
Abrar bowls to Stokes, short outside the off stump, swatted for 4 through extra cover. Well, that was a bad ball, and perhaps Stokes forced that by coming down the pitch. The previous delivery is that Abrar bowled it a bit shorter, and Stokes rocking onto the back foot. He didn't time it perfectly.
No. He created that doubt in his mind, the previous delivery coming down the pitch, although he didn't really get hold of it. He only picked up 2, but straight after that he went back. He knew that he's going to bowl short. He's young. He's not played that much cricket, first game, test cricket. So went back quite nicely and very quickly.
Yeah, more experienced, but might toss that one up again. Abrar to Stokes. Stokes gets a good ball just outside the off stump, just testing him. In between length that time, and in the end he blocked it. Stokes is on to 14 from 15 balls. 180 for 5. Now, is this the last ball before lunch? Depends which clock the umpires are going by. It's drifting towards 12:30 local time. Abrar has had a brilliant morning, bowls to Stokes, and Stokes covers up, plays with a thickish outside edge, just to the left of Babar at slip. And what the umpires do, they have knocked the bails off. Well, we've had enough entertainment in that morning session for a whole day, just about. 180 for 5 at lunch, England, from 33 overs. Stokes is there on 14. Will Jacks are yet to score. It looked as though it might be Duckett's morning or Pope's morning. It has been Abrar Ahmed's morning in his first test match.
This first session is a lot more interesting than what we had first 4 days in Pindi. You know, plenty has happened. Pakistan picked up 5 wickets for Abrar. All 5 goes to him. It was a little bit nervous to begin with, Abrar. A little bit expensive also if you read his bowling stats. 74, 5 in 13 overs, but he'll take that. He'll be the happiest man on this earth. He's just, settled in well in his spell and picked up 5 wickets. He's been honoured. He's been asked to lead the team out of the ground, and what a moment for a youngster.
Yeah, he's leading the Pakistan team off at the far end of the ground, and supporters are moving towards the dressing rooms over there and shouting his name and cheering him off. What a morning he's had. First day in Test match cricket. He might be a bit grateful actually that he didn't play in that last Test match, because that was a very flat pitch. This pitch in Multan has more in it for the spinners, and certainly for the leg break bowlers. You've got a bit of craft as well. England have been, as you'd expect, complicit in their downfall to some extent because of their ultra-aggressive approach, but their ultra-aggressive approach has also seen them take 70 off his 13 overs, and it's a fierce battle out there. It's just difficult to know at this stage what 180 for 5 means in the context of the game. If you say 180 for 5 at lunch, England have scored 180 runs in the morning session, but 5 wickets, 180 runs, conventionally you'd get there sometime perhaps after tea on the first day, and you might still say Pakistan are in control of the game. England batting first, the pitch has got some spin in it. Will England's slow bowlers get as much out of it? How good a pitch is it for batting? It looks as though it was a pretty straightforward surface against the seamers this morning. England, of course, have got that extra pace of Mark Wood in their side, and the skill of Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson. But Abrar has picked up 5 wickets to set England back, really, after another aggressive start and a productive start. So Crawley was bowled by Abrar for 19. That was a beauty, actually, through the gate after he bowled him a leg break the ball before. Crawley out for 19. That was 38 for 1. Duckett was sweeping and reverse sweeping his merry way. Looked as though he was just beginning to move towards threatening that Gilbert Jessop record again. He was 63 not out of 48 balls, and then he was LBW to Abrar. That was 117 for 2. Root on the back foot was LBW to Abrar for 8. Pitch just in line, spun and hit him on the back pad around about the line of mid-off. So he went for 8, 145 for 3. Pope reverse swept. He was caught by Shafiq off the top edge off Abrar for 60, and then Brook went for a big stroke down the ground, skied it to Mohammad Nawaz. at mid-off, who shielded his eyes and caught the ball looking into the sun. So 5 for Abrar. Brook was out for 9. Stokes has played 2 or 3 aggressive strokes. He's on to 14, and Jacks has just looked to play quietly. He only played 3 balls actually, and he has yet to score. 180 for 5. Abrar has bowled 13 overs. How many maidens in that, results?
No maidens, 5 for 70.
13 overs, no maidens, 5 for 70.
The second session is about to begin. First session ended with England at 180 for 5, having won the toss and elected to bat first. They're going at a very good rate, but they have lost their top order. All 5 batters, all 5 wickets falling to the debutant Abrar Ahmed, who's had a terrific debut, one to remember already on the honours panel here at the Multan Cricket Stadium in just his first session of play. 2 batters out in the middle, Stokes and Jacks. And Vic Marks alongside me. Vic, I mean, very impressive for the young man.
Yeah, the abracadabra sort of headlines coming into play.
Very good. I'm not going to lie to you, Victor. I might have heard that once or twice today.
I thought you might, but our listener may have not.
Mohammad Nawaz into Will Jacks. That ball just teasing the outside edge as Jacks went for a booming drive. It just turns sharply into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. Oh, this is maybe a little bit promising for Jacks when he comes in later with the ball.
A little bit of spin. We've seen obvious spin from the wrist spinners, and sometimes it's not so easy for the finger spinners to get it, but that turned a bit, enough to beat Jacks' outside edge.
This is Nawaz's 6th over, and he comes again slightly back of a length this time as Jacks goes back in his crease and punches that to mid-off for no run. They've just slowed down a tiny bit here, England. They've been going at a terrific rate, particularly when Ollie Pope, Ben Duckett, they were going really well, scoring at a fantastic rate. Even when the ball was beating the bat, they would find a boundary, at least 1 per over. As Nawaz in again, with a good length delivery. Jacks nice and forward in defence. He's yet to get off the mark as Will Jacks. He's faced 6 deliveries so far. Was player of the match in the previous game for England. 180 for 5. Here's Mohammad Nawaz again. This is shorter, and Jacks waits on it nicely and smashes it through the covers. There is protection in the deep, but Jacks will get off the mark with that single. 181 for 5. Now, a little bit earlier today, Victor, I talked about my favourite cricketers who wore spectacles. At the end of this, and Twitter has responded with some of their favourites.
Oh, right.
At the end of this over, I might read you out some of those.
Well, obviously Geoffrey Boycott comes very high on the poll.
Do you know what? I think you're the first to mention it today.
Well, he wore spectacles.
Yeah. We'll have
for a while.
I'll talk you through some of the answers after this over. There's 2 balls to come here as the batter just wants to make sure he knows where the field is. He's having a chat, Ben Stokes, with Rizwan. TK from Rizwan. It just means okay, it's okay, it's okay. And we can resume. Here's Nawaz now into Stokes. Fuller ball's been punched to mid-wicket, Imam ul-Haq field. There is no run. Nasty little knock a little bit early on the back of his ankle, Imam, fielding a short leg.
He's come back pretty well from that, but he's managed to get out a forward short leg. Perfect, really.
Result. Nawaz into Stokes again. Oh, as that ball turns sharply into Stokes. He plays it out to short extra cover, and there is no run. 34 overs gone in this England innings. 181 for 5 as the players turn around. Now, here we go, a bit earlier.
Okay.
Posed on our Twitter. Your favourite cricketer who wears or wore glasses. David Townsend suggested Zaheer Abbas. Javed has said Daniel Vittori. Lots of shouts for Zaheer Abbas. David Steele.
Yes,
has been mentioned. Dennis Taylor, but he wasn't a cricketer, but he does look a bit like an umpire in the photo that I'm looking at, where he's giving someone out. Jack Leach, of course. Many shouts for Zaheer Abbas, and as of today, Stuart Broad as well. He can join that illustrious list.
Stuart Broad. Oh, the sunglasses came.
Well, no, today he was doing some television work and was wearing some glasses, and he rather resembled Harry Potter. Andy Zaltzman.
Surely you've got to wear them on the pitch to qualify as a bespectacled cricketer.
All right, okay. I was having some fun. Fine. Abrar Ahmed in for his 14th over. That one keeps a little bit low, but Jacks watchfully plays it out to deep, backward square leg for no run. A few more. There's
I got one.
Oh, please.
Marcus Trescothick.
Oh, very
who
good.
later in his career wore glasses, but not at the start. Just towards the end, he wore glasses.
He doesn't wear them nowadays when he's coaching, running
Well,
around
not when he's
coaching.
hitting catches, no.
You can do that with your eyes closed.
Yeah. Who else we got?
We have Eddie Barlow.
Yes. Yeah. No boycott. I can't
No
believe
boycott.
it.
I've been
Maybe
scrolling through the replies. I haven't seen
Mind
boycott
you,
yet.
it was a while. I think he gave up by the time he got to this, sort of into the 70s. He'd got contact lenses organised.
We did get a Jeffrey Boycott.
Oh dear.
We did get us a Jeffrey Boycott.
Oh, good.
There's a bit of Jack Leach in there as well. I'm going to
Yes,
say.
absolutely.
As Abrarin, he's might join this list eventually. That ball's punched down to mid-wicket by Stokes for a single. I think the most number of responses have gone to... well, there's a chap called Michael Vine who said, myself, and he sent me a lovely photo of himself playing some club cricket in England. The most number of replies I think was split between Vittori, as that ball's been swept up in the air. No, lands safely off the pad, really. Yeah, the most number of replies went to Vittori and Zaheer Abbas, so well done to them. They win the most striking, bespectacled cricketer.
Well, Devon Malcolm used to wear glasses now and again.
When he was batting. In comes Abrar, that ball's been driven. Extra cover, no run.
But also when he was fielding. I'll mention it at the end of the over.
Yeah, sure. Abrar, he does get through his overs very quickly. That chair you heard was for the stop at extra cover. Had the ball beaten that fielder. There are runs on offer, no protection in the deep for Abrar. As Jax goes back in his crease for another back of a length ball, which goes to extra cover for no run. 5 for 72 so far. The figures for Abrar Ahmed on debut. Here's the final ball of his 14th over. It's full, it's been driven nicely. Just wide of the fielder at mid-off, who has to make a sliding stop. And they're able to get through for a single. It's the end of another over from Abrar. 184 for 5, Victor.
Well, so Devon used to wear glasses early in his career, and certainly in the field, he was even as well as batting. And there is a story which I'm sure is true, and I desperately want it to be true anyway, but I think it is true. He was fielding on the boundary, say for Derbyshire, was tearing around, hurled himself to stop the ball, dived. The ball went way off to the right. His glasses went way off to the left. And to the disappointment of his captain, he went and retrieved his glasses before he got the ball.
Oh dear.
So,
did he play the next test?
I don't know if it's a test match or a county match, but I think he kept everyone amused. But
they can be quite pricey, those glasses.
Yeah.
Mohamed Nawaz to continue. That ball's defended from the crease. Back to the bowler for no run. Big oohs and ahs from Rizwan behind the stumps. Very noisy since the post-lunch session.
Well, it was a very full ball and he went back to it, but he hit it. But it was almost a half volley, but he's misjudged the length a little bit, perhaps.
Jack's pounding the surface. You can hear it through the stumps mic. Here's Nawaz. That ball's been swept slightly uppishly, but it's running away fine towards that fine leg area. They're going to come back for 2. Abrar slightly slow off the mark in the deep, and they're very quick between the wickets of the England batters. 186 for 5 now, the score. There's a little bit of risk attached to that shot as well now, just with those close fielders in, and there is a fielder, a deep backward square leg who's patrolling that region, so you wonder about the risk-reward ratio for the sweep shot. Jax on strike. Here's Nawaz. This is a bit fuller. Big booming drive there from Jax. Doesn't really time it. Gets a thick inside edge. Goes out towards mid-wicket. They're going to run back for 2. And it has to be said, there was some very pedestrian fielding there from Saud Shakil at mid-wicket. They managed to get back for 2.
Didn't quite time that, he was looking to hit it right down the ground and more of an inside edge than anything, but a couple more test runs for Will Jacks.
It's just accumulating at the moment. 188 for 5 England. Here's Nawaz. Lots of flight and very pleasant looking drive, but can't beat the fielder at mid-off. It's a Fahim Ashraf position there, number 41 on the back of his shirt. Pakistan have this intricacy about their shirts. They've got their numbers on the back in green. And England, of course, have theirs in blue. Here's Nawaz. Back of a length up in the air, and for a moment it looked like it might carry to short extra cover. It's a very acrobatic diving stop at mid-off. The batters do get through for a single. Score moves on to 189 for 5.
See, Will Jacks is a natural aggressor.
Yeah.
You know, he won't be grinding it out. He's played with some sort of discretion. He hasn't gone for any really extravagant shots, but it's his natural way to attack. So that's what he's doing, quite rightly.
It's England's captain, Ben Stokes, on strike. Slip in place in a forward short leg. Here's Nawaz. Stokes just works that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Completes another over. 189 for 5. 36 overs bowled so far today. We had the extended session to start the day off to accommodate the longer lunch for Friday prayers.
Yeah, well, just as well, because Andy's been hard at work throughout the entire hour-long lunch interval. He's looking for confirmation for yet another record. He's going to give me the thumbs up when he's got confirmation, because he's working for the BBC, 2 or 3 sources necessary, I believe.
Yeah,
so I haven't got thumbs up just yet, but we're on the brink.
He's had to cross-reference a few different websites as Andy today. Here's Abrari again, lots of flight and Stokes forward in defence. There is no run. Every single ball getting a little bit of exclamation from Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps at the moment.
You'll let us know if he says something really interesting.
I'll do my best. Here's Abrar again, big sweep shot, played with aggression. And that's run away to the mid-wicket boundary. He was waiting on that with Will Jacks, just a little bit of room. And as you say, Victor, he is an aggressive player, and that was a very aggressive shot. 193 for 5.
Yeah, and he hit it hard. Again, it was a blameless ball. That's what spin bowlers hate. It's more or less landed where he wanted to, on a length right about off stump. He swept it away.
As a reverse sweep this time from Jacks, picks out the fielder at backward point. There is no run. It's been a very productive shot for England today, the sweep shot. Ben Duckett in particular, probably the best of the England batters when playing that shot, the sweep and the reverse sweep, but it's proven to be a very fruitful stroke for these batters. A little bit quicker from Abrar this time. Jacks pushes it to mid-wicket for no run.
Well, it's one for the analysts, because on the risk-reward, in that the two you've mentioned got lots of runs for the reverse sweep, and we're both dismissed as reverse, or sweeping anyway, if not reverse sweeping.
Here's Abrar again as Jacks defends that on the front foot. Lots of noise from around the bat. And you kind of think, not really that necessary. I mean, he was right out of the middle of the bat, that defensive shot. It didn't really seem like there was a lot going on, but...
Fair point, but you like to keep the bowler happy.
Yeah, Abrar in again. Lots of flight on this one. That ball turns in sharply, gets an under edge. It was a sort of missed chance, you have to say, from the keeper, because Jacks had no idea about that ball. It came back in. It was the sort of googly-esque delivery. They run through for a couple of byes, and... yeah, we just take a look at it. He sort of pushes it out.
It was the other one. It was the other one that comes back in. It went over. It was a completely flummoxed Jacks. I think it sort of flummoxed Rizwan, who won't have kept to this man very much. And that's his other one that bounced. It didn't turn prodigiously, but it didn't spin from leg to off, which is his stock ball.
Yeah.
And, well... Jacks didn't pick it, that's for certain. I'm not entirely sure Rizwan picked it.
No, he certainly didn't. He got a little feather, the edges of his glove on it, didn't he?
Yeah, so it was just a one bye, but a great moral victory. Another one.
Another one.
For Abra.
He's having a terrific debut so far. He'll be eyeing up a few more wickets. Here's Mohammad Nawaz now into Jacks, who drives quite pleasantly. Can't beat Imam ul-Haq at extra cover. There is no run. 194 for 5 the score.
He's making Stokes be a spectator, Jazz. He's just taking all the bowling by happenstance. It's not intentional, I don't think.
Now, of singles off the last ball. Ben Stokes fans getting irritated back home. There's Nawaz. That ball's driven out to deep extra cover for a single. Here we go. We will get a bit of Ben Stokes now. The score moves on to 195 for 5. It's the kind of score you expect to see sort of 70 overs into the day, but England have faced 37.2. They're going at over 5 and over. That's despite this passage of play where Pakistan have sort of tied the batters down a little bit. It's very impressive rate of scoring, very entertaining rate of scoring from England. As Nawaz into Stokes, lots of flight. Stokes drives hard down to long on. He takes a single. They can take up his camping position at the non-striker's end again. The score moves on to 196 for 5. 2 two scoreboards here at the Multan Cricket Stadium. One the electronic one, one the old-fashioned replacing numbers manually one. Both in operation for this test match. Nawaz in again to Jax, who's lofted that high up in the air. He should be safe. He's cleared the long off-fielder comfortably, and that's gone a long way for 6. That's a terrific shot from Will Jacks. You got the feeling he was getting a bit tied down, but as we say, he likes to play his shots, and that was a very, very good one. England's 200 comes up as well with that 6. 202 for 5. That's 6.
It's a big boundary. Wow. It's a big hit. He didn't really put a lot of violence into that shot. It was mostly timing. I mean, he does hit the ball well.
Nawaz slowly hopping and skipping into his run as that ball's been driven by Jacks to extra cover for no run. He's kind of always looking for that length where he can sort of reach forward. He's not a hugely tall man, but he does get a big stride in, does Will Jacks. Showing a different dimension to his game right now. 19 off 27. Nawaz in, lots of flight, and again Jacks well forward in defence, pushing that to extra cover, and there is no run. So another over goes by in this England innings. 202 for 5. Stokes on 16 and Jacks on 19 as the two batters punch gloves here at the beautiful Multan Cricket Stadium. Here we go. I think you're going to get some answers here, Vic.
Well, I was asked whether anyone had taken a fifer earlier in their test career. So I've looked at players in their first 31 overs. So Abrar took his 5th wicket in the 5th ball of the 31st over. And if I've crunched the numbers correctly, only one player in test history has posted a 5-wicket haul earlier on debut.
As well, we're going to add a bit of suspense to this because Abrar is in quickly with a quick ball defended on the front foot by Stokes for no run. Right, put us out of our misery. Who is it?
You've got to go back to 1887 at the SCG and Charles the Terror Turner.
Well, there's a name. Abrar, this is a bit shorter as the ball gets a leading edge. The ball goes out towards cover. That time Rizwan said, "Ball kidhar hai," which means where did the ball go? Where did it go? And they went to backward point is where it went. They do run through for a single. Charles the Terror Turner. That's the bowler's name.
Yeah, legend of 19th century Australian bowling in partnership with J.J. Ferris, who later played for England.
Wonderful. Abrar into Jacks. He gets forward in defence again. A bit of flight there, but still quite full.
Skittled England for 45, still their lowest ever test score, despite a few near misses. And that was Turner's debut, so got to go back that far for the only other instance.
Well, I might ask for a little caveat to that, Zoltz, if I may, as the next ball doesn't happen. That bowler pulls out of his run. So Abrar obviously got his fifer inside his first sort of 13, or it was less than that, wasn't it? It was his first 12 overs. Here he is again, halfway through his 16th, as that ball's been worked slightly uppishly to the mid-wicket fielder for no run. So in terms of balls bowled, I'm sorry, Andy, I just got to know.
Well, I've also looked that up.
Oh, very good. There we go. There we go. Abrar into Jacks, who sweeps. He gets that very, very fine. It's running away towards the fine leg boundary. There is a fielder in pursuit. You'd expect the ball. No, I think Babar Azam will get there. Pakistan's captain preventing the boundary. Another couple of runs. In fact, 3 runs there for Will Jacks. Well run by this pair. 206 for 5 is the score. Do tell, Andy.
Well, there's 7 other bowlers who've taken their 5th wicket on debut in the first innings of their debut in 71 balls or fewer.
Wow.
Including Charles the Terror Turner.
Of course.
On that occasion.
Of course. That's very impressive. Abrar into Stokes again, and just works that wide of the fielder at point with soft hands. They run through for a single, and that completes the 39th over of the innings. 207 for 5.
I'm rather intrigued to know how you felt when you found Charles the Terror Turner. Were you elated or disappointed, or neither of those
emotions?
Nice
to give Charles the Terror Turner
a
mention. He crops up in quite a lot of stats.
Oh, right,
he came up in the Ashes last year, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
So he played for Australia and England.
J.J. Ferris played for Australia and England. Turner, I think, had 102 wickets, average around about 16.
Wow. It's pretty good stuff.
And I don't imagine he was a leg spinner if he's called Charles the Terror, probably.
I think he was a
nasty
medium pacer. Cutters. See if we can find out a bit more about it.
Yeah. Oh, it's a beautiful city, is Multan. Been enjoying the southern Punjab hospitality over the last few days. Mohammad Nawaz into Stokes, who defends the ball back to him. The city is known for its various delicacies, including Sohan Halwa. Sohan Halwa, which is sort of a semolina sweet dish. You see it being sold at various sort of small shops and stalls around the city. It's really quite lovely. So in comes Nawaz as Stokes look to make a bit of room. Nawaz follows him, drives to mid-wicket for no run. It's just a lovely little thing. You can get it in so many different variations as well. Actually, widely available in England now, but this is its spiritual home. Sohan Halwa. Very, very nice. Looking forward to getting hold of some of it on this trip. Nawaz into Stokes. That ball turns quite sharply again. Stokes up to just trying to wait on it and find a bit of a gap through the covers. Right now he's just picking out the fielders.
He keeps making room for himself to try and hit on the offside, but he's not been given enough room.
Nawaz into Stokes again. It's a bit fuller and quicker, and Stokes able to get through that one, drive it down to long on for a single. But it has been a very hospitable city, you know, the journalists and some of the locals that we've met, very, very keen to sort of say hello and offer, you know, the opportunity to have dinner, or offering invitations. I saw you taking quite a few selfies with people yesterday, Victor.
Well, they were taking the selfies.
Nawaz into Jax, that one keeps a little bit low. Yeah, no, I noticed outside
I was
the thing.
in a bewildered fashion agreeing to join them, along with the rest of us.
But did you know you had that many fans in Multan?
I don't think they had a clue who I was, of course. Didn't really matter.
It was great fun to see people sort of scattered around you asking for photos. I got some photos of people taking photos of you, which is quite pleasant. It's a beautiful city, this city of saints. As in comes Nawaz, that ball's turned into the leg side and there is no run. And that completes the 40th over of this innings. 208 for 5 the score. Stokes on 19, Jax on 19 as well. Your thoughts on what you're seeing so far, Victor? And then you're going to be joined by Jonathan Agnew.
Well, this is what I think is happening. And I hesitate to say anything about Stokes in that at the moment, what I think he's thinking, I'm just going to stay in here without too many extravagances. Well, especially while Will Jacks is there. Will Jacks is a natural aggressor. That's where he plays his best cricket. And he's played some lovely shots already. And so far, in contrast to what we saw in Rawalpindi, it seems like he's happy just to pick up his runs gently, Stokes. Here we go.
Well, yes, you're actually right.
Yeah, thank you.
He smashed that for 6 down the ground.
Well, what sort of shot was that? It was a beautiful shot, actually.
It's actually just landed below us here. It's a huge shot. It's ricocheted off the roof.
Yeah.
The biggest, most aggressive.
I don't know why I do that to myself. It's a very fine shot. He has taken a while to have a look, though, in this innings, to be fair. He's faced how many balls?
This is 29th.
Yeah.
It's landed just up against our window here in the commentary box. 214 for 5. He goes to 25. Abrar again moves in bowls to Stokes, who works into the leg side this time, testing the mid-wicket fieldsman, who rolls over, picks up and fields cleanly, much to the appreciation of the crowd, which has grown slightly. It's a small crowd.
Big stadium, small crowd, really, isn't it?
Abrar again bowls down the pitch. He comes again, hitting that high. Here it comes, bouncing just in front of the boundary. 4 this time. Quite get hold of it, I think. And it's bounced once, just narrowly missed a cameraman who's sheltering under a red parasol below us. And away, well, somewhere into the covers, I think, down here below us. Can't really see the sight screens in the way, but the ball's tossed back again. And 218 for 5. And Stokes opening his shoulders now, is getting after the young wrist bowler, who's had such a dramatic start. 5 for 89. He's in his 17th over. He's gone for a few, but he has taken those 5 wickets. Moves it again. Stokes on the back foot. Plays towards long on, but it doesn't get there. And so There's no run. 218 for 5. More beating of the drums, blowing of various horns. Bra again bowls. Stokes sweeps the peeled leg before wicket. Umpire Dar shuffles from foot to foot. It's not been easy for the umpires out in the middle today. There are a number of reviews, 5 or 6 by my reckoning. And the bra's going up and having a conversation. That didn't feel out to me from here, but who knows?
We are a long way back. From the naked eye, that looked like his other one.
Oh, they're going for it with a second to go. Another look. And based on our previous experience, it might take some time.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
Here's our old friend Joel Wilson, and Stokes is trying to heave the ball into the leg side, basically. It was that ball that drifts on. Crowd like it.
To be any back. Can you give me ultra edge, please?
Wonder how long ultra edge will take today.
It skids on out of the front of the hand, doesn't it?
Ultra edge coming up now, Ali.
Nowhere near ultra edge.
There's some movement,
and nowhere
the
near the gloves either.
I'm satisfied, no bat involved.
I think it's pitched outside leg stump, but
it hits the front pad, I think.
Yeah.
Let's have a
ball
look.
tracker coming up now, Ali.
Yes.
That's about a foot outside
leg. So you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You put Alim on screen, please.
You can't fool umpire Dar like
signal
that.
Now.
No, he's had to have a few decisions overturned today, but that was a poor review. And Rizwan, I think, should have said, chaps, that's outside leg stump.
I want some advice from you, Victor, because you're a little more forthright than I am.
I don't know about that, but carry on.
You are. When it comes to things like this. And goes our bra bowling, and Stokes plays that towards long on. He stops that with his boot and runs away to mid-wicket. End of the over. 218 for 5. I'm in a quandary what to do with the hotel's chef. Because
he's been magnificent so far.
He has. No, evening meals have been brilliant. We've had, over the last couple of days, building up to today, a conversation about the cheese sandwich that I shall bring with me here today, and indeed over the next 5 days. In fact, you made your own, didn't you?
Well,
you made your own little package.
I brought my little package. I didn't. I think what you need to do probably is to make them yourself.
Well, see, I initially went to the sort of head of catering at the hotel. He's got a posher name in that. He wears a suit. And he sort of runs the whole restaurant, doesn't he? In a very efficient manner. So I approached him first of all. There's Nawaz bowling round the wicket. He's thumped him down the ground. Runs here for Jacks. I think it's just 4. Let's see. Has it gone for 6? Yeah, it has gone. It's gone all the way. Straight down to the sight screen. Jacks goes to 19.
He's the sort of bloke who can sort of miss-hit a 6 now and again. I'm not sure he quite got that because he started running a bit.
Yeah, I don't think he got it because he was quite anxiously looking for the fielder actually to see where he was. But it just went for 6. 224 for 5. England racing along. So next one for Nawaz is short this time and thumped off the back foot out to point for a single. So I sat down with he's a very nice chap. And they're very keen to make sure that everything's okay. So I asked him, can I please take a cheese sandwich with me to the ground for lunch? And he said, come back when you finish breakfast and I'll come back to you and we'll discuss it. This was a couple of days ago. So Nawaz coming in bowling. Stokes turns into the leg side. There's another single there to mid-wicket. Left hand, 226 for 5. And sure enough, he spotted that I'd finished, was talking to you, I think. And he came and sat down with a notepad to discuss the cheese sandwich. And we went through it. What sort of bread? How I'd like it to be cut. Straight up and down or diagonally. Next one, driven back. And Nawaz Fields. The sort of cheese you've got, Happy Cow cheese, I think.
Yep.
Stuff.
I expect other cheeses are available, but yeah,
I don't think they're available.
Oh no, they're not.
A sort of a soft, wrapped up
triangular
cheese. There's Nawaz again bowling, pushed into the offside. Oh, and the notes were made, and he filled up most of a page, wrapped in foil, so on. And they were checked again because we were on an early bus yesterday. All was in order. He said no problem at all. 7 o'clock. It'll be prepared. Nawaz waits for a moment. There's a slip and a short leg for Jacks. Nawaz trots in round the wicket, bowls under left arm spinner. Jacks hits that hard off the back foot. And they should get 2 here, all the way out to deep cover. Oh, there's a misfield. But the fielder recovered quickly enough to pick it up and throw it back again. 2:28 for 5. So this morning, not only did the head man, the boss, come out with this beautifully presented, it was in a bag, sort of like a sort of a hotel, almost like a duty-free bag, and a box inside it, which clearly had the sandwiches in, but he also brought out the chef for me to say thank you to for this cheese sandwich. So I did. I hadn't inspected them, but you kind of trust the chef to. So
lunchtime came.
Well, there was some advice. First of all, keep in cool place. Which is put on the box. So I'll put it in a fridge here. Stokes on 30. That's turned away out to short leg, and there's no run. And so, come the moment at lunch to unwrap this. I mean, it's a treasured item. You know, the effort that's gone into this, the note-taking. The next one from Stokes turns away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And our conversation ended, incidentally, by please give me feedback. That's the crucial line here, really. It's where you're coming in. Please give me feedback. Oh, he's bowled him! That's that one again that runs on. And Stokes can't believe how he's missed that. The answer is, Ben, it's pitched about Midland leg, skidded on, and hit round about the off stump.
Well, he's got 6.
And he's got some mystery. He has got some mystery. There's something about this ball.
Yep.
It's flicked off that middle finger. It looks like a leg spinner. It goes straight on.
It's the one that bowled Crawley.
Yeah.
He's celebrating now. Ben Stokes defending. That wasn't a case of Ben Stokes trying to do something exotic, which was a case in Rawalpindi. He was pushing forward, propping forward, just to defend that delivery. Looped up, lots of air, pitching about middle and leg. And then, not read, not picked. It didn't turn prodigiously, but it wasn't a leg break. It was like the other one that just comes out sort of out the front of the hand. It's an amazing delivery. It loops up and it pitched on Midland leg and just deviated fractionally towards the off, and then those bails lit up. A wonderful moment for Abrar.
It's a very clever ball. Because it comes out of the front of the hand. It doesn't come out of the like a proper, authentic.
It's not a googly.
It comes out of the back of the hand. This comes out of the front of the hand, and it looks like a leg spinner. Robinson in now at number 8.
Well, game on. This game is moving fast. We don't really know what a good total is. I mean, 300 might be a good total, but from our observations at the moment, it is more Abrar's mystery, his deception. There is some spin there, but it's not rapid. It's that which is causing the problem. And England spinners, and it's a sort of odd-looking spin attack, don't have that mystery. The finger spinner, Nawaz, who is sort of Jack Leach-like, has got the odd ball to turn but hasn't really caused many significant problems. So it's hard to gauge what a good score is at the moment, but I don't think this is one yet.
Robinson taking guard. Abrar's going to bowl to him. Just wait a minute. I need your advice, Victor. Just give it during the over. Though we're going to the crucial point of all of this. You can just hang on a second. This is too important. There goes Abrar, bowls. Robinson on the back foot, plays into the offside. The point is that it opened up. And what he's done is produce something that's about the size of a breeze block, because he's cemented 3 sandwiches on. It's like a vast triple decker. There's Abrar bowling again to Robinson. The ball rolls away to mid-wicket. He wants, I mean, unless he got the mouth the size of a hippopotamus, it's actually very difficult to actually fit it into the mouth. What feedback do I give? This is the question. Robinson again forward, plays to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over.
Well, my advice to you, Jonathan, I think, is you're going to have to tell the truth.
You think?
Yes. So it's usually the best way. It hasn't met my expectations. It was a lovely attempt at a sandwich, but then you'll have to draw him a picture of your preferred sandwich, i.e. just 2 slices of bread together. And you'll win him over very easily. Do you try the truth?
Be ruthless.
Yeah, ruthlessly tell the truth with a smile, and all will be well.
Well, I'm not comfortable doing it. It's been such a procedure. But it's the size of a concrete breeze block, and it's huge. It is cut diagonally, so delicately. Anyway, Nawaz coming on now, and he bowls to Jacks on 28. Back he goes, forcing that for a single. Might get 2 here if Robertson's quick. It goes out to wide, long off. Jacks wanted the second. Robertson, though, content with the 1 run, which will mean that he's on strike. 229 for 6. And the 2 bats would have a conversation. Wakar's here. I'm pretty sure I heard you say, Wakar, that Abrar should have put you. And on the day, I mean, the first day of the match in Rawalpindi, I'm pretty sure I heard you say, why isn't Abrar?
No, I did. I did.
I'm sure.
I've been saying it all that time in all 5 days.
I heard you saying it. Well, 6 for. You might get all 10. It's pushed into the offside by Robinson, and there's no run. And surely no debutant's ever taken all 10. Andy Zaltzman.
No, there's only been 3 instances of all 10 in Test cricket. Jim Laker, Anil Kumble, and recently Ajaz Patel for New Zealand.
So 6 is for a debutant. Must be getting into pretty serious territory, I would have thought. Here we go again, round the wicket, and it's played by Robinson down to mid-on, and there's no run. He's bowled beautifully. He's unusual, isn't he? That ball that comes out of the front. His middle finger is bent down behind the ball. And flicks it. It looks like a leg spinner, I think, from the batsman's perspective. It skids on. Nawaz again bowls, and Robertson all tangled up there. It almost crept through. There's a bit of turn out there, a bit of spin. Let's see how this one skidded through. And that turned miles
and bounced.
Yeah,
the bounce saved him. Actually, this one just went over mid-off. This wouldn't have bounced that much. It would have taken the off stump.
It's doing this on the first day.
Yeah.
Very interesting later on. Nawaz again, round the wicket, moves in, bowls. Robertson forward this time. Nawaz can field in the follow through.
I think when the new batsmen come in, it starts appearing that it is spinning a lot. It was, the 2 batsmen early on, Stokes and Jacks. It was pretty comfortable. It was just 1 ball spun and hit Stokes off stump.
Nawaz again, bowls. Robertson on the back foot, pushed away to the offside. Jack sets off the throw, misses the stumps at the far end, coming in from cover. And Jack's there set off. I'm not sure why, because that's the last ball of the over, and he's now on strike. Well, maybe England are getting a little bit jittery now. They're 229 for 6, and that's, you would think, almost like a close of play score in the shortened day that we have today. They've got there in only 44 overs, so they're ahead of the game in terms of runs and wickets, but it just feels like things are happening a bit quickly at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan will be happy with that. Fair enough. Yeah, the runs have come quickly. That means we will get result quickly. But picking up 6 wickets in 44 overs, if this would have been 2 down or 3 downs, things would have been totally different. But 6 down, Pakistan will feel that if they can put them under pressure, Jacks and Robinson, if you pick 1 more here, they'll get into a real tail, and then they can finish it up quickly.
Jacks on strike. This is bowled very slow by Abrar, who's also got a big change of pace. Very flighted, and then quite flatter ones.
Yeah, you're talking about that flicking of the middle finger. I don't know if you remember Jinta Mendes, who first appeared. Very similar to him. Jinta Mendes was a lot quicker.
The next one's leg stump, chipped in the air. He got away with that. Landed just in front of mid-wicket coming in.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with the Babar's field positions. He's got men who are just, saving singles. Have men at catching, just bring them a little bit closer. But Team England is under pressure here.
Abrar bowls his wrist spin from over the wicket. That goes creeping through. Jacks on the back foot. He's bowled so well, this youngster. He's only 24. It's his first Test match. He's taken a lot of wickets in first-class cricket here, but this is a big step up, and he's playing against an intimidating batting lineup who are trying to get after him. In he goes again, bowls outside the off stump, and that's slogged across the line, out to deep square leg. They'll try and get two. They should get two. That's thrown back in by Ali out at deep square leg. Two more to England.
Abrar was picked first for the T20 series, which England came earlier this year, and he didn't play any game, but he was part of the team.
Goes again, bowls, tossing it up, the peel for leg before wicket. Alim Dar gives him out. Jacks is out leg before wicket. He's going to review it. Everyone else has done today. That is number 7 for Abrar Ahmed on his debut.
We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
Let's have a look then. That's Joel Wilson again up in the third umpire's box. Pakistan already celebrating. Did turn.
Doesn't appear to be any bat. Do you have ultra edge just to confirm that?
Yeah, the ultra edge, if he's got any bat on it, that might just go in his favor, because yes, it did spin a little bit, but it seemed that it might take some part of that off stump. So, it's more in Pakistan's favor if there is no bat on it.
Ultra edge coming up now, Ali, flat line as the ball passes the bat.
Nothing there.
I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved.
It hasn't bounced.
Ball tracker when you're ready,
It's
please.
keeping very low. Let's have
Ball
a look at
tracker
this.
coming up now, Ali.
It's not looking good for Jacks unless it spins past the off stump.
Ball pitching in line, impact is in line, and the wickets
Umpire's call.
fall. So you will stay with your original
It did
decision
take
of
some
out.
part
I'll let
of
you know when you're on screen.
that off stump.
Just shave the off stump.
Alim on screen, please. Alim signal now.
Big wicket, another big wicket, and Abrar is enjoying himself, picking up 7 wickets. A little expensive for 91 in his 19th over, but yeah, what a pick. Should have been playing the first game also. Things might have been a little bit different, but yeah, he's really striking it well. He's troubling all the batsmen, and especially when you play across the line to him, he has caused all sorts of issue for most of England batsmen. But what a dream start. It's been outstanding, picking up 7 wickets. Someone who's playing for the first time, it is a dream start. Played few first-class games. Only played 7 first-class games. Picked up 43. Was picked for that reason, because he's got that mystery about him. Ball that googly, and a beautiful leg spin also, which is hard to pick. Both sides, and
it comes out of the front of the hand. So as a batsman, I think whatever he's bowling, you just see a lot of ball, and they all look the same. So if you're looking as batsmen do for the hand, and so it doesn't come out of the back of the hand, does it? It comes out of the front of the hand, flicked off that middle finger. Mark Woods appeared, his first outing of this series, of course. He's in the side for the injured Livingston. Quite a long tail here now for England. Leach and Anderson to come. And Abrar, who's taken all 7, moves in, bowls to Wood, who leans forward and plays the last ball that over into the offside. And it's 231 for 7, with Abrar Ahmed having taken the lot. Waqar Younis, and we've got Andy Zaltzman and Simon Mann's coming here.
Abrar is only the 3rd Pakistan player to take 7 wickets in an innings on debut. Mohammad Zahid, who was a very fast bowler, can you tell us a bit more about, took 7. Nazir Karachi was an off-spin bowler who also played in the test we were talking about earlier around the other ground here in Multan against West Indies in 1980. But, so the second to do it in the first innings.
231 for 7. Mohammad Nawaz is going to bowl to Robinson, and he's with him now, and Robinson goes back and plays quietly up the onside of the pitch. So you said second bowler to take the first 7 or 7?
No, this is just 7 on debut for Pakistan. I'm digging around first 7.
It's all moving too quickly at the moment. Oh, it's incredible. 7 wickets on debut. The first 7, he got a chance of a 10 for here. Mohammad Nawaz, do not take a wicket.
Yeah, calm down.
He goes in now and bowls to Robinson, and Robinson plays an awkward looking stroke into the onside with a bit of bottom hand on the back foot. Plays it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, the other 2 picked up 7 in the debut is Mohammad Nazir.
Mohammad Nazir
was an off spinner back, and he was also an international umpire also. And then Mohammad Zayed comes from a very same region.
Nawaz tosses this up to Robinson, who props forward and gets a single into the offside. He's off the mark. Tickish outside edge, drops short of backward point. So 1 to Robinson. England 2:32 for 7, falling short here in terms of what you might expect to get on a first day pitch. We're only in the 46th over. 3 of them have been bowled out, 4 out to attacking shots. That's the balance in this England innings. Nawaz bowls, and Wood plays quietly into the offside. And Wood is a capable player. He actually was a batter who bowled medium pace in his sort of teenage years. But pace has taken over since then. He does back himself as a batter, but he needs something quite special here for England to get up around 300. Nawaz bowls to Wood, and Wood opens the face and runs this away straight to backward point. There's no run.
It's very important for Pakistan now to just don't give easy singles away. You know, the closing fielder's got to really come in close and make sure that the batsman, whoever is facing, should be facing a bulk of the deliveries in one go. So that's going to be the key here.
We hopefully will get our line back to Multan very, very shortly. You've missed nothing bar the ball just being pushed into the offside. Back to the commentary.
Thanks, Kevin. Sorry that quick drop of the line. Hope you've not spoiled your enjoyment of what's been another riveting day here in Multan. England 117 for 1 at one stage, but gradually succumbing to Abrar. Duckett making 63, Pope 60. And then a partnership between Stokes and Jacks that was promising, put together 55, and then Stokes surprised by one from Abrar, and you see his expression on his face. It was like, ooh, where did that come from? And then Jacks having a smack across the line was LBW for 34. So just 3 to go. Abrar's, his figures are remarkable already. 19 overs, 7 for 91. Bowls now to Wood, and Wood goes forward and then back, plays that towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's an extra close catcher now. It's a leg slip and a forward short leg and a slip. I can see the other leg spinner, Zaid Mahmood, loosening up at mid-arm. Haven't seen him for a while. And here is Abrar bowling. Oh, it's a big drive, and how did that get through? It's gone past the stumps, it's gone past the wicketkeeper, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary before something's off the inside edge of Wood's bat. Very fortuitous. That was so close to being the 8th wicket. It's harder for the top order. It's not easy for the lower order as well.
Yeah, inside edge. You would have gone onto that leg stump very, very close. Pakistan's got to watch out. Don't leak too many runs, too many easy runs, because this pitch is not going to get easier going deep in the game.
Abrar bowls, Wood comes forward, drops it just off the pitch on the offside, and there's no run. 237 for 7 with that boundary to Wood.
England playing with 4 seamers and 1 genuine left arm spinner, so they have got the sources, but it's more pace than spin.
Abrar pushes that one through, and it's short, and it's pulled away by Wood out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's no one out there apart from a ball boy wearing a mainly black tracksuit who picks it up and hurls the ball back in. So the fielder, I think it's Fahim Ashraf at mid-wicket, didn't have to chase after it. He actually acknowledged him. He said, thanks very much. Not this.
It's a big boundary. You don't really want to waste your energy. And if there are ball boys, which we see them around the ground.
Abrar bowls, pushes that one through to Wood as well. He's on the back foot, playing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Wood sort of joining in here. He's hit a couple of boundaries in the over, albeit one fortuitous. He's gone to 9, and the score advancing to 241 for 7. Abrar bowls to Wood. It goes back, and he tries to slap that through the offside, but hits it straight to Shakil at extra cover, and there is no run. So Abrar's taken 7. He's nearly gone for a gallon as well.
Yeah, you asked whether he's the first player on debut to take the first 7 wickets.
Well, both a good time and not so good time for us to lose the line, because I think they're just taking a drinks break. So it's good in the sense that we're not going to, at this stage, miss any of the live cricketing action. England 241 for 7.
LA Studio 1,
Robinson
2, 3, 4.
on 1, Wood on 9, and I think we can tell from just what we've heard there that they're just going to do 1 or 2 double checks on the line. And also, Terry, of course, we've been keeping more than a close eye on what's going on in Adelaide. It's the second test, day-night test there. Australia versus the West Indies in Adelaide, and Australia declared they were there for that 511 for 7. West Indies currently at 23 for no wicket. Chanderpaul and Brathwaite are the not-out pair. The name of Chanderpaul back in West Indies colours again, and the West Indies at the moment trail by 488 runs. That's the latest from Adelaide. To say the drinks break there at Multan, but more importantly, we've got the line back.
Thank you, Kevin. I think stay sharp in the studio in Salford. But, 1 or 2 gremlins on the line, but hopefully you can hear us loud and clear at the moment. Yeah, players taking drinks, and what a full-on day it has been. About 20 overs, 7 for 99. So you were there with Mike Poise.
Yes.
You were interrupted as well.
Yes,
Not
I don't
sure
know
how
if
much people heard.
Yes, of that. So we're talking about bowlers who've taken the first 7 wickets in an innings. And this is the 16th instance in the database in the entire history of Test cricket. And the only other debutant on the list is Alf Valentine, who's a West Indian spinner, made his debut in 1950 against England at Old Trafford. Took the first 7 wickets. And then, just to remind people, there have been 3 10-wicket hauls in Test cricket, but never by someone in their first Test.
So 10-wicket people. Just trying to remember who they were. Now, I should know this. Anil Kumble.
Yes,
he was one. Jim Laker was another.
Yep.
And he was a third. It's hard to.
It's just a recent times. Just give you a clue.
Recent times.
Not that long ago.
Almost exactly a year ago. I think you were watching with
of
me,
course we
weren't
were.
you?
Yeah, we were. Yeah, we were in Sydney at the time. Patel of New Zealand took all 10, and then of course promptly got dropped for his next Test match. Well, it was a different set of circumstances. They went from India and then they went to play in New Zealand in the next Test match. So Abrar, there's absolutely no chance of him being left out for the next game, unless he's injured. That's the only real. That's the only reason he'd be left out for the final Test match in Karachi. 241 for 7, a debut you can barely believe. I think anyone can barely believe. Now, I said to you that the other leg spinner, Zahid Mahmood, was loosening up. He is going to bowl. He hasn't bowled for a while. Nawaz seems to bowl at that far end from us, the players' pavilion end, for a long time. He was quite expensive, Mahmood, as he was in the last Test match, although he did rip a couple past the outside edge. England took him on and they won that battle, but he is coming back. So, leg spinner at both ends. We haven't seen the seamers for a while. I'm not surprised. Fahim Ashraf, a part-time opening bowler. In fact, the first time he's opened for Pakistan, took the new ball along with Muhammad Ali, but they were dispatched a long time ago. And on this spinning pitch, Pakistan are continuing with their spinners. I say spinning pitch, there is something there for the spinners, but it's not impossible to bat or score. Nothing like that. So England up against it here, with only 241 on the board, only 3 wickets left, and there's a little bit there, Robinson and Wood, but not a huge amount really in that England lower orders. They're going to try to cobble something together here if they possibly can. So here is Mahmood, goes in and bowls to Robinson, who's down the pitch, first ball, and trying to smack him somewhere, and he completely miscued it off a thick inside edge. It went out to mid-wicket.
I think they've targeted him. They just don't want him to settle. Even in the first match also, it was a very similar story. They were coming really hard at him.
Goes in now and bowls, tosses it up to Robinson, hits this high in the air, away into the leg side. There's no one out. Excuse me, there's no one out there. And this is going away for runs, just waiting for the umpire to signal, and he's signalled 4 out towards deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, a little risky, especially to the right-arm leg spinner, the ball spinning away from it, just playing against the spin, a little bit flight there from Zahid, who's been really struggling for his for a wicket or 2, and just been tonked for 4.
Zahid Mahmood goes again, and Robinson hits high in the air. This is going to be caught at mid-on. Fielder getting underneath it, takes the catch, and Robinson has gone, and Mahmood gets his first wicket. Abrar can't get 10, but Pakistan are inching closer to bowling England out on this first day. 245 for 8. Robinson tried to repeat the shot from the ball before, miscued it high in the air. It was a steepler, but it was comfortably taken.
Yeah, it was risky, wasn't it? Even the previous shot, looking at it, and maybe it was a little bit quicker, that's why it didn't spin that much. This one was a little slower, and ball bounced a bit more, and playing against the spin on this pitch, especially, sweep still I feel is not a bad option, but when you look to go that cow corner or a mid wicket, and there's more chance that you will miscue it, and that's exactly what happened. And Pakistan and Zahid Mahmood were searching for this wicket. They just don't want England to get too many runs in the first inning. Maybe anything around about 270, they'll be happy with it if Pakistan can bowl them out. 8 down now. It's the 48th overs, and things are looking pretty good for Pakistan.
Yeah, very good on this first day. England playing their strokes and perishing, and Jack Leach is on his way to the middle. He's not really the template for this England side in terms of batting. He's quite a blocker, although we've just seen him of late whack the bowler back over his head for fours. But what are they going to do now? Wood and Leach together, try and just get as many as they possibly can. It won't be, you'd think, a significant partnership between these two, but they're not incapable with the bat by any means, but not easy in this situation. We've got the prospect of all 10 wickets in this England first innings going to leg spin. I imagine Mahmood's going to bowl for a while, and certainly Abrar.
I think Abrar will be very happy with 7 even. I mean, who thought that he will come and roll England, out in the first inning? 7 for him.
Leach's first ball, a reverse sweep, and he bowled him. He went for the reverse sweep and was bowled. Well, Mahmood's on a hat-trick.
Very innovative, isn't it?
Well, a remarkable shot from Jack Leach. I think I've seen it all now. Tried the reverse sweep first ball, and England are 245 for 9.
Yeah, what was he thinking? That's what I'm trying to understand, because he moved way outside the off stump also, and then sort of looked to play reverse sweep. The ball landed in the kind of roughy area. There's a lot of dust around the bat, and spun, and it was clearly no planning into it, and losing a wicket. And Zahid Mahmood now on hat-trick suddenly. He was struggled in the first 5 overs, went for runs, and then now sitting on a hat-trick. Wow, what a game.
Scramble for pads in that England dressing room. Jimmy Anderson is making his way down the steps at the far end, while Anderson likes a reverse sweeping as well. I wonder if he'll have a go first ball. We're going to find out in a moment, but
I don't have a problem with the reverse sweep, but I think it would have been a better idea if he would have maybe just blocked a couple balls, just see the pace of the pitch, what is happening. It would have been better for him also, because he's going to come soon and will be bowling on the same surface. So just get a fair idea that how much the ball's spinning, where do I need to pitch, just for his knowledge also. But decided totally against it and just went berserk and played that reverse sweep. Can't believe it.
Yeah, it feels a bit out of character. Jack Leach, as he walked out, of late he's played 1 or 2 shots, but he's essentially a defensive batter. Anyway, the 2 England pace bowlers are out there, or 2 of England's pace bowling attack are out there at the moment. Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood. They've had a brief chat and touch of gloves. And Mahmood is on a hat-trick. That will be redemption of sorts for Zahid Mahmood after his difficult debut in Rawalpindi when he went for over 300 runs. Chance of a hat-trick. Day's cricket.
Suddenly things changed, and there was a small partnership between Jacks and Stokes, and then once Stokes went, and then it's just sort of tumbling away now. The wickets are just coming thick and fast for Pakistan.
Right, here we go.
Hat-trick ball.
Zahid Mahmood on a hat-trick, goes in and bowls to Anderson. And there we go, Anderson propping forward and playing the ball back up the onside of the pitch, at least having a look before he plays his reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Because if he stays out there for any length of time, Jimmy Anderson, he will play the reverse sweep, because it's one of his scoring shots. 3 close catches on a short mid-wicket. Mahmood bowls, there we go, there's the reverse sweep, and he's made excellent contact with it, and it's going for 4. Beautifully played, actually, deftly played. Doesn't look to hit it very hard. He just plays with soft hands.
Yeah, that's the key. you don't really go berserk. You don't go big on it. If you're not a batsman, I mean, I've seen Duckett playing, similar shots and playing hard and playing square of the pitch and even in front of the square. But if you're not a batsman on a spinning track, you're asking for trouble, and that's Leach did. He had no clue what he was doing, and on the other end, when you see Anderson's shot, he just dabbed it. He didn't sort of play hard. He just made sure that he get a bat on it and just played softly, played it very, very fine. Very, very good shot, I would say.
Excellent stroke. Almost the best reverse sweep we've seen today. And we've seen plenty. 2:49 for 9. Abrar looking to finish it up. Taken 7, goes in now and bowls to Wood, who goes for a forcing stroke, and it just past the outside edge and through to the wicket-keeper. Nawaz, his eyes lit up there. He was looking through extra cover.
I think Wood is going to play a few shots here. Wood has played a beautiful shot earlier against Abrar through that mid-wicket area, but by the look
bowls
of it,
and it's tossed up, and Wood blocks it back up the offside of the pitch. Abrar bends down to pick up, and there's no run. No one's gone out at the moment. The field is still up, tempting Wood to play a big shot over long on or long off.
Abrar would love to pick this wicket without giving any more run. He's already given 99.
Abrar bowls, and Wood goes back and guides his way through the extra cover region. He's gone for 1. They're coming back for the second, and they're jogging back for the second. So England's 250 is up. Abrar's 100 is up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He would like that. That 3-figure mark shouldn't attach with the 7 wickets, and but yeah, he's gone over 100 now. But he'll take it. Anything, 7 wickets in debut. Who doesn't want?
Abrar bowls to Wood. Wood's 4 is a shout for LBW. And no great conviction in that. And they could review it if they wanted to. Let's have a look at the replay. I don't think they're going to. No, it's going down the leg side.
Too much.
Yeah, going down the leg side. 251 for 9 is England's score. Wood's on 11. Abrar bowls to him outside the off stump, or just actually fractionally. Wood giving himself some room to try and clout it into the offside. Doesn't really time it. Goes out to extra cover, and there is no run. 1 ball left in the over for Abrar to get an 8 for here. Who's in bowls to Wood, tossed up, and Wood blocks it back up the offside of the pitch. And there's no run. Perhaps Wood and Anderson had a chat out there and said, I think we'd rather be batting out here than bowling just at the moment on this first day. Anyway, 251 for 9, more from Uwaka. And then for the next 20 minutes, it will be Atif Nawaz.
I'm not sure if England will be thinking, why did we play 4 seamers or 3 seamers with the Stokes, of course, a batsman who will bowl. They could have easily gone maybe, Rehan Ahmed, the right-arm leg spinner, a very, very talented player who's on the tour. So they might be deep down, they'd be saying, would have played him, because looking at the pitch, looking at the surface, there's plenty to offer for the spinners, especially when the ball is new. It is very difficult to handle. Atif?
Absolutely, Waqar.
Good afternoon.
Pleasure, Waqar. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. Very good now, because Pakistan picked up 9 now.
Yeah, what a day for young Abrar Ahmed. He's going to be at the top of that.
But I have to leave you.
Oh, well, that was short.
I have to go to the TV duties.
Of course, short and sweet.
Yeah.
Short and sweet. We shall see you again very, very shortly. Alex Hartley's going to come in alongside me, but what a day for young Abrar Ahmed. Right now it's Zaid Mahmood. In he comes to Jimmy Anderson. Lots of flight. Anderson just prods that away into the leg side, and they'll run through for a single. 252 for 9 the score now, as Alex Hartley back alongside me. I mean, Alex, getting on an honours board is always good, but being the best return on an honours board is a completely different feeling. It's something you know very well about, of course, with the best figures in the Charlotte Edwards trophy.
It is a special feeling. It's always a surreal feeling as well, and you walk off going, did I really just do that? Is everything I've ever worked for just aligned today?
Social media accounts are going to be blowing up today, Abrar Ahmed. Here's Zaid Mahmood again. Lots of flight down the track. Comes Mark Wood, and he stumped that over long off. Couple of bounces for 4 against the run of play, but maybe some valuable runs here for England. Just squeezing out a few more in what's already proving difficult conditions to bat in, at least against the wrist spinners.
Well, there's no point just sitting in now for England. It's not how they want to play their cricket, is it? They might as well try and get a quick 30 rather than bat for the next 40 minutes and get not many.
Mahmood, and again, big swing across the line from Wood, and that's trickling away towards the mid-wicket boundary. Didn't get all of it, but he had an almighty swing behind it. I'm going to say about 70% contact on that one, but gets it away for 4 consecutive boundaries for Mark Wood. 260 for 9 England.
Just, on the sweep shots England have played today, I think the Crick Viz data, the shots they've designated as sweeps, slog sweeps or reverse sweeps, England are now 76 for 5 from 46 shots.
It's not a great average. Mahmood in again to Wood, and that ball turns right past the outside edge. Goodness me, there was flight, there was turn, there was a batter prodding forward. So all things spinners love to see.
Now we know that Abrar can't get all 10 wickets, but when was the last time all 10 wickets fell to wrist spin?
Well, there's an ask, Andy Zaltzman. What you got? Here's Mahmood. This is a bit shorter. It's been pulled by Wood, and that's going to run away to the boundary as well. That's 3 in this over so far for Mark Wood. He's managed to get a few hits away. Valuable runs for England. He's on to 23 now, Wood. England 264 for 9.
And I rate this from Wood. It's the way that he needs to play. He can hit a long ball. He can, put bowlers under pressure. There is no point in him just sitting in because the ball is spinning past the outside edge.
Standing up tall at the moment is Mark Wood. As in comes Mahmood. Big swing again. This time no connection as that ball turns past the off stump. And there is no run. So 50 overs gone in this England innings. 264 for 9. Jimmy Anderson on 5 off 3. Wood 23 off 21. Zahid Mahmood has 2 wickets and 2 balls just a couple of overs ago. But today we've already witnessed the birth of a star in the world of cricket. That is young Abrar Ahmed. 21 overs, 7 for 101, which are the best bowling figures in a test match here at Multan. Granted, there's only been 6 of them, but even so, a very, very impressive performance.
And he's not finished yet.
No?
He hasn't finished yet. Still another wicket for him to get. Still another innings for him to bowl on this pitch where it will have, had more wear and tear on it as well. So the ball will spin more.
And we'll wait and see how well Pakistan deal with England's finger spinners. No wrist spinners in their ranks today. Liam Livingstone out injured. He's gone back home to England. And of course, Rehan Ahmed not played in this game. Abrar in again. That ball's been driven out quite nicely by Jimmy Anderson. Think outside edge, but looks quite pleasant. Now to deep third for a single. Andy Zaltzman?
Look, there have been 4 instances when all 10 wickets have fallen to leg spin in Test history. The most recent of which, and the only one since the Second World War, was on Anil Kumble, the great Indian leg spinner, took all 10 himself. And 3 in the 1930s by Australia.
Abrar into Mark Wood as that ball's been swept, and that's running away fine. A bit of a chase here for Babar Azam, who was stationed at first slip. The ball is slowing up a little bit. In fact, the fielder from deep backward square leg comes around. It's Muhammad Ali. A couple of leg buys, a little pat on the thigh from umpire Alim Dar. And Anil Kumble, I remember that 10-wicket haul. It was against Pakistan. There's a few Indian bowlers and players who've done well here. We've talked about Virender Sehwag scoring his 100 here at Multan. There's lots of flight from Abrar. Big swing from Woody. He got nowhere near that one, I've got to tell you. He was trying to plant it over mid-wicket.
That was a shot from a tail ender who gets the front pad out the way and tries to club it into the onside.
Abrar in once again. Down the track comes Mark Wood. He's got a hold of that one. It's gone straightish and it's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Slightly wrong-footed here at long off was Zahid Mahmood. Stationed very, very straight. Didn't seem that far away from him. He just didn't pick it up as it went up in the air. 4 more for England. 271 for 9.
Yeah, Mark Wood there coming down the pitch, getting to the pitch of the ball, hitting the ball straight back down the ground. It was a better shot than the big old heave into the leg side that we saw a minute ago. And we can just see mid-wicket has dropped further out now towards that mid-wicket boundary.
Abrar into Wood, lots of flight. Wood slaps it just wide of the fielder, extra cover. There's a shout to catch it from the keeper. In the end, the ball runs away to the boundary, so a little assault from Mark Wood continues. He's on to 31 now of 25 deliveries. As Abrar stands at the bowler's mark with his arms folded. You don't see that too often for bowlers. Arms, you see hands on waist, you see the teapot, you see the hands on head, but you don't see arms folded very often.
You just think, how is this tail ender hitting me around the park?
Abrar into Wood again. This time the ball's gone up in the air and drops just short of the fielder at backward point. who was slow to respond to the ball going past him, and in the end it goes to the boundary for 4. Imam Ul Haq maybe a little bit slow off the mark there, but doesn't matter. It's another boundary for Mark Wood. He's on to 35. Do we look up the fastest century again?
From a number 10.
From a number 10, yes, indeed. Well, he's having his way with Abrara at the moment. Some convincing shots, some less so, but either way, England getting a little propelling here at the end. 279 for 9. If they can get over that 300 mark, Alex, they'll feel like they've sort of got out of jail a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely will. I think even being bowled out now, the run rate has been good. Shock, you know, it's always good for England. It's just under 6 runs and over. The wicket is tough to bat on. And I think what we would have seen this team previously do is lose a couple of wickets at the top of the order and not bat as aggressively and probably get about 180, 200.
Zahid Mahmood into Anderson, who goes for a reverse sweep and connects quite nicely. There is a fielder out in the deep for that shot. It is Abrar. Throw comes back, another single to England, 280 for 9.
So I really like the fact that, you know, they are batting in this way. We've seen, you know, a lot of wickets fall to sweep shots, reverse sweep shots, but that's a lot of these players' strengths. Ben Duckett in particular plays the sweep so well, got out on the sweep shot. Pakistan went for the review.
Zahid Mahmood at the top of his run. A hop, a skip, and then he comes to Mark Wood. That's the shortest ball. It's been pulled up in the air by Mark Wood over cover. Sort of plugs in the ground a little bit. As Muhammad Ali comes in and fields, they'll take another single. Wood on to 36 off 27.
And Ollie Pope, who got off the mark in both test matches with the reverse sweep, got out, caught a backward point. He was furious with himself because he's hit it up in the air rather than along the floor. But sometimes, you know, well, your strengths can become your weaknesses because you play them so much.
Yeah. Mahmood in again. Is that ball just a bit shorter from Mahmood? Pushed to extra cover for no run by Jimmy Anderson. He's been very impressive today, Woody. I'm looking forward to the next edition of Good Pace for Radio, available on BBC Sounds, when they discuss this. As he's bowled him, Zahid Mahmood gets through the big swing of Jimmy Anderson. He was looking to smash that over mid-wicket, but he missed the ball completely. Zahid Mahmood has his 3rd wicket, and England have been bowled out for 281, 10 minutes before the scheduled tea break. Terrific performance from Pakistan in the field today. We wondered how they would respond to losing the toss, being put into field. Babar Azam said as well he would love to have had a bat first on this surface, but it's the wrist spinners of Pakistan who've taken all 10 wickets. Zahid Mahmood taking 3, and the debutant Abrar Ahmed, well, he's registered the single best bowling figures in a test innings here at the Multan Cricket Stadium. Figures of 7 for 114 for him. A day to remember. Perhaps we've seen the birth of a superstar.
We have indeed, and the question is, why did he not play at the previous test match? As he's picked the ball up, I'm pretty sure he's going to put that in his pocket, but he gives it a shine before he does, just to, you know, you never know when you're going to use it again.
Well, it's the match ball. You'd imagine that he might want to keep that and maybe put it on display, but he put a little shine on it. In any case, tea has been taken a little bit early. It makes sense. There's going to be a little innings break, so England will have a go at Pakistan's opening batters, Abdullah Shafiq and Imam Ul Haq, after tea. But right now, the moment belongs to Abrar Ahmed as he leads his team off the pitch. They all follow about 10 paces behind him. There's a strong crowd in the Fazl Mahmood enclosure that have all congregated in that part of the ground to give him a warm send-off as he goes off the pitch. Lots of applause, lots of cheers, lots of pats on the back for Abrar Ahmed. Zahid Mahmood not far behind him as well, the other wicket taker today. We thought they'd be spinning this pitch. We thought this pitch would be a little bit more, have a little bit more in it for the bowlers. And certainly for the wrist spinners, there's been a lot more there. It looks like it's going to be a much more balanced contest, this, Alex, between bat and ball.
Yeah, it really does. I think, you know, the spin of Pakistan has been class today. You know, Abrar in particular has bowled so well, picking up 7 wickets, the top 7 as well. I mean, how often do we see that? It's very, very rare. Bowled fantastically, just spinning the ball both ways, flicking the ball off his middle finger, bowling the ones that slide on, really causing problems for England. They carried on with that aggressive manner though, and then we're going to see the likes of Jack Leach, Will Jacks with the spin as well. And we've got Mark Wood to come back into the attack. So it should be a good contest, but you do feel that the Pakistan spinners will make the most of this pitch rather than the England spinners.
You do imagine they'd be better suited to these conditions as well, the spinners, but it will be very exciting to see Mark Wood running in here and bowling in Test cricket in Multan. One of the most exciting bowlers in the world, so much pace, and we reckon we'll see him in about 20 minutes or so. There's lots of cheers, lots of excitement around the ground here in Multan as fans take a minute to register the performance they've seen from the debutant. Absolutely outstanding today, Abrar Ahmed, and a good crowd to see him. It's not really been more than half full, but they've created so much noise, so much atmosphere. That's the kind of performance they were looking for from the home side. They wanted to see some bottle, some backbone, some aggression from their bowlers, and really for the first time Pakistani bowlers on this tour have delivered.
Yeah, they have. I think in the previous Test match, Pakistan got themselves into a position where they feel, or should feel, like they should have won. You know, they were in a really strong position. At least when they'd lost a couple of wickets in that Test match, then they should have batted out for the draw. But they just didn't. England were relentless. They bowled to their plans. They were funky. They ended up getting the win. So this has been a huge bounce back for Pakistan and a really good first innings for them.
Yeah, they really have been outstanding. We can see the heavy roller coming out as well at the moment, just to give the pitch a bit of a mow in between innings, a little bit of a roll in between innings as well. There's a bit of a commotion out in the middle. 281 all out England, and just over 50 overs, 51 overs, still batted at great pace, as we say. It's not a bad total in ODIs, just it might well prove to be a winning total in the ODI World Cup next year in India. But right now, is it going to pose any problems for Pakistan's top order batters? The crowd now very excited. They know that they might well get a chance to see Babar Azam bat today as well, which is always a cause for excitement in this part of the world. The batting lineup of Pakistan, of course, remember, still missing Azhar Ali today. So, not massive on experience, but there is still plenty of class in Abdullah Shafiq, Imam ul Haq, Babar Azam, Saud Shakil. It'll be very interesting to see them battle with Mark Wood and Jack Leach and Jimmy Anderson, of course, for his homecoming here in Multan. In any case, we'll ruminate on that a little bit more, but just a reminder that England have been bowled out for 210 from 51 overs. Top scorer from the innings was Ben Duckett with the 63. A really wonderful rearguard performance there from Mark Wood as well. 36 off 27 from him.
281. And how England will feel about that as a first innings total on this pitch. Feels like a 375 pitch. Really batting first. There's some slow turn there. It's going to spin more, and therefore runs in the first innings are usually the way that these games will be approached. But, let's see how they go. There is some slow turn there. It looks more obviously for the wrist spin than for the finger spinner. But we'll see how. First of all, the quick bowlers go, who bowl so well. Certainly Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson was outstanding last week in Rawalpindi. It's drier surface, more abrasive. And by the look of the field that we have for Anderson, it's not going to be a run-up and bowl bouncers sort of approach. They're going to run up and bowl a good length. There's two slips. Gully's quite deep. Man at short mid-wicket. And Anderson will bowl from our end, umpire Dar's end. He's jumping up and down. Ready to go. Just a bit of a countdown to go. Alim Dar says play. And so the first ball of Pakistan's innings then, and is pushed away off the front foot down towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. So openers Shafiq and Imam at the non-strikers, and Shafiq on strike. He's the right-hander. Imam leaning on his back, looking quite relaxed, is the left. And the shadow we talked about from the floodlight pylons now over to the left, and it's the shadow of Anderson's we can see stretching to his left. It's already longer than he is. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. Anderson again moves in, bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. And no run there for the opening batsman Shafiq, who paws at the ground, checking his guard. Small crowd. I don't know if the mist's got any better or not, Victor. It's still quite difficult to make out and discern things down there at the far end. Yeah, more of the sunset really, which again I think will be to our right here, just as it was at Rawalpindi. We're some way off yet, but another hour and a half of play maybe.
We're probably getting to that stage of the day where the light, which has been fine all day, just starts to diminish a little bit, but hopefully we'll get close to 5 o'clock.
Anderson again, the right hand is Shafiq, waits for him, he covers up, plays carefully to mid-off, and there's no run. It's interesting looking, or trying to look beyond the stadium here. There's really very little to describe. I was just thinking there as I talked about the sunset, you had those buildings in Rawalpindi that you could talk about with the sun going down. Here we've got, I think it's 2 chimneys.
I think that's it.
Just peeking out there, and something in a cage. Just at long leg, just peeking out above the roof of the stand down there, but there's nothing else at all. You can't see beyond. Anderson bowls, played into the leg side. No run there, it's fielded by Brook at short mid-wicket. But the feature, as you saw coming on that long drive, was that certainly the second half, it was very flat. Lots of paddy fields, very agricultural. After the hills that Simon Mann was describing earlier for the first part of that long journey. So it's very flat out here, it's outside, on the outskirts of Multan. The man comes into the covers now, but in a catching position. Anderson runs away there, bowls, and that thumps into the thigh pad. It's picked up by Leach, who had, I'm not sure what that shot was from Jack. I mean, he's only got probably 2 shots in his locker, and as if he tried to say, well, look, I've got something else now. I've been practicing this in the nets. He unfurled the reverse sweep, first ball, and everything looked right, apart from the fact that he missed it. I'm not sure what was going on there. He had Mark Wood thrashing the ball around at the other end. Here's the last ball of the first over, a maiden so far, and a maiden it will not be, as that comes off a thick inside edge. It's fielded by Wood. Down in the distance, he comes galloping in, full of enthusiasm, to be playing in his first game in this series.
Jack's going to bowl.
Pakistan are 1 for no wicket. Spin at the other end.
Yep. He's become the new ball bowler. He gives his cap to the umpire. I don't quite know how to respond to the England team, but actually the dismissal that I didn't like the most was from my favourite England cricketer, really, which is Jack Leach, who I know a bit from down in Somerset. And I can understand the whole hat aggression, that's the way they play, but when Jack came in, who is not a natural aggressor, his best innings for England when he's been blocking.
Yes.
But he's been infused by the mantra. There was Mark Wood, who was starting to hit the ball really rather well. He just felt there was another 30 or 40 runs to be had. I wasn't particularly keen on Jimmy's shot, but his defenders say, well, that's the only one he's got now. But with Mark Wood smashing the ball here, there and everywhere. To try and reverse...
What do you think the first innings score was on that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think, sometimes 280... If it had been 75 overs or 84 overs, you thought, well, that's about standard. You'd feel there's a few more out there. What is going to be interesting? So wrist spinners got to get all 10. England haven't got a wrist spinner. They sometimes spin it more than the conventional finger spinner.
2 slips and a short leg then for Leach. Let's see what he can do. He's bowling to the right-handed Shafiq. The first ball is short. Poor ball. And cut for 4. That's not a good start. Crowd love it, of course. That was a long hop outside the off stump.
He hasn't quite got into this game as he would hope so far. I mean, it is quite difficult bowling with new ball.
Yeah, it's shiny, slippery.
But he's done it a few times, but that was a horrible start. I'm not quite sure which was worse, the reverse sweep or that one. I think I'll go for the reverse sweep still.
5 for no wicket in reply to England's first innings, 281. Leach spins himself some catches. Begins that familiar wade to the crease, and that's better. That's played defensively into the offside, runs away off a thick edge. Duckett's the fielder, and there's no run. And that did turn
just a bit. Yeah, skids on a little bit with that new ball, and it just straightened. So that, I mean, that's fine.
Here's Leach moving in, bowling. That beats the outside edge.
That did turn too. This is where he bowls at quite a pace now. He's got quicker and quicker, and if it's turning, that turned and bounced.
Yeah,
well taken by Pope.
He might have played inside that, to be fair to Shafiq.
Yeah, maybe. But it did deviate.
Yeah. There's Leach again, round the wicket. Bowls short again, cut hard, but straight to the fielder this time. That would have been 4 if it hadn't picked out Duckett at point. Okay, just dropping too short. 5 for no wicket in the second over. England bowled out for 281. Short leg crouching there now. There's Leach again. Bowls wide of the off stump this time. And Shafiq allows that to go by. I think Imam will be rather hoping that there's no runs scored off this. He hasn't faced a ball yet. He's just leant on his bat at the non-striker's end, watching the 11 balls that have been bowled so far. It's Leach again, bowls. Shafiq leans forward. That's picked up by Stokes, and that ends the second over. Some turn there for Leach, slowish turn. It's 5-4, no wicket. Many thanks to James in Heatherset, who's offered me some thoughts for the chef's feedback that he's requested.
Oh, good. What's that?
My suggestion, he says, would be to comment that it was lovely, but he's worried about gaining weight over Christmas. In other words, I am worried about getting weight over Christmas. Might be a bit late for that, James. But could he have the same, just a little smaller, tomorrow? See, that's James is a kindly chap. You're just going straight for the...
Well, you can tell the truth without being nasty to him. You know, just say...
The trouble is, I would have to possibly take issue with the word lovely in there as well. But anyway.
Well, you ordered up cheddar cheese, and if you're not happy with the cheddar cheese...
That cheese will be nowhere near cheddar.
That's what you asked for, and that's what they said they would give you.
Yeah. It's been too near the gorge.
No.
Anyway, we'll find out. I'll be brave tonight. 5 for no wicket. Imam is going to face his first ball. Anderson's going to bowl round the wicket turn with 2 slips. Imam scored 100 in the first innings in the last test and got a first baller in the second. Plays into the offside, covers up, and it's picked up. And there's no run. Actually, I'm wrong. It was Duckett who got the first baller, wasn't it? Imam got 48 in the second. He was a left-hander, just the wrong side.
Half right.
Noisier out there, and lots of people still arriving.
I think the crowd has got bigger.
Yeah.
And they can see hope for their team, of course, bowling England out so quickly.
Anderson round the wicket, bowls, and Imam's got 9. Up goes the finger. He tried to force off the back foot, a little bit of movement away. But he's coming up to confer with his partner. England went straight up. And his partner's coming down to tell him, well, umpire Dar heard it, England heard it. It would be very brave of Imam to review this. He's gone up with the air of someone who actually, I think he feels guilty.
He's going.
He's walking off. He's walking off. It was just hoping for something there from his partner, but the England team all went up as one. Umpire Dar raised his finger. So another catch for Pope, incidentally. And England have what they need. They've got an early wicket. It's 5 for 1. With Imam finally walking off. Got the ultra edge.
Yeah,
nice spike. Out, no doubt about that.
I think the conversation probably went from Imam. I mean, batsmen, remember, are not the most objective about these things. I'm not sure I hit that. To which Shafiq would have said, I am.
Cheerio.
So that's a big wicket because...
Well, this is why the crowd has come. Yeah, it's like being in India when they just follow the bats, when they follow the batting stars.
Well, Babar might be coming out at 3.
He is. And that's why they've come. Here he comes, twiddling his bat. They've dropped Azhar Ali. And so Babar has come out at number 3. And the crowd dashing into their seats, those who are coming into the ground now for the big moment to see Pakistan's batting hero coming out at 5 for 1. So it's a bit of a tricky situation.
Extra bounce from Jimmy. The ball zipped through. It's new. But he was surprised by that extra bounce. It was just outside off stump, a little bit short of a length, and he was pushing hard at it. He thought he might get runs, I think. But he was surprised by that extra bounce, and there was no doubt in the minds of any of the Englishmen out there.
Well, there's a nice spike on the...
Yeah.
On the Snicko as well, so No doubt about that.
Good to get Babar in early because, you know, he is the best player.
So wicket in the third over then for Anderson, who's enjoying this tour so far. Bowled beautifully. But Rawalpindi, there was a thought from someone before the Pope decision was made that possibly he might have a rest here, having bowled so many overs and they would play Wood. But I think they're concerned about Wood's reliability really in terms of fitness, and of course they want to play Anderson as well and to win this series. So that's why when Livingston was ruled out, they went for another bowler rather than restoring Folkes behind the stumps. 5 for 1. Babar's first ball. Anderson runs in, bowls to him, and he's forward. Comes off the middle of the bat out to point. Duckett's the fielder there. A little bit closer than you might expect. He's not catching, but then he's not walking in to save that single either. He's a bit closer than that. Nice ball from Anderson, by the way, looking at it, whether it's a little bit of a crack or just... It certainly moved away anyway, off the seam.
And bounced, didn't it?
Yeah. There's no shame, actually, in him nicking that.
Well, except that he could have left it, I think.
Here goes Anderson again. Bowls, and that's hit uppishly, but safely. And listen to the crowd, the most animated they've been. As Stokes has to pursue this to within 5 yards of the boundary. Over to our left-hand side, and Babar is off the mark. The beloved Babar. Hitting slightly, didn't quite get that right, because it was in the air for a little while there, forcing it, bounced a little bit more than perhaps he expected. It only just come in. Stokes got a full dive to it, but missed the ball. And so they take 3. 8 for 1 in the third over. Anderson will bowl to Shafiq now. And he goes, bowls, and it's played off the front foot of Stokes. Fields. There's no run. Do you know how these two umpires decide at the start of the game which end they're going to stand?
Well, I do, because you told me earlier on, but it's quite a neat way of doing it.
So one is taller than the other. Although, yes, I mean, Erasmus is taller than Dar. Not immensely, but enough. So enough for them to agree that he's taller. That's, I think, the main point of it. Anderson again, bowls, turned away out towards mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. As Leach there on his knees fields, and it's 8 for 1, and he'll grab hold of the ball and bowl from the far end, no doubt. Well bowled Anderson, then 1 for 4 from 2. So chatting out there, Erasmus said, spin that bail in the air, in a South African accent that I won't try and copy. And I assumed that he was looking to test the Zinger bail to make sure that it flashed when it landed. So I gave it a good flick. Up it went. And immediately Erasmus said, OK, I'll email that end, not this end. Because the shorter spigot was pointing marginally towards this end of the ground. So the shorter spigot, shorter man, Dar got this end. And Erasmus at the other. It's rather a nice way of doing it, isn't it?
I mean, they'll swap after the first innings,
yes.
No doubt, but yeah.
Now Leach with 2 men catching, and the short leg bowls short again. That's 4. A bowl there to Babar, I'm afraid, and it's ruthlessly cut past Duckett's left hand and down to the boundary for 4. Then Aleem Dar then he got a spare stump. And it was like a batsman taking guard from the umpire at the other end, but he was about 3 yards maybe behind the stumps with this extra stump. Leach again, bowls, that turned. As Babar leant forward there, spins past that outside edge, it's floated up, that's properly turned.
Absolutely, he took it in his chest eventually. Pope that turned and bounced. Actually, that's why they've given him the new ball, because it kind of zips. Well, it's hard; it'll zip off the pitch.
Leach again, bowls short again. There's runs here. As Duckett chases the ball to the boundaries, this will frustrate Leach. A good length, and there's some spin there. He's dropping these ones short. They're easy runs. Babar goes to 10. It's 15 for 1. in the fourth over. Just be consistent with this length.
Well, when he gets into his rhythm, he is, but he's had an edgy day. He's got the ball to turn more than his counterpart in the Pakistan side, Nawaz.
That seam will be a bit slippy, a bit greasy, hard to grip. Leach again, round the wicket, bowls, and this time Shafiq plays no stroke. So he basically lines the middle stump up 3 yards behind the stumps. Erasmus was at the other end. And left a bit, right a bit. There you are, you got it. So he took a middle stump guard with the middle stump that he was holding, which he then stuck into the ground to make a hole.
That's his marker, is it?
Well, he then calls the groundsman up with his paint.
That's where he's going to stand.
That's where he's going to stand. Leach again. Bowls, and Shafiq on the back foot cuts that straight to point. And there's no run. So it was interesting watching that little procedure taking place.
Well, he must. I mean, it's well trodden because he's just about the most experienced umpire, isn't he?
15 for 1. Some large birds circling. This opens Shafiq up a little bit more. Midland leg, that one. Played into the onside and fielded by Leach himself. And that is the end of the, fourth over. 15 for 1. Just tuning our way for the first time here in Multan. Well, England won a good toss. Chose to bat first. 281 from 51 overs. They cracked along. So again, some fell playing belligerent shots. So Duckett made a very positive 63. Pope 60. Stokes 30 got a really good ball, and they've been deceived by Abra Ahmed, 24-year-old mystery spinner who flicks this ball off one way and the other from a concealed finger, where he flicks the ball out from behind the ball. It's very, very clever. You mentioned Narain, Mendes from Sri Lanka, or similar techniques really. And certainly Stokes was completely deceived by one that clean bowled him for 30. Jacks made 31. Wood was 36 not out when Leach and Anderson both fell to reverse sweeps.
That's one oddity, and the other one is that Stokes and Root both fell to defensive shots.
Yeah, and Crawley.
And Crawley, 3 of them.
I think Crawley will feel, looking back at it, that one should have hit on the pad probably. I mean, it might have been LBW, but it got...
He was sort of setting himself for a leg break,
playing for a leg break, which must be how it looks. The batsman sees a lot of ball and he doesn't see an obvious googly.
Jimmy Anderson, thank you very much. Have a rest. Here comes Mark Wood.
Yes, that's interesting. So Wood on from this end. So Anderson actually...
He might pop a few halfway down, I think.
He took a wicket. He took a wicket, Jimmy. He's off. So Wood it is then, sprinting in for the first time in this series. He's there and he bowls short. And again, just a little bit of room there, Baba. Play the ball away into the offside, down to backward point. So for Wood, the express fast bowler who's coming back from injury, there's a slip, a short leg.
This is a bouncer sort of field.
Yep.
And it's for Babar, really. It's preying on Babar's mind, thinking about that dismissal in the second innings at Rawalpindi, I guess.
Yep.
Let's have a look.
There's a backward square leg, a sort of semi-catching position. Gully's quite deep. A one slip. There's Wood. Wheels round again, goes sprinting in past umpire Dar and bowls, and Babar's on the back foot. He's got that away. Won't go for 4. He's got it away through the offside, just beating the 2 men who are fielding there. And he goes to 11. It's 16 for 1 in the 5th over. So Pakistan are 265 runs behind at the moment. Abrar took 7 for 114. And if you did mention it, Andy, I couldn't hear you because it's a big box this. In terms of debut bowling performances, where that ranks in Test cricket, I mean, many debutants who come on taking 7 for in their first innings. 16 for 1. In goes Wood. He's there and he bowls. That's tucked away off his hip by Shafiq. Goes into the leg side. There's no run. Some England support here. There's some went back from Rawalpindi, but others have arrived. And others made the long journey down. I think our friends in the Barmy Army took something like 19 hours over their journey. Not quite sure if they came by bullock cart or quite how they did it. But or tuk-tuk maybe, but it only took us 8. Not quite sure what happened there. Here comes Wood again, and he bowls a bouncer. And Shafiq ducks underneath it. It's collected by Pope behind the stumps.
Well, it's a toll road. Perhaps they decided to cut costs and not take the toll.
That could be. I don't think it's very, very expensive.
No,
but,
I don't either.
Probably right. Go on then, Andy. What was the answer to that question?
He's the 12th bowler to take 7 or more wickets in the first innings of a Test debut. Most recently, Kyle Abbott. That was back in 2013, the South African seamer. Interestingly, quite a few of those on the list haven't gone on to particularly stellar careers.
But is 7 the best? In goes Wood again. Over the wicket, galloping in, bowls another bouncer. But, not straight that one, and Shafiq could just sway out of the way.
The best is 8. 4 bowlers have taken 8 in first innings on debut. Alf Valentine, that match we mentioned earlier on, and he was the only other debutant to take the first 7 wickets of his debut Test. Bob Massey famously took 8 in both innings of his debut at Lords.
Of course.
Also 8 in both innings. Narendra Hawani for India against West Indies in Chennai in 1988. And Jason Krejci, who we mentioned in the last Test, an expensive 8 for 215 for Australia against India and Nagpur in 2008. Only one Pakistan player has previously had a first innings 7 for on debut. That was Mohammad Nazir in 1969.
Last ball of the 5th over. Wood goes charging in, bowls another bouncer. And Shafiq simply isn't playing. Ducks underneath it, and Pope collects. So 16 for 1, 5 overs gone. Pakistan are 265 runs behind. Victor, thoughts from you? And Simon Mann will be coming in.
Well, he's prepared to try anything, Ben Stokes, and he's working on the basis that back in Rawalpindi, both Shafiq and Babar got out to the short ball. Shafiq top-edged a hook shot, caught down at long leg. And Babar trying to make room, under-edged a bouncer from Robinson and was caught behind. So that's why he slipped Wood on so quickly after Anderson grabbed a wicket with a ball that did go through. It bounced. May have left Imam a little bit. It was too wide to play, really, in hindsight. Yes, Leach hasn't quite got it right yet, but has spun the odd ball.
16 for 1 goes in now and bowls to Babar, who's forward, pushing that up the offside of the pitch. Leach bends down to pick up. He's been too short, hasn't he? When he's got it right, it's spun for him. So there is the possibility there for Jack Leach. He certainly turned the ball more than Mohammad Nawaz did. He darted the ball in for Pakistan earlier. 2 slips are in, short leg. Leach bowls to Babar. Babar goes back, almost plays French cricket there. Plays it up the onside of the pitch, and Leach bends down to pick up, and there is no run. 16 for 1 in reply to 281. 11 wickets on this first day. The pitch far more conducive, especially to spin. Leach tries again to Babar. Babar is nicely forward there, head over that. That's beautiful, says Ollie Pope. I noticed that one that ripped past the outside. He just about clung on to it, didn't he? He sort of clasped it to his chest. So a test for Pope. Here's Leach bowling, and thickish inside edge there from Babar in defence. Goes to short leg. There's no run. So putting some revs on it. That one didn't spin. With that, in a way, one doesn't spin, one that does. It's quite tricky for the batter. Here is Leach to Babar's a bit short, that one. Leach goes back, hits it firmly into the offside, straight at Stokes at short extra cover. Leach closing in on the maiden. 16 for 1. Babar on 11. He's played some silky shots already. Leach bowls to him, props forward, thick outside edge, fraction of turn, goes along the ground towards backward point. There's no run, and that will do Jack Leach a bit of good. A maiden over, settling maiden, although with the new ball and the hardness of it and the turn there is in this pitch, England would love him to knock one over early if they possibly can and set Pakistan back. 16 for 1. It's hard to know what that England score's worth, isn't it? It's a really tricky one. I mean, different people have different views. Some people think it's a decent score, and other people think it's a bit under what you could get on a first day pitch. perhaps into the second day here. Even though the ball was turned. No, it doesn't. Just because the ball turns doesn't say you have to get bowled out.
Well, we don't know. That's the simple answer. I mean, if it'd been a more conventional 280 from about 92 overs with a few wickets falling early, you think, well, that might be about right, but it's different when they get it in 2 sessions or inside 2 sessions.
Wood charges in, bowls to Shafiq, who's in behind that delivery, guiding it away with an open face towards backward point, and there's no run. Not easy for Mark Wood. He hasn't bowled much recently, not in the middle anyway, in proper action, and also there's not much there. Well, not obviously for the quick bowlers. He has got that extra pace, but he's got that leg slip in, that short leg, so he can bowl short into the body and hope that they might just deflect one off the hip straight to short fine.
That last one, I think, came up at 155 Ks.
Did it?
Well, according to the machinery here.
Oh, that is sharp. Wood bowls, and that's back a bit at Shafiq and strikes him on the thigh pad. That was a good delivery. Runs away into the offside. There's no run there.
155, that's 96 mph. That's awfully quick. And then the next one, which was again, I think more or less at full throttle, but shorter in length, came up as 145. But in both instances, that's probably the 2 quickest balls in the match. Series, indeed.
Yeah. Short, sharp spells, one imagines, from Mark Wood. 4 over spells, something like that. You run in and give it everything. Going in now to bowl to Shafiq. He's with him now. That short ball, it's gloved over that short fine leg fielder. It's gone down to the boundary before. Top edge glove. It was by no means certain from Shafiq, but he had a swat at that really, and he got enough on it. And the score goes to 20 for 1. Seeing the replay now. What did this come off? Well,
top edge. It went very fine.
Top edge.
Almost over his head. Very fine. But he was obviously not in control. Who's down at long leg?
Yeah, who's down there?
Robinson, I think. Or Jimmy. Perhaps it's Jimmy Anderson.
I think it's Jimmy Anderson down there. Robinson's up inside the circle of mid-on. Who's that with leg slip? That's Zach Crawley. He's in the game, you'd think. 20 for 1. Wood moves in, bowls to Shafiq, who goes for the uppercut there and misses on its way through to Pope. There's no one down at deep third. In fact, there are very few fielders on the legs offside at all. It's a 6-3 onside field that Wood's bowling to. So there's a little bit of leg theory, not totally, but it's essentially that. And that there's a deep-ish square leg. He's not all the way back, halfway back
to
the boundary.
He's there for the sort of miss-hit pull, I think.
Oh, now
he's going a bit further back.
Now England changing their plans. Yeah, he's going back, and the deep third's going in now, so that will fly slip, if you like. So that leg slip has come out.
Fly slip is almost behind first slip. He's there for the uppercut. So,
it's good cricket, actually.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Shafiq knows more or less what to expect. He might occasionally toss in the fuller length ball, but essentially it's a short ball attack. Jimmy Anderson's coming a bit finer at long leg. You see, catches everywhere.
Yeah, Shafiq hold out in that second innings at Rawalpindi at deep backward square leg. Wood bowls, another short ball. He plays that really well, bending at the knees, allowing it to go past his chest. So he basically knows what's coming. It's a question of A, whether you can play it, and B, if you do decide to take it on, is whether you can hit it cleanly or not.
I mean, he has got the great advantage, Stokes. He's got so many different options that he can definitely, I think, use Wood as he wants to use him in 3/4 over bursts and ask for extreme pace, but not too many overs.
Jack Leach is, he's constantly ticking, isn't he? Changing his field. There's a deepish leg gully now. He's again sort of halfway back, a very unconventional fielding position. So a hunch field position, really. Fielding position. Wood bowls to Shafiq. It's down the leg side, and he shapes to play at it, and that's the danger ball, really, from the quick bowler. You can glove through to the keeper or to a leg slip fielder. And he missed it. It was taken by Pope. It's the end of Wood's over. So Wood is through 2 overs, although I see on my television screen they've got 1.5 overs next to him. I don't know whether they missed a ball or someone's missed a ball. Was that 6-ball over results?
Yep.
According to you? Fine.
He got up to 156.6 in that over. That's quite quick, especially when you're bowling short.
And 100 miles an hour is, what, about 160, 161. So he's not far away.
It was 97.3 miles an hour. That 156.6
Not bad when he hadn't been on the field for, I don't know, a month or whatever it was. He played in that T20 World Cup campaign but missed the crucial games at the end through injury, through a hip injury, and missed the first test here. Now, a completely different test for Barber, who's watched that from the non-striker's end. Jack Leach, 2 slips in, short extra cover, short leg. Leach bowls, Barber is back. Just a hint of turn. Again, it's liked by Ollie Pope, and it was a good ball because it did hold a fraction in the pitch. And Barber got it at the top of the bat in defence. Opportunities here for Leach if he can get it right. Bowls to Barber, that's full, driven. Straight to Stokes, who's fielding short extra cover, and there is no run. Sun beginning to dip. It's past 3:30 local time. Leach bowls to Barber, and he back cuts there, down to the boundary for 4. Got the impression he didn't time that perfectly. Hint of a thick outside edge, but he plays it so well. Lovely easy stroke. Back cuts it for 4. No chance for Zach Crawley, who's in that second slip position. Went flashing past him. 24 for 1. And Barber to 15. 2 slips though, waiting for that outside edge. Leach to Barber, solidly forward. Leach bends down to pick up. And there is no run. Leach spins himself a catch. He's back at his mark now. And moves in to bowl to Pakistan's captain. And Barber easily, no threat there, playing it back up the pitch. And Leach bends down to pick up. You feel Leach will be a very tired man at the end of this game. He's going to bowl a lot of overs. Unless, of course, it's a very quick game. Leach into Barber. Barber's forward covering that one. Plays it up the onside of the pitch. And there's no run. It's the end of Leach's over. He's bowled 4 overs of 15, taking the new ball today. Pakistan 23 for 1 in reply to England's 281 all out. Alex Hartley alongside me.
Good afternoon. I've got some news for everybody. Gary Ballance has mutually terminated his contract with Yorkshire, and he is off back to Zimbabwe, and he's going to play for Zimbabwe, which is exciting for them.
In international cricket.
In international cricket. And Mignon du Preez of the South Africa women's team has just retired from all international cricket, which is interesting as there is a T20 World Cup in South Africa in a couple of months. So an interesting retirement from her.
What's all that about then?
I don't know.
24 for 1. Although I've got 23 for 1 on one screen and 24 for 1 on another. So
we'll take 23 for 1.
What's Zolt's got in his scorebook?
24.
24, okay. Right, a new over from Wood. They quite like, I think, to get Barber up that end against Wood. If we think that Wood's going to have a limited spell here for maximum 5 overs. Shafiq took the last over. Field is deep set. He bowls there to Shafiq, who's on his toes, playing it up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. Wood bowling round the wicket, that delivery to Shafiq, into his body. The field is, well, it is still that leg theory field, although there is that fly slip in, or fly third. He's almost in the line of second slip on the boundary. There's a backward point and a mid-off, so that's the offside field. And then on the onside, short leg is quite deep square leg, fine leg, and then a deepish leg gully is almost deep back with square leg, but not quite, halfway between the two really. Wood roaring in, bowls to Shafiq, short delivery, tucked away to Leach, who's fielding in that deep leg gully position, and they're through for singles. They have got Barber up that end now, and did that come off? Looks like it might come off the glove of Shafiq. Anyway, he's got up the non-striker's end, and with Wood bowling in the 150s, it's not a bad place to watch it. Well, actually, probably the best place to watch it is up here.
Yeah, we're all right up here, aren't we? We can just enjoy it for what it is. But bowling quick, and it's exactly what he did in the T20 World Cup before he picked up that niggle. Can't remember what the injury was off the top of my head. Hip, that was the one.
And he discomforted Babar Azam in the T20 series. bowling short at him. Didn't play in all the games, but he came back and did well, Mark Wood. Here he is now to bowl to Pakistan's captain, and Wood falls over, and Babar plays that as comfortably as he like, and then Mark Wood goes towards the ball on all fours. He's often got a smile on his face, and earlier on today he helped England get up to 281. He smacked a quick 36 not out from 27 balls. Jimmy Anderson, the last man out, went for a reverse sweep. I just wonder whether Anderson could have played for Wood a bit there at the end.
I think him and Jack Leach probably could have done. Yeah. I can forgive Anderson more than Leach because his strength is the reverse sweep. It's his scoring shot.
Wood charging in, bowls to Babar Azam. Babar flicks that away off the back foot, but straight to backward point, and there's no run. A sort of flick cut shot. Picked out the fielder on the offside. The crowd's not as big as we were led to believe it would be today, but a decent smattering of spectators around this ground. I saw a whole phalanx of them leave early. It must be the early bus home. It might have been school children out for the day, and that was close of play time for them. I'd love to see Babar produce something this last hour. It's 14 not out. Wood looking to snuff out his innings, bowls a short ball outside the off stump, and Babar bending at the knees there allows that to go through comfortably through to Ollie Pope, who's taken the one catch he's been offered so far by Imam Ul-Haq off the bowling of Anderson for naught. Story of the day, Abrar Ahmed was 7 for 114, half centuries for Duckett and Pope. England sort of falling away a bit. They were 117 for 1, 245 for 9. Useful last wicket partnership, and how valuable those runs might be in the final analysis.
He would look really comfortable at the crease as well. Yeah. He wasn't the most beautiful of stroke play, but he didn't really look like getting out.
Sign of the crowd. Abrar is the next big thing of Pakistan bowling. Wood over the wicket to bowl to Babar. Another man on the offside. That shot outside the off stump, clubbed away towards the boundary. It's running out towards the rope. Two fielders after it. They will not catch it. Dug in by Wood, and Babar rocked back and swatted it away for 4. Pakistan moved to 29 for 1, and Babar to 19.
Yeah, the spell so far averaging 93.4 miles an hour. Mark Wood's the second fastest spell by an England bowler in tests in the matches covered by the Cricket's ball tracking data, which goes back to about 2006, and the only one quicker thus far was Wood himself in Melbourne a year ago. And just on the sweep shots, England's final tally from 50 attempted sweep shots, 77 runs, 6 wickets.
Leach is going to bowl a new over. This time he's bowling to Shafiq. And Shafiq is forward, squeezing a defensive shot out there. The ball rolls well for thick outside edge towards backward point, and there's no run.
Only once has the team lost more wickets to sweeps of various types, as including reverse sweeps, slog sweeps and orthodox sweeps.
Back with Jack Leach. Shafiq on 10, Leach bowls to him, and forward he goes, playing it back to the bowl, and there's no run.
And this is in the games covered by the ball tracking data, and that was England in Sri Lanka in Palakkele in 2018. They lost 7 to sweep shots on that occasion.
Leach to Shafiq. Shafiq is blocking that to Stokes at short extra.
There's over 2,000 team innings in that database. That said, England get 77 runs, 9.2 and over from sweep shots, but did lose the 6 wickets.
Risk and reward. Leach to Shafiq again. Shafiq playing into the offside, and there's no run. Let me just write that down. So 6 out to sweep shots, and how many runs again?
77.
77 runs from 50 balls. Well, it's been another remarkable day on this already a remarkable tour. 11 wickets have gone down. Leach to Shafiq. Shafiq squeezing in defence again, back up the pitch. Picked up by Jack Leach. Similar field for Leach to Shafiq as the one he had for Babar, with those 2 slips in and a short leg and a short extra cover. Leach from the far end. Bowls to Shafiq, who plays that a bit more forcefully, but it goes bobbing up towards mid-on. There's no run. It is the end of the over, 29 for 1. We've had 10 overs of Pakistan's reply, so similar sort of situation we saw in the last game. Pakistan scoring at sort of 3s and England scoring at well over 5 today.
Yeah, and England, you'd say, you know, it was a bit of a slow day for them because they lost consistent wickets. But Pakistan, you know, there's so much time left in this game that they'll be wanting to bat for as long as possible, get past England's score. And you feel that the spinners are going to be key. But we've seen a little bit of movement off the surface, so Ollie Robinson's wobble ball might come into play as well when he gets that to nip both ways off the surface.
Mark Wood's going to bowl another over, so this might be his last in this spell. He bowled 3. And he's going in to bowl to Pakistan's captain Babar Azam. The stronger offside field now. He bowls at fuller delivery. It's hit back. Wood can't stop it in his follow through. It's running up towards the long off boundary. The chase is on for Jimmy Anderson. And the ball wins that race. Looks as if Wood should have stopped that in his follow through, but it's not easy when you're hurtling the ball down, sprinting into bowl. Firm shot down the ground from Babar Azam. Hard into the surface. It bounced up away to Wood's left.
Just past the shoulder of Mark Wood as he was in his follow through. I think the bounce actually has taken him by surprise. He even got a finger on it and still managed to go for 4.
33 for 1. Barber's got 23 of those, scoring at a runner ball. Bowls now. Wood to Barber. He gets another single at least, wide of Ollie Robinson at mid-on. It's amazing, isn't it? You can be hurling it down at 95 miles an hour or whatever it was. What was that? 154.6. And top-class players seem to play it so comfortably.
Well, especially on a wicket that it's not like you're in Australia where it zips through either and carries through to the keeper. As it pitches and hits the surface, it will take quite a bit of pace out of it as well.
Wood back to the top of his mark. The light goes here a bit later in theory, but it is mistier, we've noticed, in Multan, so we might be off at similar sort of times as we were in Rawalpindi. So perhaps in an hour's time, an hour's more cricket left, hopefully. Wood bowls, driven by Barber, nice looking shot, silky stroke, straight to Ben Stokes, who picks it up and then immediately signals for Ben Duckett to go back to the deep backwards square leg boundary. It's a long way out there, some big hits. How many sixes did England hit in the end? But most of their sixes were down the ground. The odd one out towards the deep mid-wicket area.
4
sixes. High percentage of boundaries today. Wood hit 8 4s in his 36 not out. 35 for 1. Jimmy Anderson getting involved here with Mark Wood, making a suggestion about the field. Actually, they sent Duckett out and then they brought him in again. So he's not quite on the boundary, he's not quite in the circle. He's lurking there behind square on the onside. Wood bowls to Barbo, forces that away, but this time picks out backward point. And there is no run. Birds circling above the square out there.
We've seen a lot of birds of prey, haven't we, while we've been here? So big birds.
I'm not sure they're going to find anything to swoop on. That indeed is what they're doing above the pitch there. But they've got a bird's eye view, haven't they, of literally of the cricket that's going on.
They have a bird's eye view of everything, Simon.
Yes, they do. Yeah. Another change in the field. Anderson comes across to mid-wicket now from mid-off. Wood gets up pace again, past the umpire. Bowls to Barber's a flinching stroke as the ball goes down the leg side. Just trying to get the gloves out of the way there. That's the danger ball, potential danger ball with Wood bowling. So ducking underneath it and getting out of the way of it.
Producer Tim told me the name of the birds, to which really confused me because they're called red kites. I said, oh, it was just some kites flying over the stadium. Because we see that quite a lot. We see actual kites flying, but no, they're called red kites.
They don't look very red, do they?
No, I had a bit of a moment, I think.
Silhouetted against sky as the sun dips. Wood bowls. Played away nicely by Babar Azam. Doesn't bother running for that. Square of the wicket on the offside. A beautiful shot. He dismissed it and then didn't bother running and then walked back towards the change room to get a new pair of gloves. It's 39 for 1 at the end of the over. Babar's got 29 of those. He's playing superbly so far, and he might well have seen off Mark Wood there. 4 overs for 20. Plenty of pace, but not a great deal of threat so far from Wood. And Pakistan are 39 for 1. More from you, Alex, and then it will be Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, Mark Wood has been bowling quick, but as you say, not really been a massive threat. The back of the length deliveries have been pretty straightforward for Babar to play. He's played him really, really well. Shafiq struggling. He's 10 off 35. Babar a runner ball. As we just see Babar get a drink. And I think it's on paracetamol as well there.
Yeah, probably just getting a painkiller, maybe carrying a little headache or something. They do get kind of warm here the days as well, and quite stiflingly warm at times. I know it's not considered peak heat season here in Pakistan. The temperature really gets up there. I saw some journalists scoffing at me a little bit earlier when I suggested that our hottest day of the year was 40 degrees in Durham. I said 40. Ugh, wouldn't even break a sweat on 40. Babar Azam and Abdullah Shafiq, two of the more classy batters in Pakistan's lineup, have made a good partnership here. A couple of slips in place and a forward short leg for Jack Leach, trying to make something happen for England. Another wicket here. England will be right back into the game as down the track comes Abdullah Shafiq, drives nicely, only as far as Jimmy Anderson at mid-off, and there is no run. 39 for 1 the score. 242 runs behind Pakistan on a day where the game has progressed at a breakneck pace. Jack Leach into Shafiq again as that's a full ball, pushed to mid-on, and there is no run. So Abdullah Shafiq, they're just gesturing to suggest that the ball was just angling in a little bit. Takes a minute to set himself, Abdullah Shafiq, making the bowler wait. In comes Leach now. So Abdullah gets nice and forward with a very proper forward defensive shot. No run.
Solid, doesn't it? It's like thou shalt not pass.
Textbook.
That's why we've got 2 slips, just in case Jack Leach can get one to spin away from the outside edge.
Leach in, down the track comes Shafiq. He drives at that handsomely, and that's going to run away to the long off boundary for 4. He's just looking to find the length of the delivery. He did so with absolute ease, Abdullah Shafiq. Dancing down, finding the gap to great effect. 43 for 1, Pakistan, 238 runs behind.
It's a lovely shot from Shafiq, and I'm not sure who Ben Stokes was clapping then. Jack Leach for encouraging him, or Shafiq for playing a wonderful cover drive.
Still a wonderful atmosphere here at the Multan Cricket Stadium as Leach is in. This is short outside off. It's been cut quite hard by Shafiq. He picks out Ben Duckett at deep, sort of a halfway point. It's not quite deep, it's not quite short, but it's enough to save the single on that occasion. Abdullah Shafiq looks the picture of concentration amongst all this noise and chaos here at Multan. Doors going off, Shehnais, we've got the Barmy Army and the trumpets. 43 for 1. Here's Leach now. Into Shafiq, who again, nice and forward in defence. Measured shot that. And that's the end of the over for Leach. 6 overs, 0 for 19 for him so far. 2 maidens in that as well. It's been a good day for the spinners today, Alex.
It has, and speaking of spin, I think we're going to see a little bit of Joe Root as well, as he just takes his cap off and wanders over to the umpire.
Yeah, Joe Root was originally listed as the second spinner in this England side that was touring here, but it's been, well, it was Will Jacks who kind of took the headlines and the wickets in Rawalpindi. I don't think anybody really saw that coming.
Well, he got 6 for, didn't he? He's probably the 4th spinner as well, was Will Jacks, but Liam Livingstone, he's hurt his knee, he's gone home, he couldn't bowl, he couldn't field. Will Jacks came into the attack and picked up 6 for.
Yeah, it's a very impressive performance on debut as well. Got his cap.
It's a spin thing at the minute.
Yeah, it really
Picking
is.
Up wickets on your debut.
It really is. 6 for him on his debut, 7 for Abrar on his debut.
Well, there's a spinner that England could debut in the next match, isn't there? Rehan Ahmed. Saw him in the nets yesterday, having a hit. As Joe Root into Babar Azam. Just prods that away past the short leg fielder, not far away enough for a single. It's been very impressive, Rehan Ahmed, and I did notice that Brendan McCullum was speaking about him with great excitement. And Joe Root, and again that ball's been flicked past the leg slip fielder. It's trickling away towards the fine leg boundary. Fielder in pursuit. It's Jack Leach. He makes a sliding dive. I think he's done really well there to keep the ball in from the boundary sponge. They probably will take another look. Pakistan did run a couple. In fact, they did run 3 in the end, but we'll wait and see if that ball is signalled for. Looked very close, but 10 out of 10 for effort for Jack Leach. Here we go. He's diving towards the ball as it's getting close to that boundary sponge. He's got his hand on it. I think he's flicked it away a millisecond before his body's come into contact with the advertising sponge. Top class effort.
It's a great effort from Jack Leach. I'm not sure if they're going to call this 4 or not. If his knee touched the boundary rope.
Oh, it's touch and go, isn't it? It's one of those they're going to look at 5 or 6 times at least. Now his hand's on the ball, his knee's going towards the sponge. I think, or was the bottom of his hand in contact with the ball as his knee's touching the boundary sponge? Aleem Dar's the man who's going to make the call. He's listening to his earpiece. He says it's 4 runs. So the batters can cross over again. Babar Azam back on strike. 4 more to him. He's on to 33 of 31 deliveries. Pakistan 47 for 1. Here's Joe Root. As that ball's played into the onside for no run.
I'm not sure I'm a massive fan of Joe Root coming over the wicket first up, because it takes out round the wicket first up. You are right. He's right-handed, not left-handed.
Root in again. As that ball's turned to mid-wicket for no run.
Because it takes out the LBW dismissal. So the ball's more likely to be pitching outside. Leg stump. You see that he's got a leg slip and a short leg in place.
Root. Back of a length, turn just on the bounce to short leg for no run.
But surely you want all dismissals in play, especially when you first come on to bowl.
We saw that with Abrar. Very wicket to wicket as a bowler. Root. Back of a length, punched off the back foot by Babar Azam, and that's going to run away to the cover boundary for 4. Terrific shot from Babar, just waited on it, didn't hit it too hard, but got the sweetest of contacts. It made a lovely sound as it hit the middle of his bat. Careered into the boundary for 4. 50 comes up for Pakistan as well. 51 for 1 of 13 overs. A healthy run rate, just under 4. It's not quite at England-esque rates, but still not too bad. Andy Zaltzman.
Mark Wood's spell ended up averaging 93.4 miles an hour, according to the CricViz ball tracking data. That's his and England's 3rd fastest recorded spell. I wondered how high up the list the fastest ball of that spell was, 97.3 miles an hour. It turns out there's a slight glitch in some of the data, which may not be entirely reliable, because they have Ben Stokes recorded as having delivered one at 105. Stuart Broad, of all people, also a couple of in the high 160s kilometres an hour, and a very surprising name 4th on the list, Jack Leach.
How fast?
167.47 Ks. So I'm not sure we can entirely trust that.
Well,
that was Leach's bouncer.
Let's see if we see it now. Leach into Shafiq, who leaves that ball outside the off stumps. Bit of turn there, but a measured leave from Shafiq.
Great energy on that boy.
We hear some encouragement from Ollie Pope behind the stumps. Great energy on that boy. Leach into Shafiq again. He's very happy to defend that. He's not got the most impressive strike rate right now, Shafiq. I suppose that's not the game. He's got 14 of 43 deliveries. Strike rate just under 33.
Well, Babar Azam's going along nicely at the other end.
Leach into Shafiq as that ball beats the outside edge. There's a big appeal for LBW. Whoa, we're caught behind. The umpire is unmoved. Well, it looked like it might be close. Now, Ollie Pope is sort of interested. He throws the ball back out. The signal for the review has been made. So we're going to find out momentarily.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
That's the familiar voice of umpire Joel Wilson. We've heard from him a few times
ball
today.
Very close to the bat. Can you give me ultra edge, please?
It's ultra edge that's going to decide whether there's any bat on that at all. There's a good take from Ollie Pope behind the stumps. There's a bit of turn on that.
Standing by Murray, ultra edge coming up now.
Would be a huge scalp for England at this point in the day to nip out a second. Here's ultra edge.
Yes.
Oh, there's a little murmur.
Spike feels it right there, but Spike, but the ball is next to the bat. Murray will have to reverse your original decision of not out to out. Simon put Murray back on screen. Murray's signal now.
There we go. The umpire's decision has been overturned. Murray Erasmus makes the cross sign on his body and signals out. Abdullah Shafiq falls. Jack Leach has his first wicket. And Pakistan are now 51 for 2, still 230 runs behind.
And another decision that the umpires have got wrong today. We've seen so many of those. England go for the review straight away. Ollie Pope was convinced. Everyone around the bat was convinced, and rightly so. Just a little feather through to Ollie Pope. It's a good catch as well, that, from Pope. We did see him in the first test drop one, but a good take behind the stumps, and England have got themselves 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's an interesting phase in the match because remember, Pakistan are without the experience of Azhar Ali. They've got Saud Shakil, Mohammad Rizwan, Salman Agha, Mohammad Nawaz and Fahim Ashraf, so it's not quite the tail that they had in Rawalpindi, but at the same time, just taking away a batter who's played 96 test matches, it does make your batting lineup look a little bit more fragile. Right now, with the ball doing what it's doing, particularly for the spinners, at 51 for 2, you could sense Pakistan losing another couple of wickets here before the close of play. It's a wonderful atmosphere here in Multan. Hasn't really been quietened by the wickets. They're just enjoying all the good cricket they've seen.
Yeah, they are, and it's echoey, isn't it? We've spoken about it, how it's enclosed and it's echoey. We've hardly heard the Barmy Army today because they're at the far side of the ground, so we can hardly hear them.
51 for 2 the score, and Saud Shakil is the new batter who's going to come out and join his captain Babar Azam in the middle. It's a good test match against England, the first one. 37 in the first innings, looked a little bit scratchy, but 76 in the second innings. Couldn't quite get his team over the line. As he makes his way out, Alex, I'm going to make way for Jonathan Agnew. What a big moment this is for England. How do they get one more before the close of play?
Huge moment for England. And the ball's just doing enough for Jack Leach, the spinner. The ball turning away from the right-hander, and it only needs to do a fraction just to put that doubt in the batter's mind. We often think about spin and the ball spitting in the service and beating the outside edge by a long way, but quite often that doesn't get you wickets. It's the balls that just do enough to beat the outside edge, and that is exactly what Jack Leach just produced there.
So 12 wickets today, and all but one taken by the spinners. 51 for 2. And so fascinatingly poised now. Look at the watch, 4 o'clock. I doubt we'll make 5. It's the sun already on its way down to our right. So 230 is Pakistan's deficit at the moment. Shakil is left-handed, so Leach is just adjusting the field here a little. Umpire Dar's running around. He's changing the bails, I think, down at this end. Maybe one of the zingers had stopped flashing, but he's up to something, making sure that everything's in perfect position while Leach loosens up and goes through a few stretching exercises to keep himself loose, and Stokes adjusts the field. Slip and gully. Stokes is catching around the corner on the leg side, and there's a short leg who's not terribly close. He's probably 4 yards maybe, I think, for the bat there. 51 for 2 then. Shakil checks his guard, looks around the field. There's one out, that deep backward square leg. Shakil over his bat. Leach spins himself a couple of catches. He's taken 1 for 19 now. Comes striding in again. Pope crouches behind the stumps and Shakil covers up. Plays the ball into the leg side, finds Brook, who's got the helmet on at short leg. And there's no run. And looking at the replay of that catch behind again, it's the bounce that's important, isn't it? It just bounced and turned enough. Leach again over the wicket. Bowles pushing up through a little flatter. Shakil covers up. Picked up in the leg side.
We can already see more rough out there than we saw at during the first test match, sorry.
Now deep point. Wood heads out towards the boundary, doesn't go all the way. Leach again bowls, pushed through. Brook fields as that's turned into the leg side by Shaquille, and it's 51 for 2. So Leach celebrates with his first wicket of the game. I doubt it'll be his last in these conditions. 1 for 19, still misty. As the white sheet is hoisted above the black sight screen down at this end. It's not high tech. There's 2 lads, we can see them here because we're behind the sight screen with a piece of rope, and they hoist it up rather like an old sailing ship.
Doesn't go wrong though, does it?
No, it doesn't go wrong.
There's some places where the connection hasn't happened, the electrical connection.
No, there's nothing wrong with this. It's a rope and pulley system. Simply hoist the white sheet up over the black sight screen. Now in goes Root, then round the wicket, and Babar plays it away to Brook at forward short leg, and there's no run. So chanting out there, it's a small crowd. It's just a couple of thousand maybe. It's hard to tell because we can't see it all the way round. There goes Root again, bowls, it's floated up, and Root skips to his right hand side to do the fielding. A few more have come in since Babar made his entrance, but it's out of town, this stadium, so it takes a bit of an effort to get here. In goes Root again with the lower arm, bowling flat, spearing the ball into middle and off or thereabouts, and Babar plays that away out to mid-wicket. Splendid old clock they're going by here. I saw a shot of it there. Root bowls down the leg side, nicely taken by Pope, who's again had a good day so far behind the stumps. He's taken a couple of catches. Root again bowls, and that hits him on the pad, trying to work the ball with the spin just between Brook and Stokes in the leg side. Again, just a bit of turn there, just enough to keep you interested, Victor. Old off spinners, you. Root once more, bowls quite flat. Babar defends, is fielded by Brook. That's the end of the over, so our couple of lads come out again. They sit down below us and they appear, and they have to, I don't think got any sort of complicated knot or anything that you see, maybe tying up sails and so on. It's just a fairly basic thing, but they just simply let the rope go, falls to the ground.
Job done.
I don't think we've had any hold up yet as a result of the sight screen having been frozen on an advert or anything like that.
We're going to struggle a bit with the sun. We know it's by that floodlit pylon there, I think. So we can't see it at the moment.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I think we will.
Yes, we will.
But the moment it's out of our sight because, again, just like the last ground, we've got this overhanging concrete roof part that protrudes over our heads, so it will be a last-minute thing. This is played into the leg side as Leach continues bowling to Shaquille, who's looking for his first run. Still these kites just swooping round on the thermals. They only very occasionally bother to flap their wings. More conservation of energy. As Leach bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. Chase there for Jacks, running out towards deep square leg as actually one of those kites begins to swoop. I thought the ball was a bread roll or something. I don't know, but it started there to tuck its wings in. Jacks picked the ball up and threw it back, so that was the end of that excitement. 53 for 2. Hammering of drums out there. That's Leach bowls, and has clipped into the onside in the air. Not timed. Lots of excitement around the bat. Crawley couldn't quite get there from mid-wicket. 53 for 2. 3 balls in.
We leave it for a certain length of time in the hope that miraculously it will appear of its own free will. But it looks like we're going to have to work hard to get Jonathan back, and we will. Pakistan then 53 for 2. Shaquille on 2, Babar on 37. This is Kevin in the studio with the moment. Jack Leach is still bowling. He's got 2 deliveries left. His 8th over. He's taken a wicket. 1 for 21. His figures currently read on the first day of this second test in Multan. Leach in and bowls to Shakeel. Plenty of close attention. What have we got there? We've obviously got the keeper, Pope. We've got a leg slip, regular slip. And in front of his eye line there. Just in front of the offside and a square leg. And another one brought into a catching position on the onside as well. There's Leach again, the number 77 on his shirt for England. In and bowls, and the ball is smothered by Shakeel. Back up to Leach. So he completes now 8 overs, 1 for 21. Rest assured we are working, beavering away to try and get that line back to you just as soon as we possibly can. If you missed all the fun of earlier in the day, the big day, and they keep on talking about him for obvious reasons, is the man on debut for Pakistan, the spinner Abrar Ahmed, with his 7 for 114 from 22 overs, but still 7 wickets, 5 of them in the morning session, albeit an extended morning session, it being a Friday. 2.5 hours this morning. Local time, it's just gone 4 o'clock. As we've had last week as well, just a little bit of concern with the light, how much that's going to hold. But Root, in the meantime, begins his 3rd over. This is one of the lengthier delays. We do apologise. We'll be back to Multan as soon as we can. But it's Root who's now bowling. Say 3rd over. 8 runs he's gone for so far into this 3rd session. This is Babar going back and managing to keep the ball down, but whipping it away. The man there who's Harry Brook, fielding at forward short leg. So not quite as much attention from those fielders for Root's bowling, but still plenty in regular slip and leg slip as well. An ooh and an ah from Ben Stokes I can see there at the moment, as well as pictures of some England supporters enjoying ice lollies. It appears a cool coffee as well. We will try and get back as soon as we possibly can. Don't forget, if you are just joining us, you've been busy, what have you been doing? Obviously, stick with us. We'll be back with live commentary from Multan very shortly as Root bowls and goes back, Babar into the offside for no run, but also got the podcast coming up later on today. We've also today been keeping you in touch with what's going on in the day-night second test in Adelaide, where the West Indies are 78 for 3. Looking to lift this one high, and he has done for 4 runs. Babar straight back over the bowler's head, Joe Root. That's 4 for Root. Should I say 4 conceded by Root, and it's 4 for Babar. He moves to 41 off 46 balls, and 57 for 2 is the score, but he came charging down for that one. Very confidently lifted it back over Joe Root's head, and that is 4. So trail by 224 runs at 57 for 2. Again going back, working it from deep in the crease, but square to Ben Duckett, who's doing the fielding at square leg, and Root has got through his over quickly there. 4 runs coming from it, so it's no wicket, 12 runs. Shakeel on 2 and Babar on 41. So that score, as I say, from Adelaide, where you can pick this up, by the way, tomorrow morning early, just before we come on air tomorrow. I think at 4:45 tomorrow, just a little bit later than this morning. But before we come on air with the action from Multan, you can follow goings on in Adelaide. Australia 511 for 7 declared. The West Indies 84 for 3 in reply. So we will, in a moment, take you back, hopefully, to Multan. This one's been lifted a long way, though. How far has it been lifted? Not quite all the way for 6. It's a 4, and with a far better view of things, hopefully, I think we've got Stefan and Alex who can pick up the action there in Multan.
Thank you, Kevin. This is Stefan Shermalt and Alex Hartley in Multan. We're next door to the Test Match Special Box. Our line is still working, theirs isn't, and Leach is bowling at the far end to Saud Shakeel, who turns the ball into the leg side, and there's no run. England all out for 285 earlier on, and Pakistan find themselves 61 for 2. 281 England were all out for Pakistan. 61 for 2 in reply. There's a slip, a silly point, a short leg as Leach bowls. Now this is lofted by Shakeel into the leg side. 3 fielders are chasing after it towards the boundary. I don't think they're going to be successful. No, it's going to trickle into the rope, and Pakistan move on to 65 for 2. That was some excitement, wasn't it, Alex? Had to grab you from next door to come and commentate.
Well, all I heard was, "You're not doing anything, come with me," and you ran next door, and I followed you, and I'm sat down and I'm back on air, so a little bonus stint for me.
You didn't even know what I was asking you to do.
It could have been anything, Stefan, but I trust you, so I followed you.
And we're surrounded by all the written journalists who are doing their report.
It's a bit intimidating, this.
Yeah, and I did say this might happen to them. So it could have been any of them who jumped on the air.
They're now having to listen to my drivel.
Leach is at the far end. He's got the Inzamam Ul-Haq enclosure behind him, pulling left arm over to Shaquille, who pokes towards short leg. Surrounded by fielders, Shaquille. Captain Ben Stokes is at leg slip. He's just moving his right hand and moving the square leg fielder slightly deeper. In fact, Silly Point is going across to form a second short leg. It's Ben Duckett, who's one of the men underneath the helmet, alongside Harry Brook. Leach spins himself a catch, left hand to right. Now he approaches and Shaquille goes deep into the crease, forces towards cover where Mark Wood jogs in to do the fielding. Pakistan remain 65 for 2. Shaquille on 10, Babar Azam on 41. There's 2 deliveries of the 18th over remaining. Only 3 fielders on the offside. One of them is a slip. It's Joe Root who's crouching. Shaquille defends into the offside. Leach spots Shaquille just creeping out of his crease. That is the last ball of the over. 18 gone. Pakistan 65 for 2. Pakistan captain Babar Azam on 41. Shaquille on 10. And I can hand back to Jonathan Agnew next door.
Thank you, Stefan, very much. Yes, a mystery as to why some lines stay up and others don't, but there we go. Thank you for coming to the rescue there. We could just about glimpse the sun dipping now to the right, so it's on its way down. There's a change of bowling. I can report that Shaquille, as you probably heard there, was getting after Leach in that over.
He's got 4 men round the bat, but he's not in the outfield, it's in infield, really.
I feel he wanted someone back there at mid-wicket because Shaquille can hit with a spin.
Yeah. And if I were Jack, I think I'd like one back there, but that's not necessarily the Stokes way.
It's a bit of a mystery why Robinson hasn't bowled at all. But so we've got Jacks, who of course had very successful first innings. Rawalpindi coming on to bowl his off-spin, replacing Root.
I think they bowled Root first because he's quicker and skiddier, and there was a new ball.
And he's bowling to the right-hander, whereas ideally the batsman would be the other way around. It'd be Babar facing Leach. And it'd be Shaquille facing Jacks, but he's bowling now, and that's turned away into the leg side. They'll take a single, so that does bring the left-hander down. Babar goes to 42. Field will now change, so Jacks has a chance to bowl and spin the ball away from the left-handed batsman who's taking his guard. Stokes waving this way and that, pointing where he wants his fielders to go. And again, there's nobody back. It simply is not the way that Ben Stokes is going to do this. Everybody up.
It was only the 4th single of the innings by this stage. England had hit 21.
Again, it illustrates the lack of gaps, really, because Stokes does employ this very tightly set field. As Jacks round the wicket. Bowls, and it's a little bit too short. Shaquille on the back foot, pick up a single. Frustrating there, he gets away from the strike. Leach is the fielder, Shaquille goes to 11. 67 for 2 into the last part of the day here. 4:15. It'd be interesting to see, given that we have come 300 miles south, if that buys us any time as far as sunset is concerned. This is Babar coming forward, stealing a single. Shafiq a little late setting off the throw, skimming in past the stumps from Wood. And 1 run taken. Technically, sunset is about 15 minutes later here than in Islamabad, but with the mist, I'm not sure that's going to make a huge amount of difference. The lights are on, all of them now, burning down brightly. 68 for 2. Jacks sweeps his hair back with his hand, moves in again to loopy action, bowls. Now there's some turn. There's an appeal too, but Alim Dar's not interested. Spun enough that hit the pad. Some encouragement there for the bowler. Let's see if it just took a puff of dust. No, it didn't, but it spun a lot.
It spun a long way. But
Jacks again bowls, and this time it's short and cut. Leach has to chases that rather prowling run of his, quite low to the ground. He'll dive, down he goes, and manages to hold the ball up. Sometimes you see the ball actually continue to travel with the momentum of the shot. Leach did well there, kept them down to 2. 71 for 2. Shaquille moves on to 14. Just every now and then from England spinners you get that bit of a gift. Ball too short.
Kept them down to 3.
Down to 3, sorry, you're right. Here's Jacks again. Bowles turned away into the leg side, and short leg fields in the form of Harry Brooks. So 71 for 2, 19 overs have been bowled in this innings. England, if you're just joining us, were bowled out for 281. Felt 350, 370 probably would have been a score on this pitch. The wrist spinners did find some turn. Nothing in it for the quicker bowlers at all. But, England went for it again, scoring at an aggressive rate. Crawley 19, Duckett 63, Pope 60, Root 8, Brook 9, Stokes 30, Jacks 31, Robinson 5, Leach a duck, Anderson 7, and Mark Wood was 36 not out from 27 balls, and rather enjoyed himself actually, plundering the spinners. 281, but the main story, Abrar Ahmed, the debutant, took 7 for 114. He took the first 7 to fall. Just for a moment thought he might get all 10 on debut, but Zayed Mahmood, the other wrist spinner, picked up the last 3 to finish with 3 for 63. So the wrist spinners finished with all 10 wickets at a cost of 177. And the pitch will continue to turn. It'll spin some more as it progresses. Joe Root is having a switch of ends, maybe just a bowl at the left-hander, who largely avoided him from his spell from this end. So he's bowling from the end, the main stand end, really, where the dressing rooms are. Oh, that goes past the outside edge. Flashing drive from Shaquille, was taken juggling style by Pope. A little more air by Root that time. It spun out. A bit rough there, I think, looking at it.
Momentarily out of his crease, but not really a stumping chance.
Outside the left-hander's off stump. Root again bowls. And Shaquille this time more carefully defends it. And you can see 2 areas of rough, which we didn't see at all. But Rawalpindi, something there for the spinners to aim at. Root again bowls. Played into the offside. Much drier this pitch. The surface really is bone dry. There's some cracks. 71 for 2. Sardar's 14, Babar Azam 43. Root again bowls. Sahar Shafiq, who cuts and is beaten the fielder, which inevitably means 4 runs. And there it goes. Mark Wood can't stop it, and again a case of the spinner is dropping a bit short.
I think he tried to bowl a bit quicker and he dragged it down, and they're very quick to spot the length. Wasn't a great ball, and the placement was good. Just waited a fraction of a second so he could get it to the right of Mark Wood at cover point.
75 for 2. Root again. Bowls. Shaquille just waits for this one. Didn't hit the rough, it was straighter. Just hit the pitch. So it didn't spin at all. 75 for 2 with a ball to go. Pakistan trail by 206. There's Root again. Moves in, bowls, Shaquille forward, ball runs away. For Wood to field at backward point. I saw a few overs from Wood. But, not much in it for him either. 75 for 2, 20 overs gone. So Pakistan are 206 behind. It's 20 past 4 here. And it'll be interesting to see on this first day how much more play we get. But the sun has got some distance to travel yet. And we'll have some thoughts from Victor. And then Simon Mann will come in.
It's hardly a clear blue sky above, but there is a bit of sunlight left. I think we should hopeful we'll get to 5 o'clock, especially if England keep going with their spinners. Ollie Robinson still waiting the call. We've seen 9 overs of Jack Leach. There's just enough turn there to interest him. He's a much better bowler to right-handers and left-handers and I'm sure his record would confirm that. He's currently on 99 wickets. Test cricket.
Well, the man in control at the moment is Babar Azam. He's 43 not out of 75 for 2. And here is Jacks to Bolton, outside the off stump, cut away. He got away with that, Jacks. Cut away to backward point. And there is no run. Pakistan scoring a good rate in this first innings response to England's 281. England scoring at around about 5.5 and over as Babar comes forward, thick inside edge along the ground, quickly out towards short leg. The lights are better here, aren't they? They're 6 floodlight pylons. They really are beaming down, almost like the sun. Jacks to Babar, tossing that one up a bit, holding it back outside the off stump. Babar not tempted, pushing forward, picked up by Wood in that backward point region. Got Murray Erasmus for company at point. The umpires come across just to make sure England keep the requisite number of fielders in front of square on the leg side. Jacks bowls, Babar back right into his stumps there and turns that away towards short fine. Jacks thought he got through, ready for the LBW shout, but Babar said, well, I was always in control of that, watching it onto the bat. Wicket for Anderson, a wicket for Leach in Pakistan's first innings. Jacks bowls, Babar leans forward, turns it with any spin to short leg, saved there on the dive. And there is no run. Of 81 for 2. Jacks dispatched from that final ball of the over.
It was quite a good over, and the last one, well, it's not the worst ball he's ever bowled either, but
While more problems in the Test match special box mean you are back next door with Stephen Shermelt. I'm alongside England World Cup winner Alex Hartley. Pakistan have cut their deficit to 200. They are 75 for 2 in reply to England's 281 all out. This partnership between captain Babar Azam and Saud Shakeel is now worth 30. Babar 49 not out and Shakeel 18 not out. Al, as a left arm spinner, would you fancy a bowled on this today?
Oh, definitely would have. I was saying earlier that they've put grass clippings in both ends of this pitch.
You can finish, Al, because they've mended the line next door in the Test match special box, where I shall send listeners to right now.
Thanks, Stephen. Joe Root about to begin the over, bowling to Shakeel. Shakeel's forward, playing that towards point. There's no run. He's sitting about 50 metres away from us to our left-hand side, so we're just making sure his line stays up, ours goes down. Just making sure we can bring you as much coverage as we can on this first day from Multan. Root ran the wicket, bowled to the left-handed Shakeel. It goes back and plays on the bounce to Brook, who's under the helmet at short leg. England with 2 slips in. See Jack Leach loosening up again, so it looks as though he might change ends. The lights beaming down. Root bowls to Shakeel, who stands up and threads that through. It's a nice looking shot off the back foot. Chase for Leach, who's had a lot of running in this Pakistan innings. Catches up the ball and sends in the return. And they are through for 2 runs, 83 for 2. Pakistan scoring 4 and over. Shakeel has been bright. He was very adhesive in that last game. Didn't look to be too aggressive, but he has been more so today. He's 20 not out already, skittish 20. And he waits for Root and blocks that, just drops it on the pitch. And Brook has to step forward to pick up. And there is no run. 12 wickets on this first day on a pitch that is offering spin, but it's by no means unplayable. But something to definitely encourage the spinners. Root bowls, forward goes Shakeel, playing it up offside the pitch, back to the bowler. I'm sure Pakistan batters will have seen pitches like this many times before. Root round the wicket to bowl to Shakeel, and he's forward again, picked up at cover, and there is no run. It's the end of Root's over. 83 for 2 in reply to 281. and 81. The umpire's not consulting about the light because the sun's still quite high actually away to our right hand side. They've got the lights on early today, or much earlier than they did in Rawalpindi, and coming up to 4:30 local time. And you feel as if with that sun still reasonably high in the sky that we might be able to get through closer to 5 o'clock, especially with the artificial light as well. They don't like it when the artificial light takes over from the natural light. Doesn't look as if that is anywhere close at the moment. Now there we go, Victor. Jack Leach is changing ends.
Yeah. He likes bowling to right-handers, but not necessarily Babar Azam.
No, that's the problem for him. I think I'd love one more. They'd love to get rid of Babar, who's 49 not out, hence the cheers from the crowd. Leach bowls to him, and he pushes that way into the onside, sets off a single, slightly belatedly, but he gets that comfortably in the end. And there is another half-century in Test cricket for Babar Azam, and it's come in very good time as well.
Yeah, it's come in 57 deliveries. He's hit a 6 and 8 fours. It's his 32nd score of 50 or more in Test cricket, 8 converted into centuries, and against England it's his 5th in just 6 matches.
He's looking ominous. And if England want a lead or want to limit the Pakistan lead here, then you can't have too much of Babar Azam. He looks in complete control out there. 84 for 2, but it's been a gripping day with the potential for more gripping cricket in this Test match. It's always probably a more interesting game when the bowlers are in it. They weren't really in Rawalpindi. It's a minor miracle that England were able to prize out 20 wickets in that game. As we all know, Leach bowls, Shakeel is forward, playing back to the bowler, who picks up and there's no run. Leach is bowling left arm over to the left-hander. There's no one out at deep mid-wicket, so he's tempting him to play that shot if he wants to.
He's played it 2 or 3 times very happily already. 3
in the leg chat, close in. Leach bowl, there he goes, swats it away. It's stopped a backward square leg, well, half stopped, but it was close enough to the fielder, Jacks, not to go through for a single. They could have got one, but they decided against it.
It was interesting. I was watching Root and Stokes. I saw Root point to deep mid-wicket earlier in this, just before this over started, but Stokes is having none of that.
No, he's having none of that. He's got in-outfield, but no one right out. Leach to Shakeel, who pushes into the offside. There's no run.
Well, I don't call this an in-outfielder because
when I say it's in-out,
to have one out, you've got to have 1 or 2 on the boundary and lots around the bat.
Yeah, well, he's got 3 around the bat and 3 at mid-wicket area. So, yeah, not out, but he's got almost 2 umbrellas.
He will, I think, before this is over, he'll plonk one over mid-wicket.
Yeah,
if he can.
It looks like it. Leach with a silly, not short. Silly point in now, bowls to Shakeel, and Shakeel defends, but there's a gap short of mid-on, so they're through for a single. 85 for 2. Shakeel to 21. Pakistan 196 runs behind as we move towards the close of play on this first day of the second Test match here on Test Match Special. Babar Azam, who's gone to his 50, goes back to Leach and turns that into the hands of the short leg fielder Brook, and that is the end of Leach's over. 10 overs, 1 for 31, so encouragement for the bowlers. The ball is turning, but you can also score on this pitch as well. There's the occasional sharp turner, but it turns too much actually, and then goes past the outside edge, and then it's on normal service resumed. It's going to be Root to continue from that far end of the ground from us. It's a very open ground, big ground this one. And Waqar Younis alongside me. Where's the balance of power in this match then, Waqar, as we move towards the close?
The run rate is 3.7. I think Pakistan will be happy with that sort of pace, and I think it's pretty balanced. You can't really pick the winner of the first inning yet. If you lose one more
Jacks
wicket.
bowls and miscue back from Shakeel back up the offside of the pitch. There's no run.
Still 196 runs behind Pakistan, so you know this pair needs to carry on and bat tomorrow and bat long. That's the only way Pakistan can.
Jacks to Shakil,
win that
defensive
game.
shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, no doubt. Babar's still out there. I think that's a big plus for Pakistan, and he's batting quite freely.
Jacks tries again. Ball to Shakil, and he slaps that away, judging the length very well, and gets a single. Leach is quite deep at point.
Once the ball gets a little soft, I have not seen, a real grip or, that bite off the surface. Yes, it's spinning, but it's spinning really, really slow, and the batsman can actually manage on the back foot. And if he wants to use his feet, it's not that hard, but it's just that odd delivery sometime bounce a bit more than the other, and that really creates or put a doubt in your mind as a batsman.
Jacks to Babar Azam, whips that away. It's a nice looking shot, but it's parried at short leg by Brook, and fortunately for him it deflects to mid-wicket, so no run there. Babar down the pitch doing some guarding, brushing away some debris from the pitch. 50 not out. Jacks moves in and bowls to Babar, and Babar is forward, playing that to mid-wicket.
Normally it's England team, they rely heavily on their pace attack, but not seen much, haven't we? We just had a few overs from Wood.
Jacks tosses that right up. Babar drives to the left of Anderson as he looks at it at mid-off, and mention of Anderson, they get a single. 87 for 2, mention of Anderson. He took a wicket early on, but he's only bowled 2 overs so far. They whipped him off and brought in Wood because they wanted to greet Babar Azam with some pace.
I think the idea of giving a new ball to Leach was a very good one, and he responded very well. It's just that, even we've seen with Pakistan, once, the few overs bowled with the new ball, and it's all spin, and, we've spoken so much. Even England camp, the captain himself in the press conference talk about the reverse swing, and we have not seen, 2 overs from Anderson and Wood bowled, I think, 4 overs, and no Robinson, haven't seen any sign of Robinson, and he himself didn't come to bowl, so it's, I don't know, I mean, one should have just gone maybe for a couple of overs, maybe not now because it's getting darker, the umpires will close the game if the pacer come on, but maybe tomorrow morning it's crucial to just have a look what this ball is doing when we talk about reverse.
Leach to Babar. Babar plays into the onside. Leach skips across to pick up, and there is no run. Well, the ball is 24.1 overs old. Well, we've had 16 overs of pace today, and the rest spin. This is the 77th over of the day. Leach with a slip and a short leg in. Bowls to Babar, and Babar comfortably forward there. No threat whatsoever. There's one that did rip past the outside edge of his bat. Apart from that, he's looked in complete control, as if this pitch is made for him to bat on. Leach to Babar, back flicking that away. Well stopped by Brook at short leg, parrying the ball again. Trots after it to pick it up.
12 wickets so far in this game. We've seen plenty happen. We've seen Abrar bowling really well in his debut, and now spinners still carrying on.
Leach to Babar. Babar shows him the full face there. Leach picks up off his own bowling.
Leach want Babar to come on the front foot, because once he goes on the back foot, he's very, very comfortable. And, 4 balls been bowled. He's brought all the fielders really close. He doesn't want Babar to take a single, really take a risk of coming down or hitting over the top.
I want the off-break bowler to bowl to the left-hander. The next over, Leach to Babar. It's short, cracked away, missed out there, Babar. Frustrated, hit it straight to cover. Looked like a 4 ball to me, and I think to Babar as well.
Yeah, normally he's very good when it comes to that cut shot. He's always in control. But you're right. There was a definite 4 ball, especially with the field up in the circle, close to the bat.
Can they squeeze this last ball? That's what England are trying to do. Leach pushes that right through again, and that was a really rank bad ball. That was clouted for 4, so they've got Shakil on strike for the next over. Well, that was a long hot from Leach, and Babar slapped it away. Takes him to 55, and Pakistan making good progress, 91 for 2.
Yeah, an unusual first day for this ground in Test cricket. It's only the 6th match here. I think the last 4 here, and this is going back a long time. The last game here was in 2006. On day 1, had 4, 6, 2 and 6 wickets fall. We've had 12 today. And I'm just a bit curious on England winning the toss, choosing to be bowled out in 51.4 overs.
Jacks, new over. The off-break bowler to the left-hander. That's short. Forced away by Shakil, straight to Leach at point. No run.
So 5th time in the last 4.5 years England have won the toss and been bowled out in under 60 overs, having chosen to bat first.
Jacks tries once more. Tosses that right up. Shakil turns it for an easy single into the onside. Yeah, Anderson picks up. One more. 92 for 2.
That had only happened 4 times in the previous 20 years and 9 in the previous 60. The difference with this is it wasn't a collapse. It's still quite a decent competitive score of 281.
281. Pakistan trying to make it look a skinny first innings score. Jacks gives that plenty of flight. Forward goes Barber. Plays it to Crawley at extra cover. There's no run.
It's only the 6th Test match we played on this. We used to play on a different ground before.
Jacks outside the off stump, cut away for runs, probably 2, possibly 3. The chase is on towards the boundary. They've come back for 2 now. They're going to risk the 3rd. Throws on its way. No, they're not. We actually went there yesterday.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah. It's in the city, isn't it?
Yes, right in the heart, heart of Multan. And I played my first, not the first game, first, but I early on in my career, Inzamam played really well. Inzamam is from Multan, and you can see that big stand under his name.
Jacks bowls. Turned away by Barber for another single backward of square. There was 1 Test match played on that ground, so it goes to 95 for 2. Viv Richards got 100, and there was an incident in which Sylvester Clark was being pelted, and he picked up a brick and threw it back into the crowd, and it caused all sorts of trouble back in 1980.
Yes, read a lot about it.
Jacks to Shakil. Shakil forward, playing it towards extra cover. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 95 for 2. Well, you can say a bit more about that if you want to, Waka. Atif is coming in as play goes on here. 20 to 5 local time. The sun is still up away to our right-hand side. The lights beaming down. I don't know, the umpire's calling for the light meters, possibly. But on we go at the moment. Here is Atif.
Ibn Qasim is the name of the stadium. It's still there. They still play some club cricket there, but first-class cricket and Test match, one-days or T20 cricket is being played in this stadium, which is just outside off Multan. The reason why this was built was purely because they wanted to develop an academy here. They wanted to give more opportunity to younger players. Over there, the facility, was good. The stadium itself was good, but there was no more land to sort of make academy or prepare more pitches for practice. Nowadays, stadiums, they have pitches outside the stadium.
Leach in to Barber, who defends on the front foot for no run. It was a beautiful stadium. It was very nice to go there and visit it. And I've got a wonderful photo of Andy Zoltzman, which I'll tweet out later, just looking out into the distance at the beautiful Ibn Qasim Bagh Stadium in Multan. It's absolutely gorgeous. Leach in again. And that ball's worked away towards mid-wicket by Barber for another single as the sun continues to set in the distance. But from yesterday, Waqar, I know that the sun sets ever so slightly slower in Multan than it does in Rawalpindi.
Is it?
Well, it just hung tight for us because we got to see a few things before the sun set yesterday. We went to the Shah Rukh-e Alam Mazar, which is it's the monument of a Sufi saint who was buried there, which is his mausoleum is there. You're supposed to make a mannat, a wish when you go there.
Did you?
I can't tell you, otherwise it won't come true, right? But it was a lovely experience actually, just to go there. Everybody had to take their shoes off. Leach in again as that ball turns sharply in towards Shakil. He plays to the covers for no run. But it was wonderful just to meet everybody and just to hear a little bit about the history of the place. It's a 14th century building. Very, very impressive that it's been maintained in the way that it has, and a great tourist attraction here in Multan. Shakil plays that back to the bowler for no run. There's lots to see in Multan, this is the thing.
Yeah, I've heard about this new golf course also. There's the new development here, the DHA Romenza.
Leach in. Shaquille comes down the ground and smashes that a long way over mid-wicket. Just inside the boundary sponge. That's going to go away for 4. A shot of great aggression. At this time of the day, some batters start to wind down. Shaquille's just getting going. Pakistan's 100 comes up with that shot as well.
Yes,
100 for 2.
Yes, South Shaquille lot comfortable against Leach, especially bowling from outside the off stump. But it's kind of an easy picking for him once he look to uses his feet, especially with all these fielders very close to the bat, more attacking.
Leach it again, another big shot from Shaquille into the same area. Didn't get as good a contact, but it still goes for 4 to that mid-wicket boundary. As Ben Stokes nods, he understands that he might need to just go a bit more defensive here. 104 now for Pakistan for 2 wickets at the end of that over. Shaquille on to 31 of 44 deliveries, and Babar on 59 of 72, and he's Zaltzman.
That brought up the 50 partnership in 13 and a half overs.
Well, it's been terrific from these two as the floodlights are illuminating this beautiful stadium. The sun is setting in the distance. The stadium here in Multan actually has 6 floodlights rather than the conventional 4 that you see.
4 or 5 normally here in Pakistan. You see 5 most of the ground. This one's got 6, and it's very modern lights and very good lights here, because we play a lot of PSL games here also, and it's a heavy, high scoring kind of a ground when you play T20 cricket. And right at the end of the day, Pakistan is just pushing on now. They're just sort of looking to score a few runs and, pushing England back on their back foot, 177 runs behind. This game has moved really fast, and wickets have tumbled, but just now just last sort of an hour or so is comfortable for Pakistan.
Root in again as that ball beats the outside edge. Babar just fishing with one outside the off stump. Nearly gets an outside edge through to Ollie Pope. It just held its shape there. It was almost like a dusra from Joe Root. Just held its line.
Jack is a big spinner of the ball, and especially when you play Root.
As Root in again, that ball's pushed to just in front of point, and there is no run.
Because he's not a regular bowler, the odd one will skip through. Odd one will not get that, finger rolling on the seam, and it will land on the shiny side and it'll skip through.
Root in again. This is short. Wasn't a great delivery, but Babar picks out the man deep in the covers as Mark Wood fielding. They walk through for a single, and even that, Waqar, is a sign of the respect that Ben Stokes has to show these two batters. He's got defensive fielders, I should say, deep in the covers and deep in the leg side for Babar Azam. Although, as I say that, they're both coming into the circle for Saud Shakil.
Is this a kind of wedding sign for England? They're just pushing the fielders back. I've not seen that in Pindi. It's the first time we saw the previous delivery, not now. He brought back everyone in.
Root in again. That's a full toss. It's been driven by Shakil. There's an excellent diving stop from Ben Duckett just behind point. The batters do run through for a single, but had it beaten Ben Duckett, it may well have gone for 4. So a good stop from him. 106 for 2.
He could have made a little bit more of that last delivery. There was, a nice juicy full toss, and he just played it. Couldn't really find the gap. But yeah, he's out there. He'll say, okay, I didn't get a boundary, but I'm still here. That's the most important part.
He's batting at an impressive pace today, Shakil. 32 or 45 for him. As Root into Babar, who drives the ball down the ground to long on for what we like to call an agreed single. He's on to 61 now off 76. They're not quite going at the pace England did, just under a run a ball, but 3.84. It's not bad.
I think Pakistan will be happy with that. That's how they're going to bat. They don't play that sweep shot or reverse sweep shot where we've seen England getting most of their runs. They'll play their own steady way.
Root in, and Shakil just pulls out of that shot very late as well. Like Root had nearly let go of the ball, but there's somebody shuffling around in one of those hospitality boxes just above the side screen from the far side of the ground from our perspective.
I think it's a little dark now, or is it me? I'm just,
Root in to Shakil, who pushes that ball just in front of cover, and there's no run. Oh, I don't know, Waqar. I can see the sun setting. We can almost see it going down the other side of the enclosure on the right-hand side.
And it's very bright, that sun, but no real light. It looks beautiful. It's red. But I think the lights have taken really full effect, and it is quite bright, as you can see, and the umpires are just having a little chat. I think this might be the end of the day, and it's like, what, 4:45?
Yeah, there was still 10.2 overs remaining, or as many as 10.2 overs remaining today. But the umpires have removed the bails, taken a light meter reading. The batters didn't even wait for the reading. They've already started walking towards the dugout.
Don't be greedy, Atif. I think we had enough overs today, considering what we had in Pindi. So I think in the morning it was very, very foggy, so we all thought that it might be just delayed start and not, but it started on time. And I think we got decent overs in, and we got a very decent day also with 12 wickets in a day with the 174 runs still behind Pakistan. Pakistan will feel, okay, yeah, we lost 2 wickets, we were 107 for 2. We got to come back and start positively, fresh, and even if Pakistan can sort of match the total or take a lead, that'll be ideal. But anything close to 280, I think they'll be happy. They're playing with extra batsmen, with Nawaz in the team, and of course Fahim Ashraf, was a very good batsman at Test match level. So I think they'll feel that we have got long batting, and if we can just carry on with this pace where they're going at 3.82, and by tea, if they can get rid of the deficit, and I think they'll be feeling very, very good about themselves. So overall, I think the session belongs to Pakistan. Only 2 wickets down in 28 overs. It's been a good one.
It most certainly has, Waqar. We thank you again for your company. It's been a very much Pakistan's day, you would say, having taken 5 wickets in the first and 5 wickets in the second session, and finishing the day 174 runs adrift of England, with Saud Shakil on 32 and Babar Azam on 61. I'm going to make way for Jonathan Agnew. Waqar, pleasure as always.
Yes, thank you, Atif. The sun's still with us, but I think it's a question of the mist that's probably finished us off this evening. We have had 80 overs today, and that with, of course, the longer lunch break because of Friday prayers, but it's a lovely sight, that orange ball going down behind the stand there to our right.
You can only see half of the orange ball now.
Half of the orange ball, and it's not really a very bright orange ball, it's just that lovely colour over there.